A strong wind was blowing as the crowd heard sonic booms above them. Lin Feng was moving too fast. The talisman Lin Feng was using was created by the leader Yao Guang and contained abstruse energies. With the Yao Guang leader's level of understanding, the talisman was an incredible treasure. However, he hadn't managed to get rid of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The Xiao Yao agility technique was an ancient technique. Even though they didn't use the very same one, it was still very efficient. Coupled with the patriarch's high cultivation level and the fact that he was insane from losing his forearm, he was moving even faster. He was definitely going to capture and kill Lin Feng. "Old dog, hurry up. Seems like you're too slow," said Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng continued provoking the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. "I will show you what it feels like to die." The voice of the patriarch from behind. Both were running so fast that Lin Feng couldn't even hear his voice clearly. After a short time, both of them had already traveled a great distance. "That old dog is extremely fast and my talisman is almost all used up," thought Lin Feng. He took out another talisman, absorbed all its energy without hesitating. He couldn't afford to slow down. 5 cultivators were following them, but they couldn't catch up with the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The distance between them and the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was becoming greater. From behind, they could barely see the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect or Lin Feng. They were a bit annoyed. They wondered if the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect would be able to catch up with Lin Feng. They wanted to be there to attack Lin Feng as well. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect would keep all Lin Feng's treasures for himself. They really had hoped to destroy Xianxia and steal their treasures. But now it seemed impossible. After a long time, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect slowed down. He was feeling tired because of his injury. Could he stop and watch Lin Feng escape though? He was infuriated. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. He had escaped. Finally, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stopped. His chi was weak and he had a gloomy facial expression. He stayed there motionless. After that, some people appeared behind him, King Dragon and the others. They saw the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect standing there motionless, so they also slowed down. Had Lin Feng escaped? "Patriarch, why are you not chasing Lin Feng?" asked Miaqing. Shingong had been destroyed. Tianqi was safe and now Lin Feng had escaped? Had they just wasted their time? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect raised his head and looked at Miaqing coldly. He was in a very bad mood. Why was Miaqing talking shit? Couldn't he see that chasing Lin Feng was a fool's errand? The 6 strong cultivators all looked sad now. Tianqi had gained a great reputation in Ganyu and theirs was now ruined. They had done so much, organized the great sect meeting, invited so many strong cultivators to destroy Tianqi in the end. Nothing worked. Tianqi was safe, Lin Feng was safe, and on the contrary, they had lost a lot of their own cultivators. Most of them were injured, even the patriarch had lost an arm. "What do we do now?" asked Miaqing. What should he do? Continue chasing Lin Feng or go back to Tianqi? "Let's go back to Tianqi, we can continue killing ordinary citizens. Lin Feng will probably have to come back at some point," said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Lin Feng had made them leave Tianqi on purpose. "All right, let's go back to Tianqi," said the others, nodding. They wondered what had happened there since they left. They hoped that their allies remained there. If they had, they could continue killing people and then Lin Feng would be forced to come back. When they arrived, they found that the crowd had dispersed and there were corpses everywhere. Those who hadn't died had escaped. It seemed that after they left, Tianqi had attacked. Even worse, Tianqi hadn't lost anyone. They were the last 6, how frustrating. They could only leave now, what else could they do? It was impossible for those 6 to destroy Tianqi alone. Each snowy peak in Tianqi had their own Zun cultivators. None of them were weak. Somewhere else at that same moment, someone appeared in an old town. His face was yellow and he looked sick. A Xianxia was standing next to him. Lin Feng and Xianxia arrived at the most famous place of Xiao Yao City, the Xiao Yao sect. It had a gigantic territory as big as a city. Lin Feng looked around and then continued moving forwards. He went to a hotel in town to have a rest. He closed the curtains and slept. That night, A shadow appeared in the sky. It was an ancient beast, a Xianxia. He was traveling to the Xiaoyao sect. A fire started on that calm night, but it was no ordinary fire. It was a dark red fire which contained animal and human energies. Some people awoke and saw lights outside. It looked like fire. They were a bit surprised but not alarmed. What was that? But suddenly, a gigantic fireball fell from the sky onto the territory of the Xiaoyao sect. The people who were awake were astonished. A fireball crashed onto the Xiaoyao sect's territory. Very quickly, the fire spread as more fireballs fell down from the sky. The fire became progressively larger. Everywhere, trees and buildings were burning. Smoke was filling the sky. Very quickly, the whole territory was on fire. Someone is attacking us by surprise, thought some people. It wasn't long before the whole territory was on fire. They couldn't believe it their eyes. The Xiaoyao sect was burning and people were giving horrible shrieks. Many people started burning alive too. They couldn't extinguish the fire. "Show yourself. Who are you and why do you want to destroy our sect?" shouted someone furiously. That fire was so vast that people couldn't see anyone else, only shadows. Where did the fire come from? How strong was the enemy? Considering the power of the fire, the attacker could only be a powerful Zune cultivator. The members of the Xiaoyao sect came out but didn't dare rise up in the air. They were just shouting, "Where is your patriarch? Make him come out," said a deep and loud voice while the Xiaoyao sect continued burning. "He will come back quickly. Please stop attacking us." Some strong cultivators rose up in the air only to avoid the fire. They didn't want to attack Lin Feng carelessly. They didn't know how strong he was. Besides, the attacker was looking for their patriarch, so they didn't want to upset him further. "That old dog knows that I am here. He won't show his face anymore because he knows that I'm stronger," said a deep voice. The strong cultivators glanced at each others. That cultivator actually called their patriarch an old dog. It was probably an extremely strong Zune cultivator and he was coming for their patriarch. "Since the old dog doesn't want to come out, I'll destroy your sect. I won't kill you though. Go and inform your patriarch, that old dog, that when I, Mr. Lin, say something, I stick to my words. Tell him I am a man of my word," said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Who was Mr. Lin? They didn't know who that incredible Zune cultivator was, but it seemed their patriarch had offended a very strong Zune cultivator. "Mister, isn't there a way to solve the problem?" asked some people. "Solve the problem? Ask that old dog what he did after I cut off his arm," said a deep voice coming from the sky. People shivered. Cut off his arm? Their patriarch had lost an arm. How was that even possible? "You're lying. You will see if I'm lying when he comes back. Ask that old dog and he will tell you everything. Then he will come and find me," said Lin Feng. "Don't forget to tell that old dog that Mr. Lin came here," said Lin Feng as he left. The whole territory of the Xiaoyao sect was completely destroyed. The members of the Xiaoyao sect were furious. That fire was too strong to put out. "Mr. Lin, who was that?" Many people came towards the territory of the Xiaoyao sect wondering what had happened there. Had someone set the Xiaoyao sect on fire? What had happened? Which strong cultivator was so furious that he had destroyed the entire Xiaoyao sect? Had the arm of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really been cut off? The fire slowly became weaker. The Xiaoyao sect had been wiped off the map and replaced with ashes. Everything they had, all their treasures, their homes, their parks, trees, flowers, everything had disappeared in the flames. Early in the morning, someone arrived. His arm was cut off and his sleeve was fluttering in the wind loosely, and he had a gloomy facial expression. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was now disabled. What a humiliation! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect came back. People in Xiaoyao City saw the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect flying above them. Many people were looking at his arm though. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect come back and one of his arms was missing, thought the crowd. What the Zune cultivator had said last night was true. He had really cut off the patriarch's arm. He realized that everybody was looking at him and more precisely at his arm. He was furious. His heart felt like it was going to explode. He moved even faster, at the speed of light, in the direction of the Xiaoyao sect. Finally, he arrived, but there was nothing to come home to. There was nothing left. The mountains were polished like eggshells. There wasn't a speck of grass left. The lakes and rivers were dry. The soil was black. There wasn't even a palace left. Many people were on the ground, injured or dead. The Xiaoyao sect didn't exist anymore. "Who?" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect extremely loudly. He felt like he was going to faint from anger. Most of those people were at the top of the Tianqi layer. Some were even Zun cultivators who had died or were injured in the fire. "Who did that?" asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Everybody lowered their head. They didn't look at the patriarch. "Speak!" shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. "Patriarch, that person hates you. It was a terrifying fire Zun cultivator," said a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. "How strong?" asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. "How strong?" That person looked petrified. He couldn't know how strong Lin Feng was. Nobody had fought him. "Very strong, we couldn't compete with him," said that person. "What you mean is that you just watched the sect getting destroyed and that nobody tried to protect it," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect angrily. He released energies which enveloped those people. He said that person was terrified. "Speak," said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He said he cut off your arm and insulted you. He called you an old dog," said that person reluctantly. But he had to talk because the patriarch was furious. Boom! He released a terrifying amount of qi and yelled, "Tell me, was he a young man? Or a man with a yellow face?" "He knows then," thought the crowd. If that person had cut off his arm, it meant that he was extremely strong and that their patriarch wouldn't blame them for not attacking. "Because of the fire, we couldn't see clearly. He told us to tell you that Mr. Lin did that. He also said that you should go and find him. Mr. Lin destroyed the Xiaoyao sect, old dog, cut off his arm." Those words exploding inside the patriarch's head. Lin Feng. Lin Feng had made his way to the sect and destroyed it. Lin Feng had set the sect on fire. A cultivator of the second Tianqi layer had scared Zun cultivators and cultivators at the top of the Tianqi layer. Everything was so ridiculous and tragic at the same time. Even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was speechless and burst into laughter. He laughed and laughed like madman. He had gone insane and the crowd didn't know how to react. Die! Boom boom! A terrifying qi emerged and the cultivator of the Tianqi layer suddenly exploded. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect ignored the others and left. Not far from the East Sea Empire, someone appeared in the sky. He was riding a cruel-looking beast and was flying in the direction of the East Sea Empire. The Xiaoyao sect had been destroyed and it was a great humiliation for the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He had probably gone insane from the humiliation. He hadn't been able to destroy Tianqi, so he decided to attack the ordinary citizens of the Tianqi Empire instead. Now, Lin Feng had taken his revenge. The East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, etc. they all wanted to capture Lin Feng and steal his treasures, then kill him. If Lin Feng had the opportunity, he would definitely set their territories ablaze. Xianxia had swallowed the void fire and turned into a Tian-level beast. His fire was extremely potent. Therefore, setting entire territories on fire wasn't difficult for him. His fire was so powerful that even the members of the Xiaoyao sect were scared to death and wouldn't attack. Only Zun cultivators could possess such a powerful fire. They all thought that Lin Feng was a powerful Zun cultivator. He had even managed to scare them with a few words and had let him burn the Xiaoyao sect as they watched. Many people heard about what happened in Tianqi and guessed that the one who set the Xiaoyao sect on fire was Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect felt extremely guilty. They had been scared of a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. Cultivators at the top of the Tianqi layer and some Zun cultivators had watched Lin Feng destroy their sect. "Little Lin Feng," said a voice at that moment. Lin Feng was surprised. Suddenly, snow appeared next to him. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng said, surprised to see the Snow Zun cultivator there. "Little Lin Feng," I heard about what you did to the Xiao sect. Are you going to the East Sea Dragon Palace now? Asked the Snow Zune cultivator. Was he omniscient? Indeed, said Lin Feng, nodding. He wanted to see if it was possible to set the East Sea Dragon Palace on fire as well. Come back with me to Tianqi, said the Snow Zune cultivator in a grave and solemn way. Teacher, those people had humiliated Tianqi and wanted to destroy them. Lin Feng couldn't let them off now. The Snow Zune cultivator looked firm. He shook his head and said, News spread quickly in Ganyu. Many people will know what you did to the Xiao sect, and when they learn about it, the East Sea Dragon Palace will be prepared to protect their territory. You were lucky it worked the first time, but you can't rely on luck too often. Come back with me to Tianqi. Tianqi needs to talk to you. Lin Feng didn't feel like it. The Snow Zune cultivator said, Don't worry, little Lin Feng. With your spell in Tianqi, we're only going to rise. Sooner or later, we'll be overlords in Ganyu. Xingong and the Xiao sect have almost completely disappeared, and the other powerful groups have lost a lot. Tianqi can only grow now. Okay, said Lin Feng, nodding. He knew that his teacher was worried about him. After all, he was quite weak. He had actually dared to set the Xiao sect on fire because he had secret tricks, but tricks could only get him so far. Let's go, said the Snow Zune cultivator, smiling. He turned around and started flying towards Tianqi. Lin Feng closely followed him. Many people in Tianqi and even the seniors admired Lin Feng. Even though all those things had happened because of him, Lin Feng contributed to making Tianqi grow. He was ready to do anything for Tianqi, it seemed. It was calm in the mountains. After what had happened, Tianxian had completely changed. People hadn't thought that the Snow Zune cultivator was as strong as Mr. Tianji. People respected Tianxian even more because that. There were also the Sword Zune cultivator and the Fire Zune cultivator. Even though they weren't as strong as the Snow Zune cultivator, they were surprisingly strong. And Lin Feng was their disciple. He received their teachings so Tianxian would rise to great heights. Lin Feng would probably become the leader of Tianqi in its entirety someday. Of course, maybe Lin Feng had his ambitions elsewhere. At that moment, Lin Feng and the Snow Zune cultivator arrived in Tianxian. Snowflakes were floating around like normal. Everybody was delighted to see them come back. Lin Feng has balls. He set the Xiao sect on fire. Awesome, said the Fire Zune cultivator, smiling. He had also thought of setting those places on fire many a times. Unfortunately, he had only thought about Lin Feng had actually done it. Lin Feng laughed and shrugged. Not only did he set the Xiao sect on fire, but he also wanted to do the same to the East Sea Dragon Palace, said the Snow Zune cultivator. The Fire Zune cultivator made a face. Lin Feng was going on a rampage. Hee, next time, could you tell me so that I join? Said Huang Fulong, giggling in a silly way and scratching his head. It must have been such a pleasure to set the Xiao sect on fire. Lin Feng tapped his friend's shoulder and said, smiling, Brother, you've broken through to the Tianqi layer. You rock. Bullshit, I can't even fight properly, said Huang Fulong. He hadn't been able to help during the war. Don't be impatient. The world is big. When we go to other regions and provinces, you'll have the opportunity to battle, said Yun Fei Yang, smiling. He wanted to go to Ba Huang too. He had survived great wars and now he wanted to become stronger. We have to sharpen our swords first. We are still too weak. In the Shuiyu region, Tian-level cultivators are considered strong, but not abroad, said Jun Moshi. You're all completely off your rockers, said Tang Yu with a resplendent smile on her face. What were those guys talking about? Lin Feng, you must be tired. You should rest. It's good for your cultivation. Jun Moshi and the others wanted to battle, but she was worried about Lin Feng. After all, he had done a lot and was probably tired. From Ganyu to Shuiyu and then from Shuiyu to Ganyu. Unfortunately, they couldn't help Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yu with a gentle smile and nodded. Indeed, little Lin Feng needs a good rest, said the Snow Zune cultivator. However, at that moment someone arrived. The crowd turned around and saw Mr. Tianji. Behind him was a strong wind. He was quickly followed by other people, the leaders of the other peaks. Xianxia was even there. However, he was at the end of the row and he looked indifferent as if he didn't know the others. First, they nodded at the Snow Zune cultivator and then they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He wasn't used to such treatment. Lin Feng, said Mr. Tianji. Everybody knows your name in Ganyu now. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Indeed, he had cast a protection spell in Tianqi and had set the entire Xiaoyao sect on fire. Everybody knew him or had heard of him. With your spell and the abstruse energy, you turned Tianqi into a holy cultivation place, and at the same time, you transformed it into a powerful fortress. You are a benefactor to Tianqi, said Mr. Tianji. Lin Feng was still standing there embarrassed. I am a member of Tianxian and have received treasures from Tianxian. I caused this trouble, so it was my duty to fix it. No need to praise me anymore, said Lin Feng indifferently. Mr. Tianji shook his head and said, You did great things. Thanks to you, we didn't lose much during the war and we became stronger than ever. From now on, nobody will ever offend Tianqi. Lin Feng, whatever skill, technique, or spell you need, tell us and we'll give it to you. Lin Feng remained silent and heard a voice in his head. Bullshit, without me, what would you have done? Yendi's proud voice made Lin Feng think that Yendi was, indeed, an incredible treasure. But he had hidden him from everyone, from the beginning to the end. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. In the future, when we travel together, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll give you or help you find any skill, technique, or spell you need. No need to take anything from them, said Yendi using telepathy. Lin Feng couldn't ask them anything, that would be shameless. I will remember what you said and will never forget it. I trust you all completely, said Lin Feng. Then, he said to Mr. Tianji, I have all I need for now. The Fire Zune cultivator sighed. Strong cultivators were offering to give him spells, techniques, and surprisingly, he refused. Mr. Tianji wasn't surprised. He smiled and nodded. Lin Feng had probably obtained great treasures in the mysterious world. He had also shown incredible powers, so he probably had all that he needed. All right, since you don't need anything, I'll gift you a treasure, said Mr. Tianji. In a flash, a sharp and dazzling sword appeared. It seemed like it possessed a soul. Its energy was strange, though. When he unsheathing it, 7 dazzling stars appeared, fused together and dashed to the skies. Lin Feng, you also use swords. It's Tianji's sword and it's for you, said Mr. Tianji while removing his godly awareness from the sword and erasing his connection with it. He then handed it over to Lin Feng. Brother! The other leaders were astonished. Mr. Tianji was giving the Tianji sword to Lin Feng. Brother, don't, said Tianxia. He then said, Brother, that is one of the most sacred treasures of Tianji Peak. The one who owns the sword is the leader of Tianqi. How can you gift it to a kid? There's nothing I can't do. I already gave him it now anyways. He's now a descendant of Tianji. Lin Feng, the owner of the sword, can rule over the Tianqi Empire. In 1,000 years, if you want to come back, use the sword. If you don't want to come back, give it to you Tianji, said Mr. Tianji slowly. Tianqi has become a holy cultivation place. I have no pressures as a leader anymore. Keeping the Tianji sword with me would be a waste. Lin Feng, I know that you have a demon sword, but it is too difficult to control right now. Before you manage to completely control the demon sword, you can use the Tianji sword. Of course, don't use it carelessly so as to not draw people's attention. People are greedy, so you shouldn't rely only on it, said Mr. Tianji to Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent and listened to Mr. Tianji. Was Mr. Tianji telling him to leave Tianqi? Take it. You don't belong here. You have to go to Ba Huang and apply to become an imperial cultivation disciple. You will receive treasures from the emperors and become unimaginably strong. It's your destiny, continued Mr. Tianji. Lin Feng looked at the Snow Zune cultivator. The Snow Zune cultivator nodded while smiling and said, Little Lin Feng, Mo Shi Yu, Fei Yang, and Huang Fulong, go and explore the world with him. Just don't forget that Tianqi will always be your home. If someday you want to come back, you're always welcome. Lin Feng remained silent and looked at the leaders. They all had resplendent smiles on their faces. Lin Feng, thanks to you, Tianqi will flourish. We don't need to worry about the next generations anymore. The Tianqi Empire is gigantic, so there will be many children who, someday, can replace us. Don't worry about Tianqi anymore. If the next generations are as strong as you, likewise, I'll make them go abroad as well," said the leader of Yao Guang with a big smile. "Indeed, Lin Feng, if you don't want to leave, your teachers will kick your ass. Haha, come back whenever you want." All the leaders were pushing Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He bowed lowly and put his right hand on his heart while saying, "It is an honor for me to be a disciple of Tianqi. Tianqi will always be my home." Lin Feng raised his hands and took the Tianqi sword with both hands. The old men looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. Only Tianxu was upset. Mr. Tianqi had given the Tianqi sword to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was close to the leaders of Tianqi, so Tianxu couldn't say anything. Nobody would listen to him now. Lin Feng. At that moment, Tianxu suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng was surprised and looked at him. "Yes, mister?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was smiling but Tianxu. Now he was smiling in a weird way. "Lin Feng, there are 7 snowy peaks in Tianqi and 6 of them have abstruse qi. Only Tianshu hasn't turned into a holy cultivation place. Now, you are an important person in Tianqi, you even have the Tianji sword. Can you please put abstruse energy in Tianshu Peak as well?" Tianshu was making great efforts to smile in the gentlest possible way. But Lin Feng could see that it was all an act. He just wanted abstruse energies for Tianshu. "I can't," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Why can't you? Even though I've been mean to you in the past, you have obtained the Tianji sword. We must forget what happened in the past. Let bygones be bygones," said Tianshu. His facial expression slightly changed. "Since I've been here, you've never been nice. You wanted to expel me from Tianqi, you wanted to steal my treasures. Now you want me to help you and give you something?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile. "Besides, when the enemies came, you suggested to hand me over and steal my treasures. You kept saying that it was for Tianqi. From now on, when you discover incredible geniuses, you can send them to the other peaks so that they can benefit from the holy cultivation areas. That way they won't be poisoned by your ways." "Arg!" Tianshu narrowed his eyes and glared at Lin Feng. "No need to talk that way. Just say you don't like me and that you don't want to help me." "Indeed. You're right," said Lin Feng, smiling in a cold way. "I am not as magnanimous as you, mister. You've always tried to put me in danger. You didn't care when people wanted to kill me. You wanted to expel me from the sect. Why would I want to help you become stronger? That would be ridiculous. If you give up your status as the leader of Tianshu and don't go to Tianshu to practice your cultivation, I will immediately cast the protection spell on Tianshu with the abstruse energy and turn it into a holy cultivation place as well." Tianshu's body turned rigid. He was speechless. Give up his status as the leader of Tianshu? Accept not practicing cultivation in Tianshu anymore? What did he mean? He hadn't obtained anything and his past was getting back to him. "You keep saying everything you do is for Tianqi and Tianshu, so what do you have to say now?" said Lin Feng provokingly. Tianshu's mouth was twitching. He was speechless though. "If you can't do it, then shut up. You have no moral values. Tianshu's people perfectly understand why they haven't obtained the same things as the 6 other peaks. Because of you, their leader. You are a bad leader. Please leave now as you are not welcome in Tianxian," Lin Feng declared coldly. Tianshu was furious and upset. Lin Feng was asking him to leave in front of everyone. "Alrighty, I'm sure we'll meet again," said Tianshu. He rolled up his sleeves and then left. The other leaders shook their heads. In the vast world of cultivation, some people had no principles. Tianshu had proposed to kill Lin Feng a few times. He had always disliked Lin Feng from the beginning. Now he wanted Lin Feng to help him. How could that be possible? It was all Tianshu's fault. And because of him, Tianshu had a disadvantage. "All right, Go and practice cultivation under your teacher's supervision. If you have any question, feel free to ask them. In a month, you're leaving for Bahuang, said Mr. Tianji to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng nodded. They would soon be leaving Ganyu and heading for Bahuang. Mr. Tianji and the others left. Lin Feng, Tang Yu and the others chose a calm place in the mountain, where the abstruse qi was rich and dense to practice cultivation. The Snow Zune cultivator, the Sword Zune cultivator and the Fire Zune cultivator were there to assist them. They could ask their teachers any questions. Jun Mo she had recently broken through to the Tianqi layer. Practicing cultivation was extremely important for them now. They were tired and they needed to practice to recover, but their teachers were very patient. On the path of cultivation, apart from having exceptional understanding abilities, a teacher was incredibly beneficial. Sometimes, alone, it was easy to get confused and to miss some key elements. With a teacher, cultivators could practice cultivation much faster. Jun Mo she had an immortal spirit and a very strong soul. Now, he had broken through to the Tianqi layer and possessed a godly awareness. He needed to understand how to use his godly awareness, to learn godly awareness skills and techniques. That was the only way to make his godly awareness become very strong and useful. Yunfei Yang was adept at using the force of the earth and sky, which was one of the Snow Zune cultivator's areas of expertise. The Snow Zune cultivator could help him control these force even better. Half a month passed. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in a cave and his eyes were closed. His eyebrows twitched. In his brain, his soul strength was boiling. He had been practicing his broken soul technique. Then he made a palace appear. Godly awareness techniques were even more enigmatic than attacks. There were many ways to use godly awareness. With an ordinary godly awareness technique, it was possible to attack someone's godly awareness directly. The one who was attacked this way usually suffered little, even if the defender's godly awareness was extremely powerful. With a higher level, a cultivator could use his godly awareness to create a sword, a very sharp. Cultivators could use these skills to attack while remaining invisible. Another possibility was to condense an ancient bell, like Lin Feng used to do, with which he could protect his soul. Later on, Yan Di taught Lin Feng a very powerful godly awareness palace technique. Lin Feng learnt how to make a godly awareness palace. A palace was much heavier and more powerful than a bell. At that moment, with his current strength, Lin Feng could only make a rudimentary palace. He couldn't make the palace appear, but one could see how powerful it was already. Last time Lin Feng used it, he managed to imprison other people's godly awareness in the palace and then he made the evil spirit kill his opponent's soul. That was one way to use the palace. According to Xianxia, the bigger the palace, the more ways of using it there were. Even without using it for special purposes, it could be used to simply kill opponents by crushing them. Lin Feng made great efforts and wrote things in the palace. He was trying to make his godly awareness palace look clearer and bigger. Xianxia had given him a very powerful and complicated technique. Lin Feng needed to study it a lot to use it. A hole appeared between Lin Feng's eyes. He released some soul strength as dazzling lights illuminated the palace. Bzzz. A buzzing sound spread in the air. Beams of light emerged from the hole between Lin Feng's eyes and turned into a jade palace. It was green like jade and looked pure. Lin Feng had only managed to make a small palace. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He could sense the godly awareness strength in the green lights. Xianxia had his eyes closed and was lying next to Lin Feng before. But as Lin Feng summoned his palace, he suddenly opened his eyes and inspected it. He was surprised. Lin Feng's soul was abnormally strong for a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. He had made a lot of progress. The Sky Palace? What's the date tonight? Xianxia seemed like he had thought about something. Lin Feng called back his green palace. Then he turned to Xianxia. What? Xianxia saw that Lin Feng had a strange facial expression. He was wondering why he looked so confused. Sky Palace, what's the date today? Where have you heard that before? Asked Lin Feng. Why are you asking that way? Xianxia was no curious. Tomorrow, a few hours, drunk and asking the blue sky, Sky Palace. What is the date tonight? Whispered Lin Feng. Xianxia was in disbelief. He stood up and asked Lin Feng, "How do you know that?" "I asked you first. Tell me." "It's a song from my hometown, so of course I know it," replied Lin Feng. "Your hometown? Impossible. You're from Shuiyu. It's just impossible," said Xianxia, shaking his head. He didn't believe Lin Feng. "I'm from Shuiyu. Come on. Tell me how you know it." Lin Feng insisted. "It's just a coincidence," said Yendi. He stood up and slowly walked out. It was the evening outside. Yendi raised his head and looked at the sky. He remembered a long time before, all those strong cultivators, fighting to reach the clouds. Xianxia turned into a human being with red clothes. Lin Feng looked at him. He looked perturbed, which made Lin Feng feel confused as well. Had he sung the Sky Palace song only because he felt nostalgic? Yendi used to be a great emperor, so he had lots of memories. He slowly walked towards Yendi and looked at the moon. "What's the date tonight?" Yendi, an incredible genius, must have said that song back then. "Maybe an emperor, maybe a great emperor, right?" whispered Lin Feng, looking at the moon. Yendi shivered but remained silent. "Sometimes, there are enemies whom you respect and admire, even if they ruin your entire life," said Yendi in a mysterious way. Lin Feng seemed to understand something. It sounded like the one who had ruined Yendi's life was a very strong cultivator whom he admired. They remained silent for a long time. Xianxia turned into a beast again and looked at Lin Feng. "I gave you the Godly Awareness Palace technique. Go and practice it some more. If someday, you can understand the true meaning of Sky Palace, what is the date tonight? You will look at the whole world with an entirely new perspective." The true meaning. Was that sentence part of an incredible technique? Lin Feng remained silent for a while and went back into the cave. He continued practicing cultivation for a while longer. When practicing, time passed so fast. A month didn't seem that long. At the top of Tianxian, there was a group of young people, Lin Feng and the others. Mr. Tianji, the Snow Zune cultivator, and the others were there as well. The most amazing disciples of Tianqi were going to leave together. The old men were happy to see them leave. The next time they saw each other again, those young people would probably be extraordinarily strong. Ba Huang is extremely far. Be careful on the way. There are many strong cultivators abroad, said the Snow Zune cultivator. He looked at Tang Yu and said, Yu, little Lin Feng is impulsive. Try to control him when he gets angry." "Understood, teacher," said Tang Yu, nodding. His teacher understood him very well. If his friends or family members were humiliated, he would attack. But abroad, there were really strong cultivators, especially in Ba Huang province. So he needed to control himself. "And what about them? Are you not bringing them?" asked the Snow Zune cultivator, pointing at the 7 snow eagles. He had given the 7 snow eagles to Lin Feng to protect him. Lin Feng didn't want to bring them with him though. "Nah, I don't want them to be tired. The journey will be an exhausting one," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng had enough skills, techniques, plus the animal tower. He didn't need the snow eagles. He didn't want them to be far from home either. "All right, it's your decision," said the Zune cultivator, who respected Lin Feng's choice. The Snow Zune cultivator wanted the snow eagles to follow Lin Feng because they might gain something as well, but if Lin Feng didn't want it, then there was nothing he could do. "All right, go," said the Snow Zune cultivator. He didn't feel like saying goodbye to Lin Feng. He was lucky to have such an astounding disciple. That sort of thing, relationship, was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He would probably never see such an incredible disciple again. "All right," nodded Lin Feng. He turned around and left. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. Jun Moshi and the others looked at Lin Feng from behind and sighed. They bowed to everybody and left. They didn't feel like leaving either. They had good memories in Tianqi. Lin Feng was flying on his great rock. He also had Xianxia with him. It seemed like Xianxia was excited to move on. His eyes were twinkling. "Finally, we're going to start a new life in Ba Huang. I will help you become famous in Ba Huang and beyond," whispered Xianxia. A small snowy white animal appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He sat down cross-legged and took her in his arms. She kept licking his face. "Mengqing, I feel so sorry for you. I wish I didn't have to keep you in the animal tower. I need to find you a better home, said Lin Feng in a gentle way while smiling. And once we are in Ba Huang, I will definitely find a way to turn you into a human being again. You will always stay with me then. Meng Qing smiled in a gentle way as if to tell Lin Feng that he was silly. She put her small paw on Lin Feng's cheek and it was adorable. Can I hug her too? Said Tang Yuyu in a gentle voice. She found Meng Qing too cute, so she wanted to hug her. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yuyu. Meng Qing jumped away from Lin Feng and jumped in Tang Yuyu's arms. A huge smile appeared on Tang Yuyu's face. Lin Feng always says his wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. I can't wait to see your human form. You must be extremely beautiful, said Tang Yuyu. Meng Qing was already extremely cute as an animal, so as a human, she probably looked incredible. Meng Qing turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. Then, she jumped in his arms again. You will love her when you see her as a human being, said Lin Feng smiling at Tang Yuyu. Xianxia liked Meng Qing too. I believe you, said Tang Yuyu nodding. She couldn't wait to meet Meng Qing in her human form. Together they crossed many countries. Soon they would be leaving Ganyu. The scenery was amazing in front of them as they arrived in a broad and vast place. Lin Feng. At that moment Junemo she called Lin Feng. He acted like he had seen something. What? Lin Feng frowned and gazed into the distance. There were some people who seemed to be waiting for them. Bzzz. Lin Feng's great rock stopped, but they weren't far off. They could clearly see those people. That person had lost one arm and looked incredibly aggressive. Surprisingly, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had been waiting for them all this time. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was there, coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng looked at him. He was surprised at first, and then he looked calm again and said, Tian Shuzi? The only people who knew Lin Feng and his friends were leaving Ganyu were the leaders of Tianqi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was waiting for him there, so the first person Lin Feng thought of was Tian Shuzi. This time, let's see how you will escape, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect with an evil smile. Last time, Lin Feng had used the talisman with abstruse energies, but Lin Feng couldn't leave behind his friends. Let's go, said Lin Feng. He took a talisman and started moving with incredible speed. Try, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, throwing himself at Lin Feng and ignoring the others. He could capture the others at any time. Come back. Lin Feng was quick to react. A terrifying energy crashed onto Lin Feng and made him lose balance. Someone was attacking him. Lin Feng stopped moving. His mouth was bleeding. It's you, said Lin Feng. The attacker was Tian Shuzi. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was already behind him as well. It was an ambush. That's for Tianqi, right? Said Lin Feng to Tian Shuzi. Tian Shuzi smiled coldly. He despised Lin Feng. Tianqi is not my home anymore. Those old people helped you even though you asked me to leave Tianqi. You made Tianqi become a bad place. But I bet you hadn't thought that I would get my revenge so soon. You regret what you've done to everyone, right? Said Tian Shuzi. Tian Shuzi, you're the one who should be remorseful, said someone in the sky. Some people appeared from up above. The Snow Zune cultivator, Mr. Tianji, the leader of Yaoguang and the leader of Tianquan. Tian Shuzi turned deathly pale when he saw them. How come they were there? Attack! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. Freeze! Abstruse ice energy appeared and crashed onto the patriarch's body. He suddenly couldn't move properly anymore. Morning star destruction. An incredible number of stars appeared and condensed. They then turned into a terrifying sword. Arg! The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect released his godly awareness to attack Lin Feng. However, Mr. Tianji stretched out his hand and stars appeared around Lin Feng to protect him. Boom, boom, boom. A mountain-like godly awareness fell down from the sky, diffusing dazzling golden lights. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was furious. He already knew that he had lost. Who would have thought the old men would come? He didn't even attack, he immediately tried to escape. The Snow Zune cultivator and the others didn't chase him though. If he wanted to escape with his Xiao Yao agility technique, it would be difficult for them to catch up with him. Instead, they surrounded Tian Shuzi and they looked furious. "We are very disappointed, Tian Shuzi," said Mr. Tianji. He would have never thought that Tian Shuzi hated Lin Feng so much, to the extent that he would betray Tianqi and help the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect kill Lin Feng. Tian Shuzi pulled a long face and looked back at them. "You're all so cruel. I waited until we were very far away to try and kill Lin Feng, but you surprisingly followed me all this way. You prefer Lin Feng, someone who's been a member of Tianqi for only a short time, to me who's been a leader for a long time now. You still don't understand," said Mr. Tianji sighing. "Tian Shuzi, it's been a long time since you've given up your faith. You've become very selfish." "Bullshit. Our world is cruel, who isn't selfish? If you stronger, you wouldn't be the leader of Tianqi," said Tian Shuzi. "Brother, just be straightforward. What do you intend to do with me, the leader of Tianshu? Those who betray Tianqi get killed. That's all we can do," said the Snow Zune cultivator. That was one of Tianqi's most important rules. Those who betrayed Tianqi were killed. That rule had existed since the creation of the empire. Tian Shuzi glanced at him coldly and then at Mr. Tianji, waiting for his final decision. Mr. Tianji remained silent and finally, his lips moved. He finally talked. "Indeed, those who betray Tianqi are killed. There's nothing else to debate." Tian Shuzi had lost all hope. His face turned deathly pale, his lips were twitching. He pointed at Lin Feng and said, "For a disciple of Tianxian, you want to kill me, the leader of Tianshu? How cruel! You still don't understand. It doesn't have anything to do with Lin Feng. You, Tian Shuzi, betrayed Tianqi," said Mr. Tianji sighing. "He wasn't very willing to kill a leader of Tianqi. Ha ha ha. Bullshit. If you want to kill me, there's no need to talk so much shit," said Tian Shuzi, who burst into laughter like a madman. He was going insane under the pressure. "Die!" Tian Shuzi suddenly threw himself at Lin Feng. He knew he was going to die. He couldn't escape from the Snow Zune cultivator, Mr. Tianji, and the two others. "Dull and stupid," said the Snow Zune cultivator as he released his dazzling mountain-like golden godly awareness. "Piss off!" shouted Tian Shuzi furiously. The mountain-like godly awareness crashed onto his body, making him cough up blood. "Freeze!" said the Snow Zune cultivator, released ice abstruse energy, freezing Tian Shuzi instantly. Kacha! In a flash, the ice started breaking as Tian Shuzi tried to resist. "I'll come help," sighed Mr. Tianji, condensing sword energies which cut through the statue. Tian Shuzi was terrified. Slash! Slash! Still stuck in the ice cube, Tian Shuzi's body was cut in half. Slowly, he stopped breathing and died. Bzzz. The stars around Lin Feng disappeared slowly and Lin Feng hastily said, "Teachers Yu, Emoshi? Don't worry, look," said the Snow Zune cultivator, pointing at a group of people behind him. The two other Zune cultivators had protected Tang Yu and the others. The Snow Zune cultivator and the other teachers were incredible. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, feeling confused, "Teacher, are you always secretly protecting me? Mr. Tianji and I had a bad feeling when you left. After you left, we observed Tian Shuzi carefully and saw him leave Tianqi in your direction. We knew something could happen, so we followed him." Lin Feng nodded and looked at all his teachers, saying, "Thank you for helping me again. Lin Feng, that's all we could do. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect escaped. He will probably continue chasing you. You have to be very careful," said Mr. Tianji. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was furious. He had lost an arm and his sect. Now he is insane. "I understand. We have to be careful on the road," nodded Lin Feng. "Indeed," said the old man while nodding before adding, "All right, go. We're going to head back." Lin Feng bowed and jumped back onto his great rock. He would be careful from then on. Ba Huang and Jiuyu surrounded the holy city. Those places were already at the heart of the continent of the Nine Clouds. There were many strong cultivators there who could kill millions of people in a flash, creating rivers of blood. Those who were weak were bullied and humiliated there. They could only hope to become strong someday. Ba Huang was a province surrounded by a desolate sea which, in the antiquity, was a battlefield. The death qi in that sea was so intense that it could kill people slowly. The scariest part was that people had to cross it to get into Ba Huang. The energies in that sea didn't affect Zun cultivators though. They could wrap themselves up in abstruse energies and protect themselves. However, cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't cross that sea unless they had precious items. The sea had existed for a very long time and people could get lost in that sea forever. Some people had found tricks to navigate it though. Some had used precious treasures and created palaces which could move, thus helping those who couldn't cross the sea on their own. At that moment, there was a lot of abstruse energies above the sea and they were moving very quickly. Of course, one had to pay to cross the sea using those methods. Abstruse crystals weren't cheap. Some people offered services to cross the sea and made a living out of those services. Only rich people or strong cultivators had access to abstruse crystals. There were many people who wanted to enter Ba Huang through the northern entrance at that time. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were recruiting imperial cultivation disciples, so people were flocking to their region. A great rock appeared with a few people on its back at the northern entrance as well. A great rock, girls and boys of the first and second Tianqi layers, nobody even looked at them. Tian-level beasts and cultivators who were at the bottom of the Tianqi layer were incredibly normal. Many geniuses were coming because of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's announcement. The great rock landed. Lin Feng and the others had bright and piercing expressions in their eyes. They glanced at the crowd and looked excited. Almost everyone has broken through to the Tianqi layer. There are very few Shen-level cultivators. We're in the real world of cultivation, whispered Huang Fulong, who looked even more excited than the others. Shoo, said Lin Feng, glancing at Huang Fulong. Even though people were excited to see strong cultivators, many also felt oppressed and nervous. If other people saw cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers, they might kill them out of disdain. Hee, I understand. I won't talk loudly, said Huang Fulong while giggling in a silly way. Some people sometimes passed next to them and glanced at them with disdain. Where did they come from? They had never traveled here before. Let's go and see the Huangxi, said Lin Feng. The great rock rose up in the air again. They had only stopped for a few days during their trip from Ganyu to the Huangxi, but they still needed 2 months to arrive. A Tian-level great rock was extremely fast, so it is easy to imagine how far Ganyu was from Ba Huang. After a few minutes, the sea appeared in front Lin Feng and his friends. That's the Huangxi. We have to cross it to get to Ba Huang, whispered Lin Feng. How terrifying. They were 5 kilometers away from the sea, but could already sense its desolate qi. Besides the qi, there were also terrifying dead souls in the Huangxi. They were just waiting to could kill cultivators who crossed the sea. There were also powerful dead spirits. Even Zun cultivators would die if they happened to cross them. Therefore, there were very few people who crossed relying on their own strength. Many people just crossed using boats or other services. Look over there, said Yun Fei Yang. There was a dazzling light in the sky above the sea. The Huangxi is a strange place. It was a battlefield in the antiquity. So no matter who, people have to be at least 1,000 meters above the sea to avoid getting killed. A sword Zun cultivator. Those who dare cross the sea on their own are rare, and yet, he's one of them. Many people were surprised. Slash. The silhouette streaked across the sky. The sword qi cut through the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and watched the cultivator. What a terrifying sword cultivator, thought Lin Feng. There was even a sonic boom. Those who can cross the sea on their own are terrifying. Indeed, someday, I'll be the same. I'll hold my axe in one hand and cross the sea. That day will come soon, I'm sure, said Huang Fulong. His blood was boiling. He was impatient to become a strong cultivator. He was so happy to be traveling with his friends. You will, said Lin Feng, nodding. He was determined as well. Such a day would come for them all. Nobody would be able to defy them anymore. You have no ambition, said Xianxia suddenly. The others were surprised. Huang Fulong looked at Xianxia and said, "Are you bragging again?" "Do I need to brag?" said Xianxia furiously. "All right, I'm used to it anyway," said Huang Fulong shrugging. PFFF. Xianxia spat out some flames. They had argued a lot on the way to Ba Huang. "All right, let's go and find a boatman to cross the sea," said Lin Feng. Xianxia and Huang Fulong continued arguing with each other. Finding a boatman wasn't difficult. There were many. There was a group of boatmen called Mingyu sailors. They had many different means of transportation and accidents were quite rare with them. Of course, their tariffs were high. Lin Feng and his friends arrived at the Mingyu sailors. They had a huge palace with many boats and plenty of abstruse crystals. Many people were queuing. "So many people," thought Lin Feng surprised. There were queues at every counter, sometimes big queues, sometimes small queues. Red copper warships, 10 abstruse crystals, 1,000 people capacity, departure in half a month. Purple and gold warship, 15 abstruse crystals, 800 people capacity, departure in 7 days. Purple jade warship, 20 abstruse crystals, 600 people capacity, departure in 2 days, shouted the vendors. The higher the price, the better the boats were and the sooner people could leave. Red copper warships were of the lowest quality and a ticket only cost 10 abstruse crystals. As it could take up to 1,000 people, that was 10,000 crystals for the entire company. It was expensive to cross the Huangxi, but still, many people didn't mind paying the price. Only those who were extremely strong could cross the sea on their own, after all. "Look, that's the best boat there. For that one, we would need to pay 100 abstruse crystals," said Huang Fulong, paying 100 abstruse crystals to get on a boat. What a rip-off. In Ganyu, Zun cultivators didn't even have that much, and usually Tian-level cultivators didn't even have any. "That's the boat protected by Mingyu sailors, Zun cultivators, 99% safe," said the vendor without saying the price. He insisted on safety. "Only 100 people could be on that boat though." "Who will take that boat?" said Junimo, she shaking his head. "Probably only the richest cultivators. Ordinary people certainly couldn't afford it. It is expensive, but safety is important. I heard there are many accidents. Some other companies sell tickets for 2 abstruse crystals, but they don't use many crystals to cross the sea. People who only have a few abstruse crystals usually don't want to take those boats, unless they have absolutely no choice," said Tang Yuyu. The cultivation world was cruel. Rich people had more opportunities than others. Poor people had to take risks. "Let's take the purple jade warship. It's 100 abstruse crystals for 5 people and we can leave in just 2 days. It's much faster than the red copper warship," said Lin Feng. He was sad though, he had already used most of his abstruse crystals. He would need to go back into the Jade Emperor's palace again to mine some more. If he didn't have the palace, he would have never had so many abstruse crystals. Many people heard Lin Feng and were astonished. 100 abstruse crystals? They were very young and had only broken through to the first and second Tianqi layers. How come they had so many crystals? Which group of influence did they belong to? People glanced at them, inspected their age and cultivation levels and let them pass. Even though it was astonishing, they were already not bad, enough to draw people's attention at least. "All right, it's good. We'll go back to the sect and the elders will give us more abstruse crystals." "We don't lack abstruse crystals there," said Tang Yuyu, which made Lin Feng laugh. He understood why she was saying that. They had to be careful. If people heard they had so many abstruse crystals, they could be attacked. When Tang Yuyu said that, many people lost interest and looked elsewhere. Disciples from rich sects had good items with them. Fighting them wouldn't be that easy. Lin Feng walked to the counter where he could buy purple jade boat tickets. After waiting for a few minutes, he obtained 5 tickets. "In 2 days at noon, wait here. Some people will guide you to the boat," said the vendor, who was an old man. Lin Feng nodded and then they left. They left Mingyu sailors and were in a good mood. In 2 days, they would leave and set sail to Ba Huang. "Some people are fighting over there." Some people were talking. In the distance, dazzling lights were flashing. There was a powerful qi and Lin Feng saw a man with only one arm. Someone had offended him, so he was trying to kill that person. "Bastard," thought Lin Feng. He immediately turned around and went in the other direction. They were all astonished and followed Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had followed them so far. He's insane, thought Lin Feng and the others. They were such in a good mood a few minutes before, and now he had ruined everything. He had chased them from Ganyu to the Huang Sea. He wanted to cross the sea and get to Ba Huang to find them. They quickly left. Someone had made fun of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect because he had lost an arm and the patriarch killed them. After that, he frowned as if he had sensed something. They have to cross from here if they want to get to Ba Huang. If I don't see them here within half a month, it means they'll have gone to Ba Huang via another route. Then I'll have to go myself, thought the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect had arrived well before Lin Feng. He had been waiting there the whole time because he knew that Lin Feng had many abstruse crystals. Specifically, that's why he was waiting outside of Mingyu Sailors the whole time. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends and steal Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng and his friends found a hotel restaurant. Lin Feng looked terribly annoyed, as if he had realized something grave. That old dog is waiting outside of Mingyu Sailors. If he stays there for 2 more days, he'll see us, said Lin Feng, annoyed. He hadn't thought they would already encounter problems. Everybody nodded. They thought the same as Lin Feng. If the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw them 2 days later, it would be a problem. Can't we get on the boat immediately when we arrive? Asked Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng remained silent and said, We can try. If it doesn't work, we'll have to give up. Never mind if we waste our abstruse crystals, we can't take risks like that. That's the only way, said everybody. They didn't have any other solution. Losing 100 abstruse crystals would be a pity, but their safety was more important. 2 days passed quickly, and just like Lin Feng had predicted, in the distance, someone was fixedly staring at the crowd and looking for something. That was the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, of course. He was looking for Lin Feng. Sooner or later, he would find them. Lin Feng inspected the place and saw a boat. It looked like a very ancient boat, and it was surrounded by a purple jade color. Lin Feng and his friends weren't far away from the sea and could sense the sea's incredible qi. If they fell into that sea, they'd die. At that moment, they had all changed their faces. Lin Feng had given all his friends a mask, just in case. The best case would be not to see the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but if he was there, at least he would not recognize them. Many people were waiting and looked excited. Ba Huang would be completely different. Many people had never had the opportunity to cross the sea in their life. Some people invested all they had just to cross. That was a huge risk. After all, they didn't know what kind of life was waiting for them there. Look, the boat is there, said someone, pointing at a group of people with purple jade badges. They were the ones who stamped people's tickets. People could get onto the boat only if their ticket was stamped. So many young people. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's announcement attracted many people from everywhere in the world. Many people were looking around. There were many strong disciples, but to receive the teachings of an emperor, they were ready to take all the risks. Crossing the Huang Sea was just the start. Many disciples from big sects could only rely on themselves this time. Nobody was helping them. The boat emitted rumbling sounds as a long red bridge appeared. It was made of abstruse energy. You can check in now, said one of the employees. The crowd walked towards the bridge to get their tickets stamped and board. Let's go, said Lin Feng and flew over quickly. Mister, we were late because of a problem and couldn't go to Mingyu Sailors. We came here directly. Can you let us go on the boat? No, you'll have to wait until next time, said that person coldly. Lin Feng was surprised. Mister, we all changed our tickets. Can you make an exception, please? The rules are strict. You missed your chance, said that person, and then said to the crowd, 7 people missed their chance? Who wants to replace them? 20 abstruse crystals. How cruel, thought Lin Feng. They had to get more abstruse crystals too. I want 5 tickets, said Lin Feng, grinding his teeth. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect wasn't far, so they had to leave. I want all 7 tickets, said someone in the distance. The crowd turned around and were surprised. There were women and men, and their leader was a woman with a long blue robe. She looked unrestrained and was very beautiful. Which sect are they from? Thought the crowd. That girl was so beautiful, and her clothes too. She was with very strong cultivators. She was probably an aristocrat. Miss Yang. The one in charge of the tickets recognized the girl. He looked at her with admiration and respect. The crowd was surprised. Even the strong cultivators of Mingyu sailors looked at her with respect. She probably had a very high social status. I want all 7 tickets, said the girl. But there were 9 people. Miss Yang, you should wait for a few days, suggested the one in charge of the tickets. No, I'm in a rush, said the girl, shaking her head. The employee smiled and said, all right then, that's no problem. Please board. No need to pay. No need to pay. Mister, I need 5 tickets though, said Lin Feng hastily. Even if he needed to pay, he had to leave as soon as possible. That person coldly looked at Lin Feng, almost mockingly. The girl was already on the bridge going towards the boat. She turned around and looked at Lin Feng and the others. Then, she said to the employee, the boat can hold 600 people, but it doesn't matter if we have a few more. Let them come on board. The employee was surprised but nodded and said, since Miss Yang gave you that opportunity, please board. Then, he added, you're lucky today. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded and boarded with his friends. The captain of the board, who was at the very front, said, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for departure. The bridge disappeared and an incredible cloud of abstruse energies enveloped the boat. The qi from the sea relentlessly attacked the protection of the boat. Wait, wait! Shouted someone in the distance. That person was moving with incredible speed. The crowd looked at that person. Was that person late? One arm but a terrifying qi. A Zun cultivator. Mister, just leave, please, said Lin Feng. It was the patriarch of the Xiao sect. What? The captain looked at Lin Feng. He saw that Lin Feng and his friends had different faces. They were escaping from something. Lin Feng, shouted the patriarch of the Xiao sect. He was staring at him. Lin Feng, don't think I can't recognize you if you change your face. I can even recognize your eyes now. Mister, please let's go, said Lin Feng. The patriarch of the Xiao sect was getting near. That person looked at Lin Feng indifferently but didn't start the boat. The patriarch of the Xiao sect was moving with incredible speed. Start the boat, said the beautiful woman. The captain nodded and started the boat. Abstruse energies appeared again and enveloped the boat. Stop! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao sect, attacking the boat. The captain frowned but didn't stop. Boom! The boat turned into a beam of light and crossed the water with unimaginable speed. Direction Ba Huang. Very quickly, the boat sailed away while creating huge waves. The patriarch of the Xiao sect released abstruse qi and used the Xiao agility technique to chase the boat. However, the boat was still faster. After a short while, the patriarch of the Xiao sect stopped and watched the boat get farther and farther away. He was furious. Lin Feng had escaped again. Die! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao sect, furiously releasing an incredible amount of qi. The people in the distance were surprised. How strong! Who had offended a cultivator who could walk on the Huang Sea alone? Luckily, the boat was well protected and much faster. The patriarch of the Xiao sect rolled up his sleeves and went back to the shore. Even if he was strong, he couldn't rely on his strength to cross the sea. It was too dangerous. Many people had died trying. Lin Feng was relieved to see that the patriarch of the Xiao sect couldn't follow the boat. Thank you, said Lin Feng to Miss Yang. If she hadn't asked the captain to leave, he would have waited. That would have been dangerous. It's nothing really, said the girl indifferently. She then said to Lin Feng, he said you changed your face? Why can't I see it? Lin Feng and his friends took off their masks and they looked even younger. What amazing masks! They were extraordinary. What incredible masks! Whispered the girl. Surprisingly, she couldn't even see those were masks. Indeed, said Lin Feng, smiling. Those masks were indeed incredible. Even strong Zun cultivators couldn't see through it. Lin Feng didn't know how Mr. Xiao had fabricated them. Those masks were probably priceless. The girl didn't say anything. She walked towards the main hall of the boat. Inside the boat, there was a main hall and cultivation rooms. Even on the boat, cultivation couldn't be neglected. For 20 crystals, there had to be some commodities. Lin Feng and his friends were at the front looking at the abstruse qi which enveloped the boat. It was dark and there was a strong wind. It made their hearts beat faster. There was a windstorm on the Huangxi. A layer of abstruse energy had broke from that wind. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. Many people who took the boat for the first time went to the front to look at the dark clouds. How strong are those who can cross the sea on their own and feel nothing? Thought many of the passengers. If someday they could cross the sea on their own, how wonderful would that be? There's nothing to see, go and rest, said someone. It was the captain of the boat. He was always at the front, after all, he was driving it. Red copper, purple golden or purple jade warships and Mingyu boats were all extremely solid. They had been created by extremely strong cultivators. The boats were powerful, the captains were also very strong cultivators. There's no need to mention that the protection layers made of abstruse qi were also very solid. The captain looked like ordinary cultivator, but in reality he was monstrously strong. Lin Feng had lots of admiration for the captain. Some people went to the main hall to rest, others went to cultivation rooms. But Lin Feng didn't move. He kept staring at the clouds. How powerful. It made him daydream about intent and cultivation. He remembered that in Shuiyu, cultivators of the Xianxia layer were already considered strong. In Ganyu or even at the Huangxi, the Xianxia layer was considered as a very, very low level. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger. He was never satisfied with his current level. What are you thinking about? Asked the captain to Lin Feng when he saw that his friends and him weren't leaving. He was curious about Lin Feng. Cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layer, chased by a very strong Zun cultivator. Besides, Lin Feng didn't look at the captain with fear like most people. He just looked normal. But for cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers to be so calm and indifferent, were they from aristocratic families? They were probably used to seeing Zun cultivators. He didn't know that Lin Feng had gone through so much. He also didn't understand how Lin Feng felt. Lin Feng had fought against Zun cultivators, he had also received teachings from Zun cultivators, and he had met incredible Zun cultivators. So of course, Lin Feng remained calm when facing Zun cultivators nowadays. I am just wondering what it would be like if there wasn't that layer of protection, whispered Lin Feng. Shut your crow's beak and don't make inauspicious remarks, said that person furiously. He looked terribly scared. Surprisingly, cultivators of the first and second Tianqi layers dare say such things. Do you know that even the strongest of Zun cultivators can die in that sea? Please don't be angry. I didn't think before talking, said Lin Feng smiling. A Zun cultivator criticizing him because he was just a Tian-level cultivator was normal. Lin Feng was already used to that. Humph! That person groaned coldly and didn't say anything anymore. Time seemed to pass slowly on the boat. The crowd couldn't see the sky or anything. They were just surrounded by dark clouds. It seemed like a thunderstorm could start up at any time. The sky was becoming darker and darker, almost apocalyptic. The wind was emitting whistling sounds. But the protection layers were still protecting the boat through it all. The captain of the boat wasn't happy to see that storm. Damn storm. He glanced at Lin Feng coldly and said, I hope you didn't bring bad luck to us otherwise. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said, Everybody go to the main hall and don't come out. No matter what, don't come out. You go too, said the captain to Lin Feng and his friends. Many people looked terrified when they heard the captain. It was a storm. Many people started talking while walking back to the main hall. They were terrified. It was a well-known fact that storms on the Huangxi were very dangerous. It was also Mingyu sailors' biggest fear. Storms on the Huangxi were the most frequent cause of accidents. People could only pray that everything would be all right. Lin Feng and his friends realized what was going on because everybody on the boat was whispering. They were all scared because of the captain's reaction. Arg! At that moment, someone shouted furiously, The black clouds were attacking the boat and making it shake violently. How scary. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sex attacks aren't that scary, thought Lin Feng. They were crossing a windstorm and loud sounds were piercing their ears. It's a dead spirit. Lin Feng saw a pair of terrifying eyes. According to the legends, the Huangxi was a battlefield in the past and many people had died there. Go in, shouted the captain of the boat to Lin Feng and the others. The boat was rocking now. Look, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He then added, go to the main hall. I'm coming in 5 minutes. I want to look too, said Huang Fulong, whose eyes were twinkling. He was getting excited because of the storm. Eh? A strong cultivator next to them frowned. Those people wanted to watch the storm? As you wish, said that person, releasing abstruse chi. Boom! A terrifying abstruse energy crashed onto the protection layer. That person groaned and his chi moved back to him. What a disaster, said that person. The storm was terrifying. The sky was getting darker and darker. The boat couldn't go back now that they were in the middle of the storm. It seemed like many dead souls were wailing all around them. Woo! The sky turned pitch black. Lin Feng only saw a huge mouth attempting to swallow the boat. Boom, boom, boom! The boat shook violently. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the abstruse energy had started to crack. Lin Feng and his friends were almost knocked off their feet. Many people were terrified. Was the boat going to sink? Are we going to die? Thought Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that sailing on the Huangxi could be so scary. If the storm broke the boat, they would probably die. The atmosphere was pitch black and they couldn't see anything anymore. Lin Feng, said someone. It was Tang Yu. Yes, replied Lin Feng. More rumbling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng was propelled elsewhere. Are we going to die? Asked Tang Yu. Lin Feng remained silent. Were they? He didn't know either. Don't worry, the abstruse energy is solid enough, said Jun Emoshi. Right? We're going to Ba Huang so we can't die here. Lin Feng shouted. Fei Yang, Huang Fulong, talk to us. I'm good, said Yun Fei Yang. Damn weather, we can't see anything, said Huang Fulong. That guy was funny. The storm continued. If the protection layer broke, they'd die. After what seemed like a long time, the storm calmed down, and everyone felt relieved. Finally, they saw a light. Lin Feng looked back at the storm. Felt like a dream. Finally, though, it was calming down again. Lin Feng raised his head. The abstruse protection layer looked brighter. There were some cracks in it. If there was another storm, it would definitely break. Lin Feng turned around and saw Tang Yu and the others. They smiled back at him. Lin Feng smiled too. They hadn't thought that they would go through a storm like that. The captain frowned, turned around and walked towards the crowd. He went to the beautiful girl and said, Miss Yang, you must have been scared. The girl shook her head and said, It's all right. I know your boats are solid. Just be careful. All right, I understand, said the captain, nodding. The boat couldn't go through another storm like that. The crowd was surprised. The first thing he did after the storm was apologize to the girl. Who was she? The boat continued moving. At some point, something appeared. It looked like a wide territory. The chi of the Huangxi was dashing to the skies in the distance. What was going on? Another storm? The captain looked tense. Black dots appeared in the horizon and they were very fast. Very quickly, they saw what those black dots were. They were ships on the sea. 5-6 boats were moving together and towards them. The captain of the boat was surprised. In a flash, they surrounded the boat. Dear friends, we are from the island of the 9 dragons. We mind our own business and you mind your own, said the captain. The Huangxi was vast. There were some people who practiced cultivation on some islands. They had become extremely strong with time. They practiced cultivation in the middle of the Huangxi and stole treasures mainly. People from the island of the 9 dragons were pirates and they were extremely strong. You can leave, we just want your boat, said someone rudely. What was going on? After the storm, pirates? If you want my ship, you can go to Mingyu Sailors and get one, said the captain. He was annoyed too. How unlucky was it to encounter pirates? Those pirates were strong and didn't fear Mingyu sailors. Bullshit. Fuck off, said that person. Some silhouettes rose up in the air and released abstruse chi. They were all Zune cultivators. You didn't come for the boat, right? Said the captain. So many strong cultivators were there, it was obviously not for the boat. Attack, said a pirate when he saw that the captain wasn't reacting. His chi was terrifying. The captain made the boat turn around. Huge waves rolled as he tried to escape. You want to escape? Said a pirate with an ice-cold smile. There were other boats which had surrounded them. Besides, those boats were gigantic. Some more people rose up in the air and they were also Zune cultivators. The captain looked hopeless. More Zune cultivators. The pirates had so many Zune cultivators. Miss Yang was surrounded by her bodyguards. They were staring at the Zune cultivators coldly. Today we're very unclucky, said the captain. He understood what was going on. After the storm, their boat was riddled with gaping wounds. Their abstruse energy was weakened. Now many strong cultivators appeared, so he couldn't protect the people on board. The pirates all released chi at the same time and attacked the protection layers of the boat. Dazzling lights appeared and the protection layers emitted crackling sounds. We're doomed, thought the crowd. The protection layers were breaking apart. There were fissures everywhere. Kacha! Another sound spread in the air. The abstruse energy continued breaking. Some deadly chi from the sea started penetrating into the boat. We'll give you one chance. If you're strong enough, come onto our boat and you'll live, said the pirates to the crowd. They were giving the crowd a chance to live. Relying on their own strength, they had to get onto their boat, but only if they could. If they wanted to live, they had to get onto the pirates' boat. That was their only chance. Otherwise, they would die suffocating from the chi of the sea. Boom! A silhouette turned into a beam of light and moved towards the boat. They wanted to go to Ba Huang, how could they die there? Bzzz! A terrifying chi surrounded that person. His skin was suddenly peeled off by the chi from the sea. The crowd suddenly looked desperate. That chi could destroy almost anything. That person died in the air and fell down from the sky into the sea. The crowd was horrified. Their hearts were pounding. That person hadn't even survived a single second outside. The distance between the two boats was ridiculously small, so close yet so far. Die! Someone else stepped out and turned into a sword. Boom! The chi of the sea surrounded that person and his skin was peeled off. No! Shouted that person. Something was piercing through his body. Then he died. The crowd was hopeless. They were doomed. The captain rose up in the air, wrapped himself up in abstruse energy and left. The strong cultivators from the island of the 9 dragons didn't prevent him from leaving. They didn't look at him. He wasn't their target. He left. The crowd was speechless. The Zune cultivator of Mingyu sailors left. He had left them alone, facing the pirates. Miss Yang, we won't do anything against you, of course. Please come on to our boat, said one of the pirates. People were astonished. The pirates wanted Miss Yang. Because of her, they had to go through such hardships. Lin Feng, Tang Yu and the others were panicking. They had survived the storm and now? It seemed really difficult to cross that sea. I'm taking you to the island of the 9 dragons. Hold on and don't panic. We'll see each other in Ba Huang, said Lin Feng. His friends were astonished. What? What about him? What about you? What are you going to do? Said Tang Yu. What was Lin Feng's plan? Don't worry. I won't die. We already agreed to meet in Ba Huang. I will become an Imperial Cultivation disciple under Emperor Shi or Emperor Yu's supervision, so remember to come and see me, said Lin Feng, using telepathy this time. They understood that he was trying to transmit them a message. He meant that they definitely had to become Imperial Cultivation disciples to find him. No. You have no way to survive. I'm staying with you, said Tang Yu. She didn't believe Lin Feng. Lin Feng wouldn't bring them to the island of the 9 dragons if he really had a way to survive. He would stay with them, unless Lin Feng wanted to go on an adventure. No, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Tang Yu and his friends didn't understand. Lin Feng, you can't go on an adventure alone, said Junemoshi. I have no choice. Listen to me. Believe me, said Lin Feng firmly. Junemoshi and his friends shook their heads. Lin Feng stretched his hand and touched Tang Yu's cheek, smiling, and said, Don't worry. I won't die. Boom! A terrifying energy appeared. A group of people rose up in the air. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Miss Yang escaping with a lifeboat. A lifeboat! The crowd was astonished. How could she escape with a lifeboat? Miss Yang, you can't escape, said a pirate releasing sealing energies. No, I don't want to die. A horrible shriek spread in the air. The crowd looked at the chi of the sea getting into the boat now. Some people had died and turned into ashes. The crowd was hopeless. Were they going to die? Ice appeared and it started snowing. Lin Feng released Ling Long's chi. In a flash, he looked like an animal with very pure energy. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng. Layers of snow appeared around him, and a snowy landscape appeared. I'm taking you to the boat using that snowy road. Trust me, you won't die. Lin Feng told the crowd as a snowy empty space appeared. Eh? The crowd was astonished as they looked at Lin Feng. That guy could help people get onto the pirate's boat? Just trust me, you will be safe, said Lin Feng indifferently. The snowy path looked like an illusion. Could they really get to the pirate's boat using that path? They were skeptical and hesitated. If you don't go, I'll cancel the spell and you'll die, said Lin Feng coldly when he saw that the crowd was hesitating. If they didn't get on that boat, they would die. Let me try, said someone stepping on the snowy path. That person felt extremely cold, but still he looked fine and happy. He realized that the chi of the Huangxi wasn't affecting him. After all, it was its own world. That person arrived on the boat and left the illusion. Boom, boom. People suddenly starting running frantically towards the pirate's boat. They could safely get to the boat thanks to Lin Feng's snowy path. Hurry up, said Lin Feng to Tang Yu and his friends when he saw people weren't hesitating anymore. Hurry up, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Some people grinded their teeth and said, See you in Ba Huang. A few more people walked onto the snowy path, followed by many others. Eh? The pirates looked at Lin Feng and frowned. A trivial cultivator of the second Tianqi layer knew illusion spells? That guy was interesting. Interesting, little boy. Get on the boat as well. One of the pirates told Lin Feng. The pirates were interested in Lin Feng, maybe he had great treasures. Suddenly, though, the snowy path suddenly changed and was now leading inside the Huangxi. Little boy, what are you doing? Asked a pirate coldly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything and ran into the snowy tunnel, which ran into the Huangxi. What are you doing? The Zun cultivator's face changed drastically. He raised both hands and released magnetic energies to try and make Lin Feng come to him. But Lin Feng was now in the Huangxi. Huge waves appeared as Lin Feng disappeared into the depths of the sea. Lin Feng! Shouted Tang Yu, whose face turned deathly pale. Her heart hurt. Lin Feng had jumped into the sea and hadn't followed them. Don't worry. Lin Feng told us we would meet him in Ba Huang, but he certainly has a long way to get there on his own, said Junemo, she looking at the inauspicious waves of the Huangxi as if trying to cheer himself up. That terrifying sea could destroy abstruse energies and Lin Feng was inside. What was going to happen? They still felt sad. Could a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer survive in that sea? What a strange little boy. He doesn't even care about his own life, said the Zun cultivator looking at the sea. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to kill himself. Lin Feng was in the sea now and could clearly see what was going on around him. The chi of the Huangxi was emitting extremely loud and ferocious sounds. Many dead spirits were probably coming to kill him. The snowy tunnel was slowly getting corroded by the chi of the Huangxi. But a bright light flashed and Xianxia appeared. Yendi, we're in the depths of the Huangxi. Do you know how we can survive? Asked Lin Feng. Xianxia pulled a long face and spat out chi from frustration. You idiot, that sea used to be a battlefield in the past. Even emperors can't necessarily survive in here. said Xianxia. Lin Feng was surprised. It wasn't guaranteed that emperors could survive in here either. It's useless to shout at me now. You need to hurry and find a solution because I can't hold on much longer, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng had actually dived into that sea for two reasons. The first one was his Jade Emperor's palace. If he had no choice, he would go into the palace and practice cultivation there. He would then be able to come out after a few years. That wasn't the most desirable solution, though. The second reason was Xianxia. He knew many skills and techniques and might know how to save him. You want to exhaust me to death, don't you? Said Xianxia to Lin Feng. Then, he said, tell me what's going on up on the surface. We met some pirates. They attacked our abstruse energy protection layers, and the dangerous qi of the Huang Sea penetrated into the boat. They wanted to capture a girl, said Lin Feng to Xianxia hastily. Give me some more of your abstruse crystals. The rest is in the hands of fate, said Xianxia. Lin Feng gave all his abstruse crystals Xianxia. He had none left now. Xianxia started drawing marks around them, very clear and distinct marks. He was using the strength of the abstruse crystals, but he was still too weak. He couldn't draw those marks relying on his own strength yet. Very quickly, a light appeared and turned into a tunnel. However, Xianxia didn't stop. He continued using all the crystals. Inside the snowy tunnel, a new way appeared. Come, shouted Xianxia to Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed him into the light tunnel. He was wondering what Xianxia had done. You can walk back and forth in that tunnel. All we can hope for now is to encounter a boat. That tunnel can neither take you out of the sea nor to Ba Huang. Everything depends on luck, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was stupid sometimes. He jumped into the sea. Did he want to die? Okay, hope we'll be lucky, said Lin Feng. Xianxia was so annoyed. Lin Feng remained calm and indifferent. Lin Feng had Xianxia go back into the animal tower and then stopped using his snowy illusion spell. He started walking back and forth in the tunnel made of abstruse energies. Lin Feng couldn't breathe properly because of the thickness of the abstruse energies. He walked back and forth for a long time until rumbling sounds spread in the air. He then made the tunnel go higher up to the surface. That way he would have more chances to be noticed. The qi of the sea kept corroding the tunnel but couldn't reach Lin Feng yet. Lin Feng looked around. He felt so small. I hope I will be lucky, whispered Lin Feng. There were 3 more months before the beginning of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. Lin Feng hoped his friends could manage to leave the island of the 9 dragons and that he could safely get out. The sea was extremely vast and Lin Feng was all alone there. Luckily, there was no storm, otherwise the tunnel wouldn't be able to protect him for much longer. The Huang Sea was extremely vast and the only way to get to Ba Huang province was to cross that sea. Even though there were many sailors, the sea was so vast that it was still rare to encounter boats. Therefore, Lin Feng kept running back and forth, looking for a boat. The qi of the Huang Sea was slowly corroding his light tunnel made of abstruse energies. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. He felt hopeless. Was he going to be lucky this time? Slash. A subtle sound spread in the air. Lin Feng saw a black dot in the horizon. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he moved toward direction. However, the black dot almost disappeared instantly. That person was a lot faster than him. How fast? It must be an incredible cultivator, thought Lin Feng. That was what power looked like. That person didn't need to rely on external factors. That kind of cultivator was fearless. Their own strength was enough to cross the sea. Lin Feng tried to chase that person anyway. Besides, that strong cultivator crossed the sea on his own, so he probably knew the surroundings quite well. But Lin Feng wasn't fast enough. That person disappeared in the horizon and he was alone again. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng saw a place. It was an island, more precisely. I hope I can survive on that island. Lin Feng threw himself in the direction of the island. It appeared that there was nobody on that island. The air wasn't fresh at all, but it was incredibly vast. There was no grass and no trees. It looked like an island of death. The lights around him disappeared as he looked at the horrible qi surrounding him. If Lin Feng stayed on that island for too long, that qi would make him grow old at an accelerated rate, or maybe even kill him. Lin Feng walked farther away from the beach to a more central place. The qi of the Huang Sea was weaker there. But at that moment, a qi from the sea appeared again. What's going on? Lin Feng was surprised. How could there be qi from the Huang Sea in the middle of the island? He looked around curiously. Lin Feng walked in a direction where the qi was more intense. That Huang Sea qi was becoming even purer. In the middle of the sea, the qi wasn't that pure, as if polluted. Could peel people's skin off and make them grow old instantly. However, the qi there wasn't the same, it didn't seem polluted. It was extremely old and pure, and quite powerful. What is that qi? Why is it so pure? Thought Lin Feng. He didn't want to get close too fast, so he decided to walk slowly. That qi was making him grow older and Lin Feng could feel it. On top of that, the feeling was becoming more intense. Finally, Lin Feng found the source of the qi far away from the shore. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart started pounding violently. What? That's him. Lin Feng saw someone sitting cross-legged and calmly practicing cultivation. That was probably the person Lin Feng had seen just before, the strong cultivator. Some people practiced cultivation in the middle of the Huang Sea. That person was practicing cultivation there and using the qi of the Huang Sea to make it become his own. How powerful, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised to see that. He didn't know it was possible. That was the difference between strong and weak cultivators. Weak cultivators feared the sea. However, some people came there to practice cultivation. Lin Feng also noticed that there were trees around the cultivator and that they were pretty much alive. They were slowly growing with his qi. What kind of tree are those? Thought Lin Feng. Even though they were growing and becoming older, they were getting a lot stronger too. It seemed that the strong cultivator was doing that on purpose. Those trees probably had a purpose. Lin Feng thought about the demoniac Buddha. The Three Lives Demon Emperor had turned into both a Buddha and a demon in the Death Valley and had practiced cultivation for centuries. Was that strong cultivator doing something similar? Lin Feng was wondering how strong that cultivator was. He was motionless and his qi was rising. It was as if he were all alone. Lin Feng standing right next to him didn't even exist. That kind of cultivator didn't care about worldly affairs. As long as worldly matters didn't affect him, he didn't care. The qi was getting too intense. Lin Feng could even feel that he, himself, was growing old. He couldn't help but move backwards and get farther away. Lin Feng couldn't stand the qi produced by the strong cultivator. If that cultivator had used it on Lin Feng directly, Lin Feng wouldn't have been any better off swimming in the sea. Lin Feng went very far away so that the qi couldn't affect him. Lin Feng could only wait for a boat to pass. How annoying. Could he do anything else in the meantime? That person can understand the qi of the sea, why couldn't I? If I did too, couldn't I cross the sea without being affected by its qi? Thought Lin Feng. How great would that be to cross the sea on his own? However, with his cultivation level, it would take many, many years. Lin Feng took out his animal tower and had Xianxia come out. Xianxia whispered, "You're quite lucky to have found an island." Lucky? Lin Feng was so annoyed. I'm stuck on that island. How long will we be stuck here? That's not luck. Besides, I can sense the qi of the sea here too. It's slowly killing me. Xianxia said, "At least your death won't be as painful as in the sea itself." Is there no solution? Asked Lin Feng. Wait for a boat? Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. Even if you meet someone, they won't necessarily be willing to take you. If I understand the qi of the sea, could I cross myself? Asked Lin Feng. Xianxia was surprised. Understand the qi of the sea? With the strength of the second Tianqi layer? Xianxia had seen lots of things in his life, including miracles. He remained silent and asked himself if Lin Feng could possibly understand the qi of the sea. The sea had existed for a very long time, hundreds of years before Xianxia even. He also had problems with the sea, but then he had become stronger and the sea wasn't a problem for him anymore. However, one thing was sure. He had never heard of anyone who wasn't at least a Zun cultivator who could cross the sea. Only Zun cultivators could understand the qi of the sea. Tian level cultivators weren't capable. Impossible, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was sad as he said, "How can I know if I don't try? Give it a try then. I'm gonna have a walk around. Be careful. There is a very strong cultivator practicing cultivation over there using abstruse Huangxi energy. Don't make him angry," warned Lin Feng. "There's someone?" Xianxia was surprised. "Why don't you ask him to take us away? I can't interrupt him while he's practicing cultivation. Why would he help us anyways?" whispered Lin Feng. He understood death energy, so Lin Feng couldn't get too close. Humph. Xianxia went away. He was annoyed too. If the other cultivator was too strong, he couldn't deal with him either. Even if they tried to convince him by proposing to give him treasures or something, maybe he would just kill them and steal their treasures. That was normal in the continent of the Nine Clouds, especially seeing how there was nobody else on the island. He could kill them like ants. Was it safe for them to say they had precious treasures? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged far away from the sea. He could only rely on himself right now. Desolate qi appeared around him. Lin Feng felt very uncomfortable. He just tried to understand the qi without using any spell, technique, or skill. Hopefully, he could manage to understand something. He took out his Tianxian stone and released some energies. The strength of the earth and sky emerged, and it was very bright. Lin Feng could understand the qi of the sea even better this way. After all, the desolate qi was also a sort of energy from the earth and the sky. It was just that it was a dead qi here. When I use my spirit and the Tianxian stone, I perceive things much better. Maybe I'll sense the desolate qi more distinctly too, thought Lin Feng. He took out his celestial book spirit which, with the Tianxian stone, removed the polluted energies from the air around him, and bright lights appeared. A mysterious qi appeared in the unpolluted atmosphere. There was desolate qi in that mysterious qi, and it looked black. Desolate qi. His spirit allowed him to see the qi much better. With his Tianxian stone, he could even alternate using his demon seal stone. Now, he was using it to see the desolate qi. His Tianxian stone was making things appear much more clearly. Desolate strength. Lin Feng realized that the black qi contained desolate strength. It was deadly, corroding. It could even make living beings grow old in a flash and swallow them whole. If a cultivator used that kind of energy, he could almost become invincible. Lin Feng remained extremely calm as he studied the energies. The Tianxian stone could help him understand natural energies. His spirit could also help him see things clearly and understand things faster. Those two things together were incredibly powerful. The desolate qi kept rising. Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged on a stone while being corroded by the desolate qi. At the same time, Lin Feng could also release small and weak trails of desolate qi. He was using pure qi to release the desolate qi. However, his desolate qi wasn't as pure as the natural one. Maybe he could use his desolate qi to fight, but not to prevent the pure qi from the sea from harming him. Lin Feng opened his eyes, not willingly but because something went wrong. Desolate qi suddenly started corroding his body even more. His pure qi became chaotic. It was still too dangerous for him to practice using that energy. That person can use the desolate qi and turn it into abstruse energy, but I can't. After all, he's much stronger than me. I can't understand abstruse energies either. Our cultivation level is too different, thought Lin Feng, sighing. He could release tiny bits of desolate qi, but it was far from being enough to cross the sea. Lin Feng was only a weak cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. I told you, it's impossible for you to only rely on your strength to cross the sea. If it were possible, it would be beyond a miracle, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was only a Tian-level cultivator. He couldn't cross the sea on his own. Lin Feng and Xianxia turned around and saw a black dot move towards the Huang Sea, which then disappeared. He's gone. Lin Feng was sad. That cultivator came to the island to practice cultivation. He could come and leave as he wished. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng while moving towards the place where the cultivator had been practicing. After a few minutes, they arrived where the cultivator was practicing cultivation. He had taken the trees too. He probably used them for some kind of benefit. He's gone, said Xianxia. He then added, I'm taking you somewhere else. Somewhere else. Lin Feng was surprised. Where could they go on that island? There was nothing. Indeed, follow me, said Xianxia. He turned around and left. Lin Feng skeptically followed him. There was a valley with a horrible death energy. There were many holes in that valley, so Lin Feng was even more skeptical. What place was that? He was curious though and continued following Xianxia. They moved towards a big cave which had black stones inside. Xianxia grabbed a black stone and shook it. Suddenly, a hole appeared inside that stone. It wasn't a door but a cave in which an animal shape appeared. Is that a portal? Whispered Lin Feng. What kind of place was that? How had Xianxia found it? Let's go inside and see. The island has existed for a very long time. It is not the first time that someone has come here, said Xianxia. Lin Feng entered the dark cave. There was no light, but as a fairly strong cultivator, Lin Feng could still see inside. There was a wall with words written on it. Apart from animals, nobody can enter, otherwise they'll die. Lin Feng read. Only strong animals could enter? That cave was created artificially with mysterious marks. It was probably created by an animal which can fly, said Xianxia. An animal, mysterious marks. It was probably a Zune-level beast. What's inside? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. I didn't go in, said Xianxia, shaking his head. Are you scared to die? Said Lin Feng, laughing. Surprisingly, Xianxia hadn't gone inside. A Zune-level beast had probably written that so only animals would go in. Bullshit, you're humiliating me. I don't care about a cave made by a feudal animal, shouted Xianxia furiously. An animal had created that cave with mysterious marks, so he was probably very strong. Nobody knew how dangerous it could get inside. Let's go in then, said Lin Feng, smiling. Let me go first then, said Xianxia, coldly glancing at Lin Feng. Even though he knew Lin Feng was provoking him, he couldn't help but go inside because of his pride. Lin Feng followed him. They arrived in front of the wall with the mysterious marks. Xianxia put his paws on the wall. Lights appeared and rumbling sounds spread in the air. The wall moved aside and a terrifying deadly qi emerged. Lin Feng looked inside. It was extremely vast but still very dark. There were even corpses on the ground. Many people had died inside, very strong cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't have managed to open the door using the mysterious marks. Those strong cultivators were dead though. Lin Feng and Xianxia glanced at each other. Should we go in or not? Asked Lin Feng. Those strong cultivators had died inside. Wasn't it too dangerous for a Tian-level beast and a cultivator of the second Tian-Chi layer? Since we're here already, it would be a pity not to go further, said Xianxia. Get ready to use your illusion technique. I also have some protection spells. If something feels wrong, we can leave immediately. He has some secret protection spells which he has hidden from me? Thought Lin Feng. I will help you, but I don't care about a feudal Zune-level beast, said Xianxia while roaring. Lin Feng laughed and got ready to use Ling Long's holy celestial qi just in case. Let's go in, said Lin Feng. He was still extremely curious. It was an ancient cave in the middle of the Huang Sea. Maybe there were precious treasures inside. Xianxia was right. They had to go in, otherwise Lin Feng couldn't survive. There has been some very powerful corrosive energies in here, said Xianxia, looking at the skeletons. It almost seemed like they had been polished clean. Many have also turned into ashes, said Lin Feng. Look over there, said Xianxia, showing him a corpse. That corpse still had flesh, but it was rotting. Desolate energy. Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like that person had died from the qi of the Huang Sea. Lin Feng and Xianxia found out that there were fewer skeletons as they walked further in. There were even more ashes. Look over there, said Xianxia with a serious tone. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a gigantic skeleton with wings. That's a beast. Had that beast written the words at the entrance? Why would that beast have died then? A blue jade phosphorus Maharaga, said Xianxia. That beast had wings and looked like a dragon. His bones shone like phosphorus. Is it very strong? Asked Lin Feng. It is very strong. A Zun-level beast, but how did it die here? Xianxia was surprised. They continued walking, but the air was becoming even worse. Desolate Qi. Lin Feng saw some very powerful desolate Qi. Empty space bestial illusion technique, shouted Lin Feng suddenly. Xianxia and Lin Feng were instantly surrounded by snow. That Qi was coming from everywhere. Luckily, it didn't have time to reach them. That desolate Qi then disappeared again as if it had never appeared. That Qi can sense our Qi. So when we're in this small world, it can't anymore. That would explain why it disappeared, said Xianxia. He also had time to see where the Qi came from. Came from a whole bestial consciousness. Xianxia was astounded. He understood why the Zun-level beast had died. Bestial consciousness? What's that? Asked Lin Feng. After cultivators break through to the Tianqi layer, they can use their godly awareness and condense it. In the case of beasts, it's different. They rely on bestial consciousness, which contains their most fundamental strength. You've probably never seen really strong animals. When they condense their bestial consciousness, it can be terrifying. That Maharaja absorbed desolate Qi with his bestial consciousness, said Xianxia. Humans and animals were different. Humans used godly awareness and pure Qi. Animals used bestial Qi and bestial consciousness. Lin Feng understood a little bit. There were some holes in the bones of the Maharaja. Can animals have several bestial consciousness? Indeed. The stronger they are, the more bestial consciousness they can have. That Maharaja absorbed almost all the desolate Qi of the cave. That's insane, said Xianxia, nodding. Lin Feng, stop using your illusion spell. I'll release animal Qi and we'll see what it does then, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and did so with the utmost vigilance. Xianxia released bestial Qi, which enveloped both him and Lin Feng. The desolate Qi didn't appear again. As expected, it didn't attack animals, it only attacked humans. Unfortunately, not many animals come here, so no animal has found this place, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xianxia continued on. They walked towards that gigantic Maharaja. Lin Feng noticed strange marks. The skeleton was shining, it was bluish-green like jade. Kept twinkling, as an illusion appeared. That's a person's silhouette filled with bestial energies. Those eyes looked cruel and sanguinary. That was probably the human form of the Maharaja. Back then, in the restricted area of the Zijin Mountain, Lin Feng had encountered such an animal, and it was a Zun-level beast. He had died but had left his legacy behind. Young boy, you're lucky to be able to meet me, said the animal. Humans always consider themselves as better beings than animals, but I don't agree. That desolate Qi can destroy human beings. No human can swallow desolate Qi. However, I did it. It became my own energy. I don't fear the Huang Sea because it can't affect me at all. I can even swim in that sea. Apart from me, those who can cross that sea are human Zun cultivators who rely on their own strength to cross it. But they can't manage it like me, said the Zun-level beast in a despising way. As expected, he's insane. Imagine that, he can swallow the desolate Qi of the Huang Sea, whispered Xianxia. But he's just a feudal beast. Even I don't dare act so arrogant. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia. Did he want to die there? Lin Feng looked at the Zun-level beast. I could absorb all the Qi, but it disrupted my energies. My bestial consciousness stopped functioning properly as I brought about my own destruction, said the Maharaja, becoming more gentle. He knew that he had made a mistake. The desolate Qi destroyed my bestial consciousness. I lost my self-awareness, but I need someone to transmit my knowledge to, especially what I learnt about the desolate Qi, said the beast proudly. But, in the end, I managed to swallow the desolate Qi and couldn't control it. Therefore, my offspring will have to empty its bestial consciousness to absorb the desolate Qi, so that it doesn't mix with anything else. Insane, what an insane ability, thought Xianxia. Absorbing the desolate Qi to replace one's own Qi. He was insane. No wonder he had died there. But Xianxia also thought that the beast had done more than others because he had dared to do what others hadn't. He had actually absorbed the desolate qi and made it his own. Giving up one's own energies and replacing them with the desolate qi. That beast had died because he had played with incredibly dangerous powers. That qi wasn't easy to absorb. A strong Zune-level beast had died because of it even. Thank me, for I am giving you an unprecedented opportunity. If you succeed, you'll manage to use the desolate qi and could destroy many people. Of course, if your bestial consciousness isn't strong enough, don't even try it. If you can't or don't dare, remember to pass on my memories to someone else," said the voice weakly before it disappeared. The content of the beast's bestial consciousness slowly started to flow out. It was as if it was going to disappear. "You and that beast are quite similar," Lin Feng said to Xianxia. The Maharaja, even after dying, didn't want the world to forget about him. He wanted to transmit his knowledge. An unprecedented opportunity. "Bullshit. I have nothing to do with that insane beast," said Xianxia, swearing. "But I have to admit that if what he said is possible, it would be great. Bestial consciousness can be used by talented beasts. If human beings could also use godly awareness to absorb the desolate qi from the sea, they wouldn't need to be scared of crossing it either." Lin Feng nodded. He understood. If the Maharaja had managed to absorb the desolate qi, he didn't need to fear the sea anymore. After staying silent for a few minutes, Lin Feng asked, "How can I use bestial consciousness? Can bestial consciousness only be used by animals?" "Why do you ask?" asked Xianxia, surprised. "I can use bestial strength, so can I use bestial consciousness?" Lin Feng figured. Xianxia stared at Lin Feng. How could he have forgotten that Lin Feng had Linglong's precious qi? On top of that, it was holy celestial energy. "Are you talking about practicing animal cultivation, or are you talking about swallowing desolate energies?" asked Xianxia with a serious tone. Lin Feng was insane as well, it seemed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Linglong's qi is a holy celestial energy. Her bestial consciousness must be incredibly powerful. It is not polluted at all, which means that I wouldn't need to replace that qi with the desolate qi. I could directly absorb it. Linglong's holy celestial qi is incredibly powerful," whispered Xianxia. Could Lin Feng do that? Besides, Xianxia had an animal body. It was easier for him to swallow the desolate qi. "How can you be sure that the desolate energy won't corrode your body though, and then destroy your pure qi? If your qi stops working properly, you'll die just like him. Animal energies and human energies are two separate things. He was a beast and swallowed the desolate energy which affected his other bestial energies. I'm different. There is nothing else in my bestial consciousness, and it has nothing to do with my pure qi. If I try to use the desolate energy and it affects my body, then I will just have to put it back in my bestial consciousness and stop using it. It won't affect my human body," replied Lin Feng. "My actual problem is whether I can use bestial consciousness or not. Bestial consciousness could be used by powerful beasts, like godly awareness with human beings. Even though he had Linglong's holy celestial qi, could he use bestial consciousness?" Xianxia looked at Lin Feng but didn't say anything. "Tell me, is it possible or not?" asked Lin Feng. If Lin Feng couldn't use bestial consciousness, Xianxia would have already insulted him. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Human beings and animals all have a soul and a spirit created by the earth and sky. Their bodies are different though. Human beings practice cultivation in their own way. Animals have their ways too, which they inherit from birth. A human being shouldn't be able to use animal strength. But for you, it's different because you have Shui Linglong's energies. She gave you holy celestial qi, so you have a very pure animal qi. If your bestial energy is powerful enough, you should be able to condense animal energies and use bestial consciousness." "What you mean to say is that it's possible, right?" said Lin Feng with sharp lights in his eyes. "People have done that in the past." "You wouldn't be the first one," said Xianxia, confirming Lin Feng's statement. "I can practice animal cultivation." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled with sharp lights. He had Mengqing's holy celestial qi and should be able to use bestial consciousness and practice animal cultivation skills and techniques. "How do I practice animal cultivation and use bestial consciousness?" asked Lin Feng. Prepare yourself to receive my thoughts, said Xianxia. Lin Feng closed his eyes and a bright light penetrated into his forehead, between his eyes. Suddenly, he had an animal's memories. Lin Feng calmly received those transmissions. After a long time, he opened his eyes. To practice animal cultivation, he had to circulate animal strength everywhere in his body. Then, he had to use pure animal energy to open his bestial consciousness. Lin Feng looked at the Maharaja. His desolate chi had almost completely disappeared. Lin Feng grabbed his skeleton. It was a very powerful Zun-level beast, so his skeleton was a precious treasure. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in the cave, started to cultivate. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and then left the cave. Lin Feng could try if he wished. If Lin Feng managed to use Linglong's holy celestial energy to open his bestial consciousness, then he would benefit greatly. Lin Feng released Linglong's holy celestial energy. Although Lin Feng could only release a little bit of it, it was still enough for him to use the empty space bestial illusion technique to create the snowy path illusion. If he could control it in its entirety, he would be able to carry out incredibly powerful bestial attacks. However, what he was able to use wasn't enough to open his bestial consciousness. He slowly released Linglong's holy celestial chi. Even though he couldn't do it too fast, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Half a month later, Lin Feng was still in the cave. His holy celestial chi could fill up the whole cave now. Lin Feng's entire body was surrounded by holy celestial bestial chi. If other people had seen Lin Feng right now, they would have thought that he was a beast appearing in his human form. Between Lin Feng's eyes, a sharp bestial energy had appeared. That was where his godly awareness usually came from, but now that was where his bestial consciousness was. He looked like a beast practicing cultivation. The pure snow chi turned into a vortex as he opened his bestial consciousness. Bestial chi rolled in the air and whistling sounds spread in the cave. Lin Feng's body started shaking. He grinded his teeth and made great efforts to control Linglong's holy celestial energy. The vortex between his eyes turned into an animal awareness and absorbed the strength from his bestial chi with his third eye. "Come out!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Pure celestial lights appeared and they were dazzling. Lin Feng could now control Linglong's holy celestial chi at a new level. He controlled the energy to open his bestial consciousness. The atmosphere in the cave became calm again. He used Linglong's holy celestial energy to absorb all the strength which had turned into holy celestial bestial consciousness. The bestial consciousness was calmly floating around him. Linglong's energy was amongst the purest in the world. It could also be used to absorb other bestial energies. Lin Feng didn't forget what the Maharaja had taught him though. He couldn't pollute his bestial consciousness with desolate chi. Lin Feng started opening his bestial consciousness, but he didn't stop circulating his holy celestial chi. After a few days, Lin Feng couldn't control it any better than before, so he stopped practicing it. Seated cross-legged, he opened his eyes and now looked like a beast even more. He also slowly closed his third eye. Xianxia came back inside the cave from the island. Lin Feng had really opened his bestial consciousness. He was just lucky that Linglong had given him her holy celestial chi though. "You're really going to try?" asked Xianxia. "Yes," nodded Lin Feng. He stood up and left the cave. After all that, Lin Feng had to try. Xianxia looked serious. He followed Lin Feng as they quickly arrived on the beach. It really wasn't pleasant to be next to that chi again. "Stay far away, otherwise your bestial consciousness won't stand it," said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and opened his third eye. A vortex appeared as Lin Feng slowly started absorbing the chi of the sea using his third eye. It was painful at first. It was as if the desolate chi was trying to destroy Lin Feng's bestial consciousness. But Linglong's holy celestial bestial chi was extremely solid. That desolate chi stayed inside and circulated quickly. Xianxia stared at Lin Feng nervously. Lin Feng opened his eyes again and nodded at Xianxia. "I can swallow it." Xianxia was amazed and nodded in return. It was a very dangerous but beneficial ability. Lin Feng moved closer to the sea. His bestial consciousness roared as it absorbed the desolate chi in an insane way. The desolate qi seemed like it was going to tear apart Lin Feng's bestial consciousness. Ordinary animals would die doing that. The Maharaja could only do it because he was extremely strong and his bestial consciousness was very solid. Thought Lin Feng. However, the Maharaja had swallowed too much and died trying. Ling Long's holy celestial qi was releasing a powerful strength which protected the bestial consciousness and prevented the desolate qi from getting too aggressive. Lin Feng stopped and closed his bestial consciousness. Qiong Qi heard Lin Feng's bestial roar. Lin Feng was now using his bestial consciousness to replace his bestial strength with the desolate qi. If Lin Feng managed to completely replace his animal strength with the desolate qi, he would never need to fear the Huang Sea again. He could cross it fearlessly. Lin Feng remained motionless, almost like he was in a trance. Qiong Qi observed him. Lin Feng was as insane as the Maharaja. After a very long time, Lin Feng released some desolate qi. Qiong Qi was astonished and even opened his huge mouth in awe. Lin Feng could now release desolate qi. Qiong Qi didn't need to give Lin Feng any more advice. Lin Feng knew what to do. Lin Feng wasn't going to play with his own life carelessly. He had put his pure qi, Buddha, and demonic energies aside in his body so they could remain calm. They couldn't mix with the desolate qi just like the bestial qi. At the same time, the desolate qi invaded his whole body and it was very painful. However, Lin Feng's flesh was strong and he could withstand the pain. Lin Feng remained motionless as he continued practicing cultivation. He used his spirit and his Tianxian stone to understand the desolate qi even more now. Slowly, his body could withstand the pain much better. Lin Feng did that for 10 days. He slowly absorbed the desolate qi and made it flow everywhere inside his body. Slowly, his bestial consciousness had its own strength, the strength of the desolate qi. Could stay there without any problems, it seemed. He still had the same issue as before though. It was difficult for his corporeal body to mix with the desolate qi. Lin Feng discovered that the more he understood the desolate qi with his bestial consciousness, the better his corporeal body could manage the pain. It was strange. Therefore, the more he understood the desolate qi, the more his body could resist the energy. It was like his body didn't consider the desolate qi as a foreign body anymore. However, it was increasingly more difficult to understand the desolate energy with each step. Understanding external energies naturally wasn't easy to do because they originated from outside their own body, and thus, different from the energies a cultivator or a beast already possessed. Lin Feng continued absorbing desolate qi and continued walking towards the beach. He was getting so closer to the sea now. Qiong Qi stopped. Although Lin Feng could tolerate the energy, Qiong Qi couldn't. Qiong Qi looked at Lin Feng with some admiration. What an incredible guy. He actually succeeded, thought Qiong Qi. He thought about the Maharaja again. Bestial consciousness was everywhere in a beast's body, so if they absorbed the desolate qi, they died because it invaded their whole body. Lin Feng was different. His bestial consciousness was just a small part of his body. The most important fact was Lin Feng still had his godly awareness. If someday Lin Feng's bestial consciousness couldn't absorb desolate qi anymore and it spilled over, the consequences would be lethal. 7 days later, Lin Feng was already 500 meters away from the sea. Half a month later, Lin Feng was only 200 meters away from the sea. The wind made his clothes flutter. 1 month later, Lin Feng had both legs in the water and remained straight like a mountain. The desolate qi was blowing against his body, but it didn't affect him. Qiong Qi was still sitting there motionlessly watching Lin Feng. Lin Feng had succeeded. He no longer feared the Huang Sea anymore. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was knee-deep in the water. He released desolate qi, which was exactly the same as the qi of the Huang Sea. I can take a few steps in, but I still can't cross the sea, I think. In the depths of the sea, the desolate energy is even more powerful, thought Lin Feng sighing. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were going to start their recruitment process 3 months later. If Lin Feng didn't hurry, he would miss the recruitment process. Lin Feng took a few quick steps into the sea, which was now up to his belly. What are you doing? Asked Qiong Qi, alarmed. Don't worry, I can do it, said Lin Feng without turning around. He continued walking into the sea. Very quickly, he had water up to his neck. Bastard! Lin Feng had almost completely submerged himself in the sea. Xianxia was terribly nervous. If Lin Feng couldn't stand it, he would die without the time to regret. Lin Feng had completely disappeared in the water now. Xianxia couldn't even sense Lin Feng's qi anymore. It was as if he had never been there. He looked at the sea and was still extremely nervous. Had Lin Feng died? Even most Zun cultivators didn't actually go that deep into the sea. After a long time, Xianxia still couldn't see Lin Feng. Had something happened to him? Boom! At that moment, 1 kilometer away, a silhouette emerged out of the water and rose up in the air. He was absorbing incredible amounts of desolate qi with his third eye. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and then looked at his third eye. Then, Lin Feng closed his third eye, turned around and looked at Xianxia. Lin Feng looked like an animal. Emperor, I can swim in the sea as I wish now. I can absorb as much desolate qi as I want and can hold it in my bestial consciousness, said Lin Feng, smiling like an animal. So many Zun cultivators would be envious. Lin Feng had done it. Idiot! Be careful not to harm your bestial consciousness, said Xianxia. Don't worry. The more I absorb, the stronger my holy celestial qi becomes, shouted Lin Feng excitedly. Desolate qi was his now. He was fearless. It's Ling Long's holy celestial spirit. Xianxia thought. If Lin Feng didn't have Ling Long's holy celestial qi, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Lin Feng had managed to do what the Maharaja hadn't. Xianxia watched as Lin Feng jumped into the sea again. He disappeared in the water and suddenly appeared somewhere else again. He was swimming in the sea, fearlessly. Xianxia didn't need to worry about Lin Feng anymore. Dazzling lights appeared above the Huang Sea as something crashed onto the island. Boom, boom! A crater appeared and the island shook. Dust flew around. What was that? A beautiful girl appeared who looked like she wasn't in a good mood at all. Behind her were 2 young men who looked like her bodyguards. Come out, said the girl as a lifeboat appeared. It looked broken. The 2 young men looked at the boat and didn't appear happy either. Miss, you can't control it. Without protection layers, we can't go back to Ba Huang province. That boat can't even be used anymore anyways, said the 2 young men. Their eyes were twinkling as if they had been thinking about something. How could they go back to Ba Huang province? The girl looked depressed. They couldn't go back? Were they stuck on that island now? You're both useless, said the girl coldly. We need to go back within a month, no matter what. Miss, we can't protect ourselves against the qi of the Huang Sea. How could we go back? We can only wait for the strong cultivators of the clan to find us, said one of the young men. Without abstruse energy, they couldn't go back. Wait for the clan to come and find us? The girl turned pale. She looked terribly annoyed. Do you know how vast the sea is? That island is completely empty. The clan will probably never find us either. Well, what can we do, miss? Said one of the young men, looking annoyed as well. We need to come up with a plan. I have to go back to Ba Huang province within a month, said the girl coldly. The 2 young men glanced at each other as if they were thinking about the same thing. They stood up and slowly turned around, looking at the beautiful girl. The girl's body became rigid. What did they want? When you escaped, we informed the clan. Maybe they will never find the island, but at least they will start looking for you sooner or later, said one of them coldly. Besides, if we can't go back to Ba Huang province within a month, and if the clan finds us someday, so what? Will you have us killed? Said the other one. The girl slowly started taking a few steps back. That's not what I mean. I just hope we can find a solution to get back to the Ba Huang province. That's all, said the girl, looking nervous. We know why you want to go back. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu will start their recruitment process in a month. They want to make the Prince Xianyuan leave the clan and get first place as a new imperial cultivation disciple, so that they can then ask your father for your hand. Then, the Xianyuan and the Yang's blood could mix and the prince would have the opportunity to have imperial blood, said the guard while walking towards the girl and releasing his qi. They could obtain your blood and become stronger. It would be beneficial for all of you, especially if he gets first place at the recruitment process. Then they would ask for your hand. Thanks to Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, they would get your hand easily. Besides, I heard that the prince wants to invite the two emperors to your wedding. But if you disappear forever in the vast Huang Sea, the best they could do would be to start a war against the pirates of the Island of the Nine Dragons. Nobody would know where you are even then. However, we are ordinary cultivators. If we have sex with you, what benefits will we get? Said the two, smiling in a dark way. The girl took another step back. She looked terrified. If the clan knows about that, they will kill you. They will never find us here. Besides, maybe we'll die out here anyways. If you're not here, they will never find this place. You can give everything you have to us now, said the two evilly. Of course they feared the clan, but at that point they didn't care about anything anymore. And having sex with the beautiful aristocratic young woman would be incredible. On top of that, they would get her energies become stronger. From then on, they could practice cultivation, and if they were lucky, they would become strong enough to leave the island on their own and go back to Bahuang province. At that moment, one of them turned around and said coldly, "Did you hear that? There's someone else here. It's a pitiful cultivator of the second Xianxia layer. I wonder how he ended up here," said the other one. Lin Feng appeared. He had heard those people and he had recognized them from before. It was Miss Yang from the boat and her two bodyguards. They had escaped from the Island of the Nine Dragons with Miss Yang's lifeboat, but the strong cultivators who were able to protect her boat weren't there anymore. They had probably died on the Island of the Nine Dragons. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Interesting. That guy didn't die in the Huang Sea." The young woman also looked at Lin Feng but still didn't look happy. Lin Feng was too weak. He had only broken through to the second Xianxia layer, whereas the two bodyguards had broken through to the sixth Xianxia layer each. One of them slowly walked towards Lin Feng. "You've been listening to us for a while and you didn't leave. Do you think that Miss Yang wants to have sex with you because she saved you last time?" said that person while laughing evilly. "Unfortunately, you are very weak. She would never have sex with a guy like you. However, she will like it when I'm on top of her. Slaves harassing aristocrats. You guys are audacious, but all in all, you're just slaves and you make me want to puke," said Lin Feng mockingly. That person looked surprised and said, "I almost forgot you had some special items, but don't forget that you're only a cultivator of the second Xianxia layer. You can't do anything against us." Boom! That person released their chi. Lin Feng dodged the attack using his Xiao Yao agility technique. "You think you can escape?" said that person, moving with incredible speed. Lin Feng could hardly escape that cultivator of the sixth Xianxia layer. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. It seemed like a sword came out of Lin Feng's mouth. Boom! That person raised his fists and blocked the sword, and it immediately disappeared. Then he continued chasing Lin Feng. "You want to die," said Lin Feng coldly. He opened his third eye and released a green palace made of godly awareness. "Eh?" The enemy frowned. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Xianxia layer but could already condense a palace. Not bad. "You'll die anyways," said that person, opening his third eye as well. His godly awareness turned into a crescent moon-shaped blade. "Die!" said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He opened his other third eye and released some desolate chi. Boom! The enemy was stupefied. What was that? An animal eye? That was desolate chi. His internal organs twitched. He walked back, but it was too late. The desolate chi enveloped his body. He gave a horrible shriek as his body slowly turned into ashes and flew away in the wind. He was dead. A cultivator of the sixth Xianxia layer had died in a flash. Then Lin Feng recalled his desolate chi back into his bestial consciousness. Lin Feng had two third eyes now. When Lin Feng opened his third human eye to release his godly awareness, his opponent didn't think that Lin Feng could have a bestial third eye as well. Therefore, he didn't have time to react. After killing that person, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. The other bodyguard was already fighting the young woman who had broken through to the third Xianxia layer. Her clothes were already torn apart and her shoulders were visible. "Eh?" That person turned his head. When he saw that Lin Feng hadn't died, he frowned. What was going on? "Where is my friend?" That person released his godly awareness and looked around. but only Lin Feng was left. No need to look for him. He's dead, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. He's dead? The bodyguard was surprised. You killed him. As far as I know, there's nobody else on the island, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. His body was surrounded by bestial qi. The enemy looked perplexed. His friend was dead? His friend had died from a cultivator of the second Xianxia layer? It looks like I made a mistake. You're hiding your real cultivation level, right? Said that person after remaining silent for a few seconds. Lin Feng was smiling. After all, he had used incredible powers to allow people get onto the pirate's boat. Now, he had killed his friend of the sixth Xianxia layer. Therefore, Lin Feng could only be hiding his real cultivation level. He couldn't possibly be of the second Xianxia layer. The young woman actually thought the same as well. Help me kill him, said the girl to Lin Feng. Shut the hell up, shouted the bodyguard furiously. He then looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Your Excellency, you don't know who that girl is. She is from the northern part of Bahuang province. She belongs to one of the biggest imperial clans, the Xianxia clan. They are very powerful and have a very strong blood. If you have sex with her, you can make your own blood become much stronger. If you agree, you can go ahead first. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at the girl. She was so beautiful. Her skin was silky white. She was very sexy and she definitely had a strong blood. Any man would be aroused by looking at her. Lin Feng had seen how the captain of the Purple Jade ship respected her, therefore he knew that she had a very high social status. Her clan probably had very strong Zun cultivators. The girl looked at Lin Feng. She seemed scared. The situation looked really bad for her. If Lin Feng didn't care, she would have no way to stop those two men. Help me, said the girl, sounding fragile. She was begging Lin Feng. Your Excellency, you are very talented. If your blood becomes stronger on top of it, you will become unstoppable, added the bodyguard. I have to admit that you convinced me, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile, slowly walking towards the girl. She was suddenly petrified as she looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Your Excellency, you're very smart. Such a beautiful and rich girl, you will enjoy it, said the bodyguard with an evil smile, looking at Lin Feng slowly walking towards her. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of the young woman. She grinded her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. She was disgusted. Snowflakes appeared in the air. Such a beautiful girl, you first. You're dreaming, shouted a voice furiously. Energies emerged behind Lin Feng. Boom, boom. However, that strength didn't reach Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng wasn't there. However, at the same time, Lin Feng had already released his own incredible energies. Die, said Lin Feng, punching the air in his enemy's direction. He didn't realize that Lin Feng would act so fast, like lightning. The enemy was propelled backwards. He thought about the fact that Lin Feng could attack him before, so had taken a step back just in case. Eh? He looked at Lin Feng, surprised. Moving back was useless. It even seemed like he wasn't moving at all. Piss off. The snowy tunnel was shaking violently now as the enemy raised his hands. The chi hadn't disappeared yet when a gigantic mountain appeared and started falling on top of him. That mountain contained the strength of the earth and sky. That cultivator of the sixth Xianxia layer could barely breathe. He continued running backwards, but it wasn't working. He was in an illusion. The mountain crashed onto his body as the entire illusion shook. Bastard, shouted the bodyguard. Boom, 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 boom. Crackling sounds spread in the air. The bodyguard's bones were cracking. Stop, Your Excellency. Please stop, shouted that person. However, Lin Feng ignored him and continued attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The earth and sky were still shaking violently, and so was the snowy tunnel. The bodyguard was already crawling on the ground. The girl looked at Lin Feng as if he were a Zun cultivator, a god. His attacks were too powerful. Stop, begged the bodyguard. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. Why would he stop? That person attacked him by surprise. Lin Feng wouldn't let him off. His Tianxian stone turned into a mountain and fell on him. Crevices appeared in the ground as blood splashed everywhere. Lin Feng finally stopped attacking and his Tianxian stone disappeared. The enemy was dead, crushed, his organs had exploded everywhere. Attacking me by surprise, eh? Said Lin Feng coldly. He turned around and walked towards the young woman. She still looked scared. Let's go, said Lin Feng gently stretching his hand towards the girl. She looked at him carefully and grabbed his hand. Lin Feng shook his hand, a robe appeared and he put it on the woman. You need to heal your wounds first. The girl didn't look scared anymore. Lin Feng took her to a cave where the desolate Qi was weak and where it was better to recover. Heal first, said Lin Feng, and then he left. He saw Xianxia outside looking at the broken boat. What are you thinking? Asked Lin Feng, but Xianxia ignored him. After a long time, he looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, Little boy, you're lucky. That boat isn't completely broke. I can repair it. Lin Feng was surprised. You mean that? What I mean is that we can leave the island. Xianxia smiled. That little boy was quite lucky. We can leave. Lin Feng couldn't believe it at first, but then a smile gradually appeared on his face. He felt so relieved and breathed in deeply. Emperor, let's do it now then, said Lin Feng smiling. Xianxia nodded and said, give me some time. Besides, if I repair that boat, we need the girl to remove her connection to the boat. So she will have to give it up. You should go inform her about that. Me? Then, Xianxia added, if I fix that boat, we can't give it back to her. It will be yours. It's good for your safety as well. In Bahuang province, you will often face dangerous situations and possessing a variety of items may just save you. Lin Feng remained silent. He had to agree that having a boat might just be a good idea. I'll talk to her, said Lin Feng. The girl had helped him a few times. If she hadn't been there to talk to the captain of the Purple Jade ship, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect would have come aboard and killed him. Now her 2 bodyguards tried to rape and kill her, and now Lin Feng would take her boat. That must not have been fun for her. Lin Feng went to see the girl. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng from the back. His eyes were twinkling. He hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, but he knew that Lin Feng was a sensitive person. That attitude might hurt him in this world of cultivation. The girl had broken the boat and Lin Feng had saved her. If they fixed her boat, keeping it was absolutely normal. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, Xianxia would have immediately removed the girl's connection to the boat without asking. Lin Feng arrived in the cave. The woman who was healing herself opened her eyes and asked indifferently, Is something wrong? I came to talk to you about your boat. We can fix it. The girl was surprised and said, Really? Yes. Nodded Lin Feng. Please fix it. I'll be so grateful. I will fix it, but we need to remove your connection to the boat, said Lin Feng. The girl frowned but understood what Lin Feng meant. She nodded. All right. If you can fix it and take me back to Bahuang province, you can keep it. All right. Continue healing yourself, said Lin Feng as he left again. 3 days later, Lin Feng was swimming in the river. He jumped out of the water and went to the center of the island. There were abstruse energies surrounding the boat now. Yendi, did you fix the boat? Asked Lin Feng. It's your boat now, you just have to learn how to control it. You'll know if it's fixed then, said Xianxia. Lin Feng released his awareness and the boat gradually became bigger. Such a boat must be incredibly expensive, whispered Lin Feng. That boat had probably been created by an incredible cultivator. It required knowledge in certain crafts and illusion spells. Of course, to create such a boat, a cultivator needs to be strong, physically and mentally, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and made the boat become even larger. That boat works on abstruse crystals and it consumes a lot of them. So be prepared. I understand, said Lin Feng nodding. At that moment, someone's voice came from behind them. Xianxia and Lin Feng turned around and saw the young woman. You fixed it. Her eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer, so she didn't believe it. She was convinced he was hiding his cultivation level. He had probably just broken through to the 4th or 5th Tianqi layer, but he was able to defeat cultivators of the 6th Tianqi layer. The most surprising part was that Lin Feng, with the strength of the Tianqi layer, had managed to fix the boat. Even some Zun cultivators wouldn't have managed to fix it. I have some tools which allowed me to fix it, said Lin Feng. He couldn't tell her Xianxia had fixed it. Nobody could know about Xianxia's secrets. Even though the young woman didn't really understand, she couldn't ask much. Lin Feng had secrets and that would have to be normal. Thank you for saving me. My name is Yang Ziyi. You know who I am? I belong to the Xianxia clan from the northern part of the Bahuang province. I hope you can take me home safely, said the young woman to Lin Feng. My name is Lin Feng. You helped me too, said Lin Feng nodding. I'm going to Bahuang province as well. We can go together. All right, we need to be careful though because the pirates are still looking for me. We won't necessarily encounter them, but still. Once we're in Bahuang province, we'll be safe because the pirates won't go there. Who are those pirates? Do they want to mix their blood with yours too? They even prepared an ambush to kidnap you, asked Lin Feng. He had sent Tang Yu and the others to the island of the Nine Dragons. He was wondering if they were okay. The pirates consider themselves as the rulers of the Huang Sea. Some traders also go to the island of the Nine Dragons to do business there. They have precious treasures and the sea is so vast that it is difficult to find them. They want to kill me because some things happened between my clan and them. But they also want to mix their blood with mine, you are right, explained Yang Ziyi. The pirates just seemed like a normal group of influence, they didn't seem to be evil or anything. Hopefully Yu and Jun Mo she shouldn't have any problems with them. Were they in Bahuang province already? Lin Feng hoped his friends were all right. Let's go, said Lin Feng as they jumped onto the boat. The boat was surrounded by abstruse energies as it crossed the sea with incredible speed. Lin Feng looked around and felt tiny in the middle of that sea. He also felt like he was still too weak. They continued sailing. There was no storm and no pirates in sight. 7 days later, land was in sight. It was Bahuang province. Bahuang province. We finally arrived. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the sea. Felt like a dream having finally arrived. Finally, I'm back, whispered Yang Ziyi. What a terrible journey. The storm, the pirates, the bodyguards. Where do you want to go? Yang Ziyi asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. He didn't know Bahuang province. He had never been there. He also didn't know where Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were organizing their recruitment process. Lin Feng remembered what Yang Ziyi's servants had said about the prince who wanted to rank first at the recruitment process and about inviting the two emperors to their wedding. I have no idea. Where are you going? Asked Lin Feng smiling. Yang Ziyi looked at Lin Feng and nodded. All right, you can come with me. I'm going home. Thanks, said Lin Feng smiling. Lin Feng turned off the abstruse chi of the boat. No need to waste abstruse crystals if they weren't sailing anymore. That boat was incredibly precious, it was even faster than Zune-level beasts. Considering the fact that human beings could barely catch up with Zune-level beasts in terms of speed, it was almost impossible for human beings to catch up with such a precious boat. The Yang clan was famous in the northern part of Bahuang province. They were amongst the most powerful groups of the region and were located in Tianyuan City. A boat streaked across the sky towards the Xianxia clan's territory in Tianyuan City. An illusion boat must be the Yang clan, thought many people when they saw the boat in the sky. Xianxia was lying down on the boat as he talked to Lin Feng using telepathy. Little boy, you should drop her off here, there's no need to take her home. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and asked, is there a problem? Are you acting dumb because she's beautiful? Just take her down here. We're already at their gate, said Xianxia nonchalantly. What the hell, said Lin Feng. He then said, we're here already and I want to stay with her so that we can go to the Imperial Cultivation disciple meeting together. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng in a despising way and said, keep dreaming then. But put me away, I don't want to stay with you guys. Lin Feng didn't understand, but he put Xianxia back in the animal tower. After a short time, Lin Feng and Yang Ziyi arrived in front of a palace. It was a simple palace though, it didn't look like the palace a prestigious clan would have. However, Yang Ziyi said it was her home. Let's go down, said Yang Ziyi. Lin Feng made the boat go down and they landed in front of a big closed gate. Lin Feng didn't understand why they landed there. Yang Ziyi walked to the gate and put her hand on it. In a flash, the door opened itself silently and a large road appeared. That was an illusion then. The buildings Lin Feng had seen from above weren't the same as when the door was open. It looked like its own small world. We're here. Let's go in, said Yang Ziyi. She looked like an aristocratic young woman again. She didn't want to show other people she had gone through any hardships. Lin Feng followed her. There were positive vibes in that territory, and Lin Feng felt good. What a pleasant pure chi of the earth and sky, thought Lin Feng. The buildings weren't gigantic, but they had a very pleasant chi and the architecture looked nice. That was the world of strong and rich cultivators. It seemed like many clans used small worlds like Xingong. Several people landed next to Yang Ziyi and bowed in front of her. Miss, you finally came back. We heard that you were in danger in the Huang Sea, so we sent some people. Did they find you? The leader of the clan is really worried. Lin Feng was amazed. All those people were Zun cultivators. The Xiaoyao sect or Xingong couldn't compete, just these cultivators. I'm sorry, I'm going to see him now to give him some news, said Yang Ziyi in a low voice. She was trying to remain calm though and not show her emotions. Yes, said those people. They looked at Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable. But they didn't do or say anything. After a few hours, they arrived in front of a beautiful palace. The landscape was incredible. Yang Ziyi came back, said a young man with blue clothes. He smiled at her and said, I heard that you were in danger. I'm happy you're back, safe and sound. I hate those pirates. The young man seemed furious when he talked about the pirates. I'm going to see the leader and tell him the pirates actually attacked you. They should all be killed, said someone else. All those young men showed how furious they were. They all wanted to kill the pirates. Sorry for having made you all worry, said Yang Ziyi with a gentle yet merely polite smile. She wanted to put distance between her and those people. Those young men were all incredible. The Xianxia clan was also very prestigious. Showing the Xianxia clan that they were worried was a good way to be noticed. They were also all single and were all trying to get close with Yang Ziyi. I'm going to see the leader. See you, said Yang Ziyi smiling. Everybody nodded at her politely. Yang Ziyi turned around and said to Lin Feng, wait for me here. All right, said Lin Feng nodding. He wasn't used to the traditional rules of courtesy in such high-class clans. Make Master Lin Feng feel at home, said Yang Ziyi to the servants before going into the palace. After she left, the young men carefully observed Lin Feng. Many people wanted to marry the members of the Xianxia clan to mix their blood with theirs. Many people heard about the Xian Yuan Shi prince. His goal was to marry Yang Ziyi, which made other people feel dispirited. The only way to conquer her heart was to make her fall in love. Using violence or power was impossible, it seemed. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng enviously in the garden around the palace. Yang Ziyi and Lin Feng seemed quite close when they arrived together. He was young and handsome, but in the world of cultivation, the most important thing was still strength. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Tian Qi layer. How could Yang Ziyi be friends with him? Where are you from? I've never seen you before, said the young man with blue clothes while smiling. He was smiling obsequiously. His name is Lin Feng, so he's probably from the Lin clan in the northern part of Bahuang. I heard that Lin Ruotian was the leader of the Lin clan's army. Who are you compared to Lin Ruotian? Asked someone else. After all, if Lin Feng was friends with Yang Ziyi, he could only be a member of a rich and powerful family. Lin Feng remained speechless. He found it funny that there was a Lin clan in Bahuang. I'm not a member of that clan and I don't know Lin Ruotian, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. You're not? The crowd was very surprised. Are you joking? How did you get to know Yang Ziyi then? Asked the young man in blue clothes. We met accidentally while traveling and finished our trip together. Do I have to be a member of the Lin clan to meet someone while traveling? Said Lin Feng, annoyed. You're really not a member of the Lin clan? The young men glanced at each other. We'll see if you're not, said a young man with silver clothes coldly. He walked forwards and released energies. 2 gigantic silver wings appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. The young man with the silver wings was smiling. Indeed, they would quickly see if Lin Feng was lying or not. If he was a member of the Lin clan, he would use the special abilities of the Lin clan. Lin Feng was surprised. Those guys were rough. He had been invited by the Yang Ziyi and people attacked him as soon as she left him. It seemed like hospitality was different in these settings. Dazzling silver lights hurt people's eyes and sharp sounds invaded the atmosphere. Slash, slash. Lin Feng released a sharp sword energy towards the silver wings. Kacha! Metallic sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's sword energies were destroyed by the silver wings and continued moving towards him. Lin Feng jumped backwards and the young man with silver clothes smiled coldly. He moved his hands and the silver wings moved towards Lin Feng even faster. "Your Excellency, I told you I am not a member of the Lin clan, no need to act that way," shouted Lin Feng while jumping backwards. The cultivator with silver wings had the strength of the 5th Tian Qi layer. "If you're not, then I can kill you," said the young man with an indifferent smile. His silver lights were dazzling. "If you're not, then I can kill you?" Lin Feng was furious. He released Sword Intent, which emitted whistling sounds. Level 7 Sword Intent. The crowd was surprised. A cultivator of the 2nd Tian Qi layer had a level 7 Sword Intent. Impressive. "You're not a member of the Lin clan," said the young man with silver clothes. The members of the Lin clan weren't sword cultivators. Since Lin Feng had a level 7 Sword Intent, he was a real sword cultivator. The others thought the same, he wasn't a member of the Lin clan. "Level 7 Sword Intent, so what? You'll die anyway," said the attacker coldly. He condensed more silver sword energies and instilled them in his silver wings. At the same time, he released his spirit, 2 gigantic dazzling wings. Every part of his body seemed as sharp as a blade. Silverwing's spirit, fast, sharp, scary, thought the other young men. Even without using his spirit, that guy could kill Lin Feng, but using his spirit was safer, and on top of that, that was a good opportunity to show everyone how strong he was. Lin Feng was starting to feel nervous. That was a strong spirit. But Lin Feng knew cultivators in Bahuang province were even crueler than those from his homeland. He was prepared to see many cultivators with strong spirits. "Your Excellency, I am a guest here. Attacking me is not very respectful," said Lin Feng. The young man smiled and looked at Lin Feng in a despising way. "Do you think they don't know we're fighting?" Lin Feng was astonished. Since the beginning, the Xianxia clan knew they were fighting. They were strong and powerful. He had seen Zun cultivators pick up Yang Ziyi at the door. The Xianxia clan didn't care about such battles because it had nothing to do with them. If Lin Feng got killed, so what? If he was weak, dying was inevitable. While Lin Feng was fighting, Yang Ziyi was in a room in the depths of the palace. An old man was sitting on a throne. He looked at her and asked, "Who's the young man who came with you?" "His name is Lin Feng. We met in the middle of the Huangxi," said Yang Ziyi respectfully. She didn't look as proud as a moment before. "You had troubles in the middle of the sea. After that we lost contact." "What happened?" asked the old man. "Great-grandfather, the pirates chased me. They wanted to kill me. My servants almost all got killed trying to protect me. Later on, 2 of my servants and I escaped and the boat broke. We ended up on an island and we were stuck there for a few days." Yang Ziyi smiled wryly. It was her fault if the boat had broken. She wouldn't have thought that the pirates would send Zun cultivators to kill her. "The boat broke and you ended up on an island in the middle of nowhere. Ziyi, how did you manage to come back? Did a powerful group rescue you?" asked the old man coldly. He was furious at the pirates. "I met Lin Feng. I was alone with the 2 bodyguards who betrayed me. They wanted to rape and kill me. Lin Feng killed them both and fixed the boat," said Yang Ziyi. The old man frowned. He looked outside with his awareness but surprisingly didn't care about Lin Feng. "He's not an amazing fighter, but he managed to fix the boat." "Show me the boat," said the old man. Yang Ziyi didn't know what to say. She remained silent. "What's wrong?" asked the old man. "Lin Feng fixed the boat and saved me, but in exchange, he wanted to keep the boat," said Yang Ziyi in a low voice. The old man frowned and suddenly looked angry. "How dare he steal our items? Great-grandfather, that boat was broken. I didn't care about it anymore and I was stuck on the island. Lin Feng managed to fix it and save me. Giving him that wrecked boat is not big deal when you look at it that way," explained Yang Ziyi. Why did he come here with you?" asked the old man coldly. "I don't know," said Yang Ziyi, shaking her head. "Everybody wants to marry you to mix their blood with ours. You're extremely beautiful. In the northern part of Ba Huang province, everybody is interested in you." The old man reminded her. Yang Ziyi remained silent. Lin Feng had saved her, but he had obtained a boat. That was great already. Now he had come with her to her clan. Why? "Great-grandfather, he saved me after all. Give him the boat and a few abstruse crystals. I owe him that at the very least," said Yang Ziyi. "Ziyi, you are too generous," said a young man coming inside. That young man was handsome and looked like Yang Ziyi. It was her elder brother, Yang Zilan. The old man looked at Yang Zilan and smiled. "Zilan? Ziyi is right. Since he saved Ziyi, we can't let anything happen to him. Give him some abstruse crystals and ask him to leave. Great-grandfather, I understand, said Yang Zilan. He looked at Yang Ziyi and said, Ziyi, let's go. All right. The siblings left and saw the young man with the silver wings. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Brother Jun Luo, stop, said Yang Zilan. He turned around and recalled his spirit. You're lucky. If Zilan hadn't intervened, I would have killed you, said the young man mockingly. Lin Feng nodded at Yang Ziyi. He had saved Yang Ziyi and brought her back home, safe and sound. He had helped her a lot. However, being friends with her seemed too inconvenient. It was better for him to leave. Yang Ziyi acted as if she hadn't seen Lin Feng at all, which made Lin Feng's smile turn rigid. Brother Lin, I've heard about you. Thank you for helping my little sister. You can consider the boat as a gift. Besides, here are a few abstruse crystals as a gift. Thank you. Yang Zilan gave a ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised, but took the ring. He felt uncomfortable. The boat could be considered as a gift as well? What did he mean by considered? Lin Feng had fixed the boat. Could he give it back after fixing it? Could he have brought Yang Ziyi back if he hadn't fixed it? Besides, what were those crystals about? Were they asking him to leave? Yang Ziyi looked cold and detached, even emotionless. Lin Feng understood. Brother Zilan, what is that boat story about? Asked someone. Zilan smiled indifferently and said, My little sister was in danger in the middle of the Huang Sea. Brother Lin helped her, but asked for her boat in exchange. He also brought her back home, safe and sound. We can't be mean to him, so the boat and the abstruse crystals are a gift to express our gratefulness. I see. That's empathy, helping people and stealing their items, said the young man in silver clothes mockingly. He came here only to steal the items of the Yang clan, said all the young men mockingly. Lin Feng looked at Yang Ziyi and said, Is that what you think, or is that what he thinks? Yang Ziyi looked at him and said, Lin Feng, thank you for having taken me back. Please take the abstruse crystals and leave. I understand, said Lin Feng. He felt ridiculous for acting so nice. He threw the ring away and said, You can keep your abstruse crystals. Yang Zilan caught the ring with the crystals. Then he frowned and said, If that's not enough, tell me what else you need. Nothing, said Lin Feng indifferently. Are those crystals not enough for having saved my sister? Could it be that you're a bit too greedy? Said Yang Zilan while groaning coldly. So you think your sister's life is worth a few abstruse crystals? How ridiculous, said Lin Feng indifferently. He turned around and left. I hope that if I'm in trouble someday, you'll be there to help. I'm leaving for now. I hope you don't mind. Brother Lin, we don't mind you leaving, but please accept the abstruse crystals. Refusing a gift is impolite, said Yang Zilan. Who was Lin Feng to ask them if a life was worth a few crystals? Yang Zilan threw the ring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly turned around, condensed chi in his hand, and grabbed the ring. He looked at Yang Ziyi and her brother and said, All right then, I'll take it. I'm off now. After that, Lin Feng disappeared in the crowd. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng coldly. After a few minutes, he calmed down, smiled at the crowd and said, Let's be happy, everyone. Zilan, you're too nice. You even gave him abstruse crystals. He helped Ziyi after all. Now he's got her boat too. I'm not happy about that, said Yang Zilan indifferently. The young men looked at him. Yang Zilan continued. Ziyi loved her boat. What a pity. Brother, I have something to do. See you later, said the young man with blue clothes as he left. Me too. Let's go together, said the young man with silver clothes. Very quickly, the young men left. Yang Zilan smiled in a cold way. Brother, what are you doing? Said Yang Zilan. The young men were all smart. They knew what Yang Zilan wanted. Now Lin Feng was in danger. Ziyi, he doesn't care about you. Why would we need to be polite? Said Yang Zilan. Then, he sat down on a stone bench and said coldly, How could he steal our treasures? He looked furious. Lin Feng felt relieved as he arrived outside. He had Xianxia come out. Xianxia glanced around and smiled. What? Are you going through hard times? You told me not to go there. Did you know what was going to happen? Asked Lin Feng. You just need to use your brain. In this world, If you're weak, nobody respects you. You're not as strong as those people. Even if you saved Yang Ziyi, going in with her was a mistake. People will think you expect something from them. On top of that, you already had her boat," whispered Xianxia. Lin Feng was too naive. He didn't expect anything from her. He just wanted to be friends and go to Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu with her. What was the problem? Lin Feng didn't understand. In the world of cultivation, weak cultivators were bullied. Only the strong were respected. "You should have explained those things to me earlier," said Lin Feng. "You're still growing up. You have to learn from your mistakes," said Xianxia. "What if I had died?" "Are you not worried about me?" "Impossible. You saved Yang Ziyi, that's a fact. You were perfectly safe there. They wouldn't attack you themselves or let people kill you. If they wanted to kill you, they would do it secretly." "You're mean, Emperor," said Lin Feng. Xianxia was old and smart. He knew more things than him. "Call me Yan Di," said Xianxia. Lin Feng looked at him and remembered that he was an emperor who had turned into an old beast. Letting Xianxia act arrogantly and proud was the least he could do. "Humph." Xianxia sighed and said, "Some people are following you." "I know, not just one or two," said Lin Feng. "How shameless. He saved Yang Ziyi and now they were chasing him. What did they want? To kill him?" Lin Feng ran to the city center of Tianyuan City very quickly. Many people sensed the wind from his quick movements. The ones chasing Lin Feng were fast as well. 5 people were following him and they weren't trying to hide. Lin Feng could sense their energies. They were implicitly telling him that they weren't scared. Besides, those people were all stronger than him. Lin Feng wasn't running at full speed, so those young men could easily catch up with him if they wanted, but they didn't. They kept a distance between him and them. "They are waiting until you end up in a place where there aren't too many people. Don't do something stupid. When you see a big crowd, stop there," said Xianxia. He understood what those kind of people thought. "All right," nodded Lin Feng. He then ran towards a crowd. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived on a public square. There were many palaces and people were everywhere. "This looks like a good spot," said Lin Feng with a smile. Those who were following him frowned. They arrived in the crowd too and released energies to oppress Lin Feng. "Die." The one with silver clothes moved very quickly and arrived in front of Lin Feng. He opened his silver wings and attacked. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved back with the wind. However, the silver wings reached him and tore apart his clothes. Lin Feng stopped. They wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. There were people everywhere, but they didn't care, they just glanced at them. Battles in the middle of the street were normal in Tianyuan City. "Was it the Yang clan who sent you to kill me to prevent secrets from being disclosed?" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Everybody heard him in the public square. "Yang clan? Prevent secrets from being disclosed?" What Yang clan was Lin Feng talking about? There was only one Yang clan in Tianyuan City, the Xianxia clan. Lin Feng's question drew many people's attention. Was he really talking about the Yang clan from Tianyuan City? How could the Yang clan send people to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer? "Chou Jun Luo, that Chou Jun Luo from the Chou clan. He's been interested in Yang Ziyi for a long time," said someone who recognized the young man with silver clothes. Many people were whispering. "That's Jiang Ning, he was staying at the Yangs these days," said some people who also recognized the young man with blue clothes. Many people recognized those 5 young men. They belonged to large and rich families. Even though their clans weren't as strong as the Yang clan, they were rich and powerful. However, why were those 5 strong cultivators chasing a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer? Bzzz. A silver light flickered and a fireball exploded. "Roasted wings, my new specialty," said Xianxia, spitting out a fireball at the silver wings. Slash, slash, the silver wings were burning from Xianxia's flames and started melting. "I'll increase the temperature," said Xianxia with a cold smile and spat out more flames. Chou Jun Luo was fearless. He ran forwards as if the fire couldn't harm him. But at that moment he frowned. A dark red fire appeared which contained a terrifying strength. "Piss off." The silver wings moved towards the dark red fire, however, crackling sounds spread in the air as the silver wings burned even more rapidly. The fire continued moving towards him. Chou Jun Luo frowned and ran back. At the same time, Xianxia swallowed his fire back. The fire disappeared as if it never existed. The crowd was surprised. A Tian-level beast had made Cho Jun Luo flinch. Even though Xianxia was only a Tian-level beast, his fire was incredible, especially that dark red fire. Was that fire his own? Ancient beasts were, as expected, very strong. You're all annoying. My buddy just had fun with a girl. Why try to kill him? Said Xianxia. The crowd was astonished. Cho Jun Luo was petrified too. Had fun with a girl? Bastard. Lin Feng was angry and swore at Xianxia using telepathy. I'm helping you. You saved a girl because you're a nice guy and people want to kill you because of that? We should make them even angrier. You're furious, I'm furious too, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was furious indeed. If those people had just insulted him, no problem, but those people are shameless. He saved a young woman and they tried to kill him. Stupid animal. How dare you pronounce such words here? Said Cho Jun Luo furiously. That Tian-level beast actually ruined Yang Ziye's reputation. Everybody would hear about that. What a humiliation for the Yang clan. Well, why are you chasing my buddy then? To kill him? You're pathetic. My buddy rescued Yang Ziyi from an island in the middle of the Huang Sea. They found each other attractive and had sex, so what? Don't hate him for that. We just paid a visit to the Yangs, we left 20 minutes ago and you're already chasing him, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was petrified. What was Xianxia doing? Emperor, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Xianxia interrupted him and said, Don't worry, little boy. I'm the one who asked you to travel the world with me. I won't let anything happen to you. I guarantee I will bring you back safe and sound. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Was Xianxia suffering from the side effects of some drug or what? Why was he going insane in Ba Huang province? Stupid animal, bastard, you're tarnishing Ziye's reputation. The 5 young men were furious. You're the animals. You're acting like slaves because you want to have sex with Yang Ziyi. But you know what? She doesn't give a shit about you guys. You're just dirty little animals. At most, she would be willing to have you as slaves, said Xianxia while staring at those 5 people intensely. When he saw how furious they looked, he said, Attack! Kill us. Nobody will know what happened on the island then. Cho Jun Luo and the others' faces turned deathly pale. They were wondering if it was the truth. Killing Lin Feng and Xianxia was difficult now. If they killed them both to prevent a secret from being disclosed, Yang Ziye's reputation would be ruined. People would think it was true. On top of that, Yang Ziyi wouldn't be that grateful, and even worse, they would never be able to marry her. Xianxia was willing to say anything. Lin Feng looked at them and glanced at Xianxia. Xianxi's game had turned dangerous. What are you guys doing here? At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi had appeared. Yang Ziyi pulled a long face. Lin Feng and Xianxia had surprisingly tarnished her reputation. However, Yang Zilan was smiling gently as if nothing had happened. Brother Lin, I wouldn't have thought Jun Luo and the others would be angry at you because of the boat. Please don't be angry, said Yang Zilan. He then added, Brother Lin helped rescue Ziyi and took her back. We're infinitely grateful. We gave a boat to Lin Feng to express our gratefulness. How dare you attack Brother Lin without our consent? When the crowd heard that, they remained silent. They were still wondering if Lin Feng had actually had sex with Yang Ziyi. Lin Feng looked at Yang Zilan indifferently. He was a good actor, he even remained calm and nice. That was admirable. By saying that, people would think that because he asked Yang Ziyi for her boat, the others were attacking him. Brother Yang, he's insolent and shameless. If you want to give him your boat, fine, but we won't let him off, said Cho Jun Luo. He didn't know what to say, so he just tried to imply that Lin Feng had, indeed, asked for the boat because he was greedy. Lin Feng felt annoyed. Those rich kids were annoying and evil. You see? The Yang clan doesn't care about you having saved Yang Ziyi. You don't need to be polite, said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng remained calm and even smiled indifferently. Many people were evil in the world. He had to get used to it. They weren't the only ones. Many people would be like that in the future. Master Yang, Miss Yang, said Lin Feng while smiling. The siblings were surprised, but looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Yang Zilan said, Are you all right, Brother Lin? May I ask you a few questions? Asked Lin Feng. Please do not hesitate, said Yang Zilan very politely. I want to ask Miss Yang something, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. He then asked Yang Ziyi, please tell me if I'm wrong, your boat broke and you ended up on that deserted island, then your servants betrayed you and almost raped you. They even attacked you, right? Indeed. They didn't rape me though, said Yang Ziyi. They didn't, indeed. But you were injured. Do you know why they didn't rape you though? Asked Lin Feng. You saved me, said Yang Ziyi. Indeed. I saved you, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi from being raped by her own people. The news would spread around the city quickly. Let me ask you something else. Have I ever been mean or disrespectful to you? Never, of course, said Yang Ziyi. Lin Feng smiled. With that question, he was already showing others that he hadn't tarnished her reputation. Well, your boat was broken, so how did you come back? Asked Lin Feng. Yang Ziyi was annoyed but still replied, you fixed my boat and took me back. Thank you for exposing the truth, Miss Yang, said Lin Feng. He slowly turned around and looked at Yang Zilan. I want to ask you, Master Yang. If I hadn't been there, what would have happened to Miss Yang after her boat broke? Would she have been able to come back at all? Brother Lin, the Yang clan will always remember what you've done for Ziyi, said Yang Zilan in a gentle way. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, I could have fixed the boat and abandoned Miss Yang on the island. I could have left alone with the boat and Miss Yang would still be on the island. I didn't do that though, I took her back. Since I fixed the boat, isn't it normal that I keep it? Of course, said Yang Zilan with a gentle and warm smile. He already wanted to kill Lin Feng deep inside though. He couldn't bear hearing his voice anymore. Is that so? But it's not what you said before, said Lin Feng coldly. He then said mockingly, I took Miss Yang back, I was attacked. Then you said I was the one who asked to have to the boat. Then you made me leave by giving me abstruse crystals. That's how you express your gratefulness. That's a misunderstanding, Brother Lin. We just wanted to give you something to express our gratefulness, said Yang Zilan, who wasn't smiling anymore. Is that so? I just left your palace. Why are those people chasing me? Why do they want to kill me? Asked Lin Feng. People started whispering again. They finally understood what had happened. I wouldn't have thought they would do that for Ziyi. Concerning the boat, it's all my fault. I didn't express myself clearly, said Yang Zilan. He didn't mean what he was saying though. Interesting, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Everything is very clear now. If you hadn't said those things on purpose, then they wouldn't even know about the boat. Without you, would they have come out to kill me? No need to lie. You're disgusting. No need to find excuses. People now understand clearly what happened. If you want to kill me that bad, just come and attack me directly. The Yang clan is such a great clan, said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng's laugh pierced through people's eardrums. Yang Zilan wasn't smiling anymore though, he was furious. The Yang clan is quite shameless. How could they do such a thing? Whispered many people. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi and now the Yang clan wanted to kill him. But he's ungrateful too, why would he take their items, especially a precious boat? Even if the boat was broken, I don't think the Yang clan would have given it to him. People were whispering and gossiping. The Yang clan was prestigious in the Bahuang province. People respected and admired them. Even though he had rescued Yang Ziyi, taking their boat wasn't a good idea. In the world of strong cultivators, it's always better to be careful, sighed some people. Lin Feng had been careless. He had saved Yang Ziyi because he was nice, but he hadn't planned the rest wisely. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? You misunderstood us, so how can you talk that way? Said Yang Zilan. Everybody knew Lin Feng was right, but at the same time, they thought that offending the Yang clan wasn't a good idea. Lin Feng was going to talk, but Xianxia talked first. Is that so? Since we misunderstood you, and since you want to show us your gratefulness for having saved Yang Ziyi, then I think that a ring with 1,000 abstruse crystals and a map of the northern part of Bahuang province would be fair. Xianxia smiled coldly, but everybody else was speechless. How audacious! 1,000 abstruse crystals? That was extremely expensive, however, for the Yang clan that wasn't too much. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Indeed, Yang Zilan kept trying to find excuses, now he could pay for his excuses. What? You said it yourself, you're very grateful. Unless you think your sister's life is worth 1,000 abstruse crystals, continued Xianxia. Yang Zilan started shaking from the anger. His eyes twinkled, but he smiled and said, What do you think, Brother Lin? I think it's fair. If you give us the abstruse crystals and the map, you won't owe us anything anymore, said Lin Feng indifferently. All right, take the map first, said Yang Zilan, throwing a jade ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it, and then Yang Zilan continued. I don't have 1,000 abstruse crystals. I need to go back to the clan to get them. Wait for me here. How long? Asked Xianxia coldly. Yang Zilan was getting angrier and angrier. He glanced at Xianxia and said, 2 hours. If you haven't made your way back by then, we will come to the conclusion that you didn't come back on purpose and that all you just said were empty words, said Xianxia coldly. All right, I'll be back, said Yang Zilan. He then turned to Yang Ziyi. Ziyi, come with me. Then both of them left. After they left, Chou Junluo and the others walked towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them. Then he glanced at the siblings who were leaving and thought, how shameless. If you come back in 2 hours and that your friends haven't killed me, I wonder how you'll react. Everybody understood what was going on. Yang Zilan was just looking for an excuse to give Chou Junluo and the others time to kill Lin Feng, that's all. Otherwise, why would he have asked Yang Ziyi to come back with him? If a member of the Yang clan had stayed, Chou Junluo and the others wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng. That would show that they were ungrateful. Even though everybody perfectly knew that it was an excuse and that Yang Zilan was just pretending, at least the Yang clan could still pretend they didn't know. Master Yang just left. What are you guys doing? Asked Lin Feng with a cold smile. We don't care. It has nothing to do with the Yang clan. You and your animal humiliated us. We'll teach you a lesson now, said Chou Junluo, releasing silver energies again. You still need more excuses, said Lin Feng. He then added, you're rich and noble disciples and yet act like slaves for other people. You're nothing more than animals. Come and attack all of you at the same time. Ridiculous, I don't need any help to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer, said Chou Junluo in a despising way. He then said to the others, look at me guys. I'll teach you how to end a life in just a second. That guy is trash, Brother Junluo can take care of it. Let's watch, said the others. Kill him, I've never seen such an arrogant cultivator of the second Tianqi layer. Ridiculous. They all despised Lin Feng. Was it that easy to kill Lin Feng though? Chou Junluo looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, I've rarely seen such idiots. If he wants to bring about his own destruction, then I'll help him. Then, Chou Junluo released even more dazzling energies towards Lin Feng. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Chou Junluo raised his hand and sharp silver wings appeared. As Chou Junluo attacked, Lin Feng released his own sharp, ice-cold energies. Lin Feng seemed like he was unsheathing a sword. Die, said Chou Junluo. His wings appeared in front of Lin Feng. Slash, slash. Whistling sounds spread in the air. A sword appeared in front of Lin Feng and energies rolled in the air. The sound of the sword colliding with the wings made metallic ring. At the same time, Chou Junluo released his spirit. Thousands of sharp silver lights shot towards Lin Feng. The atmosphere seemed to be riddled with gaping wounds. Silver Wing's spirit, it's so powerful, thought the crowd, gasping with amazement. But the lights hurt their eyes as they could barely look. People who were too close were even suffocating. Boom, boom, boom. The silver lights crashed onto the sword. The sword stayed there though, it was becoming even more dazzling. Kacha! More metallic sounds were heard. Chou Junluo flapped his silver wings and appeared in front of Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng in a despising way and said, you're an insect, the world will be better off with you dead, so die. He flapped his wings and lights emerged from his wing's spirit and moved towards Lin Feng. Your cultivation level is higher than mine, is that you acting proud? said Lin Feng coldly. The earth and sky became cold as snowflakes started floating around. Lin Feng released bestial qi and suddenly looked like a beast. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, he disappeared and a snowy path in front of him. Eh? Chou Junluo was surprised. He couldn't reach Lin Feng. What was going on? The crowd was surprised too. Lin Feng was supposed to die, but what were those bestial lights? Die! Shouted Chou Junluo furiously. His wings shot towards Lin Feng again, but stopped in front of him. Slash, slash. The silver wings turned into blades. Chou Junluo was trying to cut everything around Lin Feng. His energies were so oppressive that the crowd was suffocating. However, his energies split in two and moved past Lin Feng. Had Lin Feng turned into an illusion? Lin Feng was still in his snowy tunnel, but he looked like an animal now. We can't kill him. Chou Junluo was furious. Was Lin Feng in an illusion? How is that possible? He has just broken through to the second Tianqi layer. How could he use illusion skills? The crowd was gasping with amazement. The 5 young men were even more dumbfounded. Lin Feng was in an illusion. Only extremely strong cultivators could cast illusion spells. How could they kill Lin Feng now? Chou Junluo pulled a long face. His silver wings were still attacking Lin Feng. But just as before, Lin Feng seemed unaffected. Lin Feng stared back at him coldly. Die! Sword Chi emerged from Lin Feng's hands and popped out of the illusion. Bzzz. Chou Junluo moved with incredible speed and dodged the attack. How fast? Thought Lin Feng. Chou Junluo then immediately came back. This time his silver wings were dazzling. More so now than before. That's useless, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He stepped back into his snowy tunnel. The silver wings slipped on the illusion again. I don't think I can't kill you, said Chou Junluo, pulling a long face. Die, 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 shouted Chou Junluo. His voice was so loud that it echoed all around. He was furious. Lin Feng's cultivation level was low. He probably couldn't use that kind of spell for too long. The crowd looked at the dazzling silver wings. Lin Feng's illusion was starting to crack. If Lin Feng hadn't hidden in the tunnel, he would have died in a second. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a silver light. Then he looked at Chou Junluo. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His face looked like an animal now. The snowy path slowly led towards Chou Junluo. Chou Junluo frowned, but didn't try to escape. That happened very quickly as suddenly he was in the snowy tunnel with Lin Feng. You allowed me inside. You will die now, said Chou Junluo coldly. He opened his wings and threw himself at Lin Feng. Roar! Lin Feng roared. The earth and sky shook violently. The tunnel seemed like it was going to collapse under this pressure. Chou Junluo was suddenly petrified. It felt like he was in hell, as if he was being chased by a demonic beast. How come I sense demon energy? Thought Chou Junluo. Lin Feng was sometimes a beast, sometimes a demon, sometimes a human. What was going on? He opened his wings and continued attacking. He had to destroy those demon energies first. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he took out a stone which contained a terrifying sealing strength. If you don't die today, at least I'll peel your skin off, said Lin Feng coldly. His demon seal stone shook violently as its strength surrounded Chou Junluo. Chou Junluo's silver wings moved towards the demon seal stone. Was he insane? Did he think he could destroy a demon seal stone? Seal. Boom boom. Demon marks appeared on the silver wings and its lights faded. Chou Junluo frowned. It was as if his wings were stuck in some kind of glue. It seemed like he would have to rely on other skills to attack Lin Feng. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his demon seal stone again and rumbling sounds spread in the air. It felt like his wings were being crushed by 2 mountains. Arg! Chou Junluo shouted furiously. You want to die, shouted Chou Junluo furiously. He opened his third eye and dazzling silver lights shot out towards Lin Feng. That silver light quickly turned into a pair of silver wings as well. Chou Junluo's godly awareness was just like his spirit. I can seal your spirit and your godly awareness, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He released demon sealing strength again. Chou Junluo looked like an enraged beast. How come Lin Feng had so many demon seal stones? Seal, said Lin Feng. Chou Junluo was petrified as he recalled his godly awareness. However, the demon seal stone continued moving towards him and crashed onto his forehead. Now he could barely move. Lin Feng rose up and condensed energies into his hands. Punch! Lin Feng condensed strength and demon sealing strength into his fist. Die! Chou Junluo looked like a stone as he tried using his winged spirit again. But he was oppressed by the strength of 3 demon seal stones. How, said Lin Feng. He punched Chou Junluo, but it felt like he was punching a stone block. What kind of spirit is that? Lin Feng was annoyed. That enemy was difficult to deal with. The illusion disappeared. Chou Junluo had been crushed into the ground by Lin Feng's punch, and a large crater appeared around Chou Junluo. Everybody was astonished. What an incredible fight. Chou Junluo was incredibly strong. Even Lin Feng's illusion had disappeared. Even with 3 demon seal stones, Chou Junluo was still fighting. You're genius. Didn't you say you'd kill me in a second? Why are you still here, hiding in a crater like a turtle in its shell? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng then punched the demon seal stone, which forced Chou Junluo out of the crater. You're shameless. Surprisingly, you actually used demon seal stones, said Jiang Ning. 30 minutes had passed and Chou Junluo hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. 1.5 hours later, Yang Zilan would come back, so they had to hurry and kill Lin Feng now. What you mean to say is that I should only use the strength of the 2nd Tianqi layer to fight cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer? Said Lin Feng glancing at Jiang Ning. You can attack together if you want, that'd be more fair. You can attack together if you want, that'd be better. Jiang Ning was speechless. Lin Feng was asking them to attack together. If 2 cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer fought against a cultivator of the 2nd Tianqi layer, that would be a complete humiliation for them. The Silver Wings cultivator had already lost face. He had used his spirit, which counted as a special attack, and hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood empty space spells and had demon seal stones. Killing Lin Feng wasn't so easy. Kacha! A sound spread in the air. Chou Junluo was trying to flap his wings, but Lin Feng smiled coldly and walked forwards. He coldly looked at the wings. Lin Feng shook his hand and a stone appeared. That stone became bigger and bigger, like a mountain, on Lin Feng's hand. The crowd was surprised again. Another treasure? Was Lin Feng going to use that stone to crush Chou Junluo? A strong wind started blowing. The crowd sensed the strength Lin Feng was condensing in the stone. It contained the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Feng raised his Tianxian stone and calmly sensed the energies inside of it. The strength of the earth and sky were very mysterious. Lin Feng's robe violently fluttered in the wind. Lin Feng then took the 3 demon seal stones back from the Silver Wings. Kacha, kacha! Chou Junluo opened his wings again and saw Lin Feng above him. He was in the air and was smiling at him in a bestial way with a mountain in his hand. Lin Feng continued walking towards him. The strength of the mountain was already oppressing him. He could barely move his wings. Boom, boom, boom. Things looked bad for Chou Junluo. Just try and dodge, shouted Lin Feng. Fissures appeared in the ground as the Tianxian stone fell from the sky. Kacha! Boom, boom, boom! An explosion sounded as the mountain fell on the Silver Wings. The ground exploded and a gigantic crater appeared. Fissures appeared all around and covered a huge distance. Observers jumped away to avoid falling in the valley-like fissures. There was a gigantic hole where Chou Junluo was before. Lin Feng rose up in the air, still holding his stone. He coldly looked at the crater. There was no sound coming from the hole. Jiang Ning and the others were wondering where their friend was. Was he okay? A silver light appeared and streaked across the sky. Chou Junluo then appeared. His wings were wide open. His clothes were completely torn apart, and he was soaked in blood. Chou Junluo stared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Your wings are really solid, said Lin Feng coldly. Chou Junluo was beat up, but his wings didn't seem hurt. I will kill you, said Chou Junluo. Lin Feng frowned and smiled. You've been saying that the whole time. Let's try again. I will show you what strength is. Strength is when you don't rely on treasures to fight, said Chou Junluo. Suddenly, he released blood strength like a furious ocean. What an incredible blood strength, thought the crowd. A strong wind started blowing and emitted whistling sounds. Chou Junluo was suddenly surrounded by a very sharp qi. He opened his silver wings again and started flapping them very quickly. His wings created a wind that blew hundreds of meters around. His spirit was extremely powerful thanks to his blood strength. Back! Get back now! Shouted many people while running away. Chou Junluo was furious. Lin Feng, a cultivator of the second Xianxia layer, had humiliated him and even injured him. He was covered with blood now. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. That's blood strength. Cultivators who had strong parents have a better blood than others, and de facto a better spirit. Killing ordinary people of the same level is easy with a good blood strength. With everything I've learnt, killing ordinary people of the 5th Xianxia layer is easy. But Chou Jun Luo is no ordinary cultivator. Thought Lin Feng, sensing the strong wind. Lin Feng could kill Chou Jun Luo if he used his full strength. But there were some tricks he couldn't use easily or carelessly. He had just arrived in Bahuang province. If he didn't have any problems with the Yang clan, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this mess. Lin Feng had saved Yang Ziyi and now people wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to fight. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. They didn't know who he was or where he was from, but he was a good fighter. Lin Feng looked like a beast. His robe was fluttering in the wind, and his qi was incredible. He was a real genius. However, what could he do against Chou Jun Luo's blood strength now? You have some demon seal stones. Unfortunately for you, they will become mine now, said Chou Jun Luo. His wind became even stronger. Lin Feng shook his hand and snowflakes appeared again. He was using his empty space bestial illusion technique again. You have only broken through to the 2nd Xianxia layer. Your illusion spells can't handle my attack, said Chou Jun Luo. Besides, even if I can't break it, I don't think you can hold out for that long. Lin Feng smiled in a bestial way and said, You're very confident. Illusion spells can be broken, but I don't think you can break mine. Lin Feng used Ling Long's holy celestial qi to cast the illusion spell this time. Chou Jun Luo couldn't break it. On top of that, holding the spell for 2 hours wasn't a problem for him. But he needed to hide the whole time anyways. Chou Jun Luo was too confident in himself. His silver wind was becoming even scarier. With the sun reflecting off of it, it looked like a silver rain. You think I can't break it? Said Chou Jun Luo with a cold smile. Let's try then. He flapped his silver wings and created tornadoes all around. Slash, slash, slash. Sharp sounds spread in the air. The crowd was running even farther away. They were already very far now, but the qi was so sharp that they couldn't stand it. Large blocks of stone were flying around now. With just that wind, the dust and the stones flying around, the crowd couldn't see Lin Feng and Chou Jun Luo anymore. He was flapping his wings so fast that they looked like an illusion. Chou Jun Luo looked proud. He was looking down at Lin Feng in a despising way. Let's see how long you can hold out. I'm sure you will die soon, said Chou Jun Luo coldly. Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Lin Feng's heart was pounding inside his snowy tunnel. Chou Jun Luo was really strong. Like Prince Tianlin, he had received teachings from a Zun cultivator. He also had a powerful blood strength and spirit. But Prince Tianlin had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer, not the 5th like Chou Jun Luo. Yang Zilan had the blood of the Xianxia clan and was a man. He must have had a lot of women, so his blood must be even more powerful, thought Lin Feng watching Chou Jun Luo. There was also that guy, the one who wanted to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process, the Xianyuan prince. He had imperial blood and was probably incredible as well. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me, said Lin Feng coldly while staring down Chou Jun Luo. Is that so? Silver wings, kill, said Chou Jun Luo. He attacked the snowy tunnel with his wings directly. The tunnel shook violently. Chou Jun Luo was so strong that he had managed to make the tunnel shake. You poor cultivator, you will never understand what it's like to have a strong blood spirit. Even if you practice cultivation to the best of your abilities, you will always remain at the bottom of the cultivation world. You will realize that there are always cultivators who are stronger than you, said Chou Jun Luo calmly. He was trying to destabilize Lin Feng's focus. However, Lin Feng just smiled and remained determined. Chou Jun Luo's threats didn't affect him. Lin Feng was determined to become stronger and stronger. There are many people who are stronger than me, but you are not one of them, said Lin Feng indifferently. He then added, since I started practicing cultivation, I've never been afraid of people who are at the same level as me. Even with the strength of the 5th Xianxia layer and a powerful blood strength, you still haven't managed to kill me. If you were at the same level as me, I wouldn't even look at you. Even now, you are nothing compared to me. Lin Feng shook his hand inside his snowy tunnel and unsheathed a sword. That sword was sharp and seemed to absorb light. It emitted lights which looked like stars. It seemed like he was going to crush his own tunnel with that sword. Even in the middle of those silver lights, it still looked impressive. A treasure again. Chou Junluo looked at Lin Feng's sword. Another treasure? He couldn't sense the sword energies because Lin Feng was in his snowy tunnel, but it looked precious. Lin Feng had used 3 demon seal stones and his Tianxian stone. How many treasures did Lin Feng have? Recall. Lin Feng stopped using his empty space bestial illusion technique. His snowy tunnel disappeared and Lin Feng appeared in the middle of the hurricane. However, thanks to his sword, the wind was weakened around him. There was a type of small world around that sword. What an incredible sword, thought Chou Junluo. His wind couldn't affect the space around Lin Feng's sword. Die! Chou Junluo's wings moved towards Lin Feng without hesitation. Lin Feng was calmly standing there as he started releasing his level 7 sword intent and instilled his strength into the Tianji sword. He shook his hand and buzzing sounds spread in the air. The atmosphere then became calm again around him as the wind couldn't reach his Tianji sword. Chou Junluo was annoyed. What kind of sword was that? And how could he deal with it? Lin Feng had so many precious items. You're using items again, said Chou Junluo mockingly. I have many treasures to fight you with. However, you're a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer and you're using your blood strength. You're incompetent and I don't respect you. Lin Feng mocked as he shook his sword and starlights appeared. They slowly broke the wind energies around him. Die! Shouted Chou Junluo annoyed. His blood strength was emitting furious whistling sounds. His wings were extremely wide and sharp. At the same time, Lin Feng slowly raised his sword. It contained incredible energies, both pure and dazzling. Slash, slash. It looked like his Tianji sword was dancing. It left beautiful trails behind it. Lin Feng was cutting through the wind as if he was chopping vegetables. The crowd was captivated by the battle. They were all trying to understand why Lin Feng wasn't dying from the wind. Even with precious items, it was hard to imagine that Lin Feng could resist such attacks. How come Chou Junluo hadn't managed to kill him yet? There isn't much time left, thought Jiang Ning while frowning. He could sense Chou Junluo's strong wind. How come Lin Feng was still alive? Jiang Ning couldn't believe his eyes, the others either. They wanted to see Lin Feng die. Chou Junluo's wind was being destroyed by Lin Feng's sword. What a high-level sword, thought Chou Junluo. There were mysterious marks on the sword which seemed to be protecting Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. A dazzling dragon appeared in the middle of that wind. Chou Junluo flapped his wings even faster, but the wind faded immediately in the middle of that starlight. Bzzz. Chou Junluo jumped back and released a silver light to block the sword lights. However, the sword lights were faster. His silver light turned into 2 beautiful glimmers. Silver wings. Chou Junluo's facial expression changed drastically. He added even more blood strength to his attack. He condensed his wind energies, trying to protect himself. He closed his wings to wrap himself up in them. Slash, slash. Explosions sounded as his protective layer was broken. There were cracks everywhere in those wings. Arg! Blood appeared on his wings and Chou Junluo was looking desperate. Slash, slash. The sword lights were slowly breaking Chou Junluo's wings spirit. Finally, it disappeared. Chou Junluo, wrapped up in his wings and soaked in blood, fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. Lin Feng came out from the silver wind and didn't have his Tianji sword out anymore. The crowd looked at Lin Feng. Then they looked at Chou Junluo on the ground. What's going on? Lin Feng wasn't dead and Chou Junluo had collapsed? How had Lin Feng done that? He had only broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer. Jiang Ning and the others were dumbstruck. They knew how strong Cho Jun Luo was and his incredible silver wings spirit. However, he hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. He wasn't even able to hurt him. It seemed like he had almost died. If he hadn't protected himself with his blood strength, he would be dead right now. Lin Feng looked at the silver wings covered with blood and swore. Those wings were really solid. That was a hard battle. Lin Feng landed on the wings and stomped on them, pushing him into the ground. The crowd shivered. Lin Feng was stepping on a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer who possessed a powerful blood spirit. The crowd could only imagine how humiliating and infuriating that would be. You make other people feel weak. You think you can easily kill anyone. But you see, I'm stepping on your friend. Does anyone else want to try me as well? Said Lin Feng mockingly, looking at Jiang Ning and the others. Jiang Ning said nothing. He previously thought it would be easy to kill Lin Feng. Yang Zilan thought the same. That's why he had said he would come back 2 hours later. That was a safe bet to kill Lin Feng. Now, their 2 hours were almost up. Not only had Lin Feng survived, but now he was standing on top of Cho Jun Luo. Little boy, move. He insulted me too. I need to teach him a lesson as well, said Xianxia. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Xianxia liked to push it. Lin Feng moved away. Xianxia smiled coldly while looking at those bleeding wings. He said mockingly, "You thought you'd be safe wrapped up in your wings? Let's have some roasted wings for lunch." He opened his mouth and spat out fire, and the blood on the wings started boiling. The fire was getting hotter and hotter. Xianxia's eyes were twinkling as he made fun of Cho Jun Luo. Lin Feng raised his head and said, while gazing into the distance, "It's been 2 hours already." Lin Feng barely finished talking before 2 silhouettes appeared in the distance. Yang Zilan and his sister. Yang Zilan was smiling when he arrived, but his smile turned rigid when he saw Cho Jun Luo's wings burning on the ground. Lin Feng hadn't died, and on top of that, he was humiliating Cho Jun Luo. "Brother Lin, what's going on?" said Yang Zilan coldly. "Give me the abstruse crystals, you're late," said Lin Feng, ignoring Yang Zilan's question. Yang Zilan couldn't say anything. Xianxia was getting his revenge. He could only give Lin Feng the crystals he owed him. Yang Zilan remained silent and took out a ring. He threw at Lin Feng and said, "You can count them. There should be 1,000. 1,000. The crowd was envious. Lin Feng examined the content of the ring and counted the crystals. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" said Yang Zilan. He was furious when he saw Lin Feng count the crystals. "Don't you trust me?" "You're right, I don't trust you at all," said Lin Feng, laughing. He put all the crystals in his own ring and threw the other ring away on the ground. "You're shameless and not trustworthy. We all saw untrustworthy you were with your 2 hours. No need to keep pretending now," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. "Don't tell me that you didn't say you'd come back 2 hours later just to give them time to kill me. You didn't want to give me those abstruse crystals. You were thinking, oh, Lin Feng should die for asking me for abstruse crystals. You intended to go home and stay there not to lose face while your friends killed me. Anyways, thank you for your crystals. Brother Lin, there are some things which are better to keep to yourself," said Yang Zilan. "No need to threaten me. Even since I brought your sister back, you've wanted to kill me. I don't know why, maybe because you wanted to have your boat back. Now your plan is ruined. I can't do anything against your clan anyway. I can only say a few words. I don't like people like you. And you, Miss Yang," said Lin Feng, looking at Yang Ziyi. He smiled indifferently and said, "You helped me in the past, so I helped you too. I came to the Yang clan because I wanted to be friends with you. After all, we've gone through hardships together on the Huangxi. Unfortunately, you made me understand that we belong to 2 different worlds. As my social status isn't as high as yours, we can't be friends. Thank you, now I'm off." After that, Lin Feng and Xianxia left. Yang Ziyi looked at Lin Feng. She regretted what had happened. She hadn't known Lin Feng for long now, but in that little time she found him to be brave and honest. Lin Feng wasn't interested in her blood strength at all, unlike what her brother had said. If Lin Feng really harbored evil intentions, he would have raped and killed her in the middle of the sea. He didn't need to take her back. However, She regretted what happened for only a few seconds. She remembered she had a high social status and that her clan was rich and powerful. She didn't need to be friends with someone like Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng had won, but her brother wouldn't let him off so easily. Lin Feng would die soon. She shouldn't regret being friends with someone who was going to die soon. She would regret it if someday Lin Feng had a higher social status than her, but that day would never come. Yang Zilan calmed down. He didn't chase Lin Feng. You helped Ziyi and we paid you back for that. However, you're going to pay for what you did to the Yang clan, said Yang Zilan. Lin Feng couldn't hear that, but everybody around heard. They needed a reason to kill Lin Feng. Next time we see each other, you'll die, said Yang Zilan coldly. He looked at the crowd and said, if you bring his corpse back to the Yang clan, we will give you a woman from the clan so that you can mix your blood with ours. The crowd suddenly looked very interested. Blood strength was very useful. Cho Junluo had demonstrated how useful it could be. If he hadn't used his blood strength, he would have died. After that, many people rose up in the air and started chasing Lin Feng. Even if they had compassion for Lin Feng, they still wanted to kill him. Having a woman from the Yang clan was too tempting. They couldn't catch up with Lin Feng though. Lin Feng was using his boat to fly across Tianyuan City. I helped you confront those people. How do you intend to thank me? Said Xianxia nonchalantly. Except at the end when you spat out fire at that guy, you didn't do much, said Lin Feng. You're lucky you have that void fire. You haven't really used your fire in a battle yet. I wish I had seen you fight that guy. It wouldn't be a problem to burn you alive, you know, said Xianxia. Why don't you fight? If you battle more, you'll probably become stronger, said Lin Feng. Xianxia was becoming stronger much faster than Lin Feng even though he didn't fight. Was he slowly assimilating the void fire? I'm an emperor. It's normal for me to become stronger faster. Why don't I fight? It's because I don't need to. I want you to become stronger, so you need to fight. Strong people humiliate you all the time right now. Back in my day, such people were nobodies. If someday you become stronger, those people will never humiliate you again. That girl would have even offered herself to you. She wouldn't look at you in such an indifferent way, said Xianxia looking at the sky. Xianxia had a way avoiding questions. I would be curious to see their face if I became really strong, said Lin Feng laughing. He then said to Xianxia, this boat is extremely useful. If we don't want to fight, we can easily run away. Enough with the nonsense. If you're truly in danger, I'll help you, said Xianxia proudly. You could die too though, said Lin Feng while kicking him. Xianxia roared and spat out flames. A cold wind started blowing in a small village in the northern part of Bahuang province. A boat appeared in the air. Xianxia opened his eyes and had a strange facial expression on his face. Little boy, wake up, Xianxia shouted. Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at Xianxia. There were holes in Lin Feng's clothes from the flames on Xianxia's body. How come it's so cold? Asked Lin Feng confused. Look at the map. Where are we? Said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and took out the jade stone with the map. The northern part of Bahuang province appeared in his head. Lin Feng said, we're in Black Crow Village, not far from where we want to go. 3 more days left to travel, said Lin Feng. Their destination was the place where Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were organizing the recruitment process. Black Crow Village. Xianxia's eyes were twinkling. It's an ancient village where many talented cultivators reside. Put the boat away. Many talented cultivators? Lin Feng obeyed. He jumped on Xianxia's back and they flew down. Of course, they weren't as fast as the boat. Why do I feel so cold? Asked Lin Feng. Do the strong cultivators of the village release ice chi? No, it's an ancient town. No strong cultivator can release ice energy on the streets like this, replied Xianxia. Lin Feng didn't understand. Little boy, good things are happening. Look above you, said Xianxia. A silhouette passed in front of the bright moon and landed in a pitch-black place. Lin Feng was surprised. Another silhouette passed in front of the moon and landed, just like the first one. Xianxia looked at the moon. More silhouettes appeared and landed. Lin Feng was feeling colder and colder. Are they human beings? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know, said Xianxia, shaking his head. The wind was blowing as more silhouettes passed in front of the moon and then disappeared. How fast? Thought Lin Feng. They seemed to be as fast as his boat. They were probably high-level Zun cultivators. It seemed like Xianxia was right. There were many strong cultivators living there. It seems like something is happening here, thought Xianxia, seemingly excited. Xianxia likes it when unusual things happen, thought Lin Feng. Xianxia simply thought of such things as opportunities. Brother, what was that shadow? It looked scary, said someone at that moment. The voice came from behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around. Lin Feng recognized the two people behind him. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Their chi was incredible. Brother Hua, said Lin Feng. The other one was surprised. He glanced at Lin Feng but didn't recognize him. Then, Hua Zhangfeng looked at Xianxia and suddenly looked very surprised. Brother Lin. He knew Lin Feng with his other face. Indeed, said Lin Feng, nodding. Hua Zhangfeng was very surprised. Brother Lin, I knew you'd come to Ba Huang province, but I didn't imagine that we'd meet here, said Hua Zhangfeng, smiling wholeheartedly. They had met in Ganyu, so meeting in a village in Ba Huang province was a coincidence. After Lin Feng left the great sect meeting, he had heard a lot about Lin Feng. He hadn't thought the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would organize a meeting to kill the young man he had befriended. What a coincidence. Where are you going, Brother Hua? Asked Lin Feng. Here. Black Crow Village, said Hua Zhangfeng. Lin Feng was surprised. Was something happening in that small village? Brother Lin, I heard about what happened in Tianqi. You're amazing. You cut off the Xiao sect patriarch's arm and forced an entire army to run away. It's a pity that I couldn't witness that, said Hua Zhangfeng, laughing. He hadn't participated in the Battle of Tianqi because Yu Xiao and Prince Tianlin were there. Don't mention it, said Lin Feng, laughing. Don't mention it? Hua Zhangfeng laughed. Lin Feng had caused so many troubles at the great sect meeting. Then he had killed so many strong cultivators from Ganyu. Then he disappeared in the middle of the crowd again. He had cast an illusion spell, disrupted the great sect meeting, injured so many people. Hua Zhangfeng hadn't forgotten about Lin Feng. By the way, Brother Hua, how come there are so many strong cultivators in Black Crow Village? Is anything happening? Asked Lin Feng. I know a few things about what is going on. There are many strong cultivators here. A few of my fellow disciples intended to join as well. Are you interested too? Said Hua Zhangfeng, smiling. I need to know what's going on before I can be interested. Some people heard dragon chants in the middle of the night, said Hua Zhangfeng. It wasn't a secret, many people had heard about that. Dragon chants in the middle of the night? Lin Feng asked. Dragons were considered as extremely rare and powerful beasts in the cultivation world. According to legends, dragons had the same status as emperors in the animal world. Can we be sure that they were dragon chants? Said Lin Feng. Many people heard the dragon chants at night, we're quite sure, said Hua Zhangfeng. Besides, everybody knows where they came from. Everybody knows where they come from? Lin Feng didn't know. Was a dragon going to appear? No wonder so many strong cultivators had come. My fellow disciples and I came here out of curiosity because it's on our way. Strong cultivators came here as well. Some of my fellow disciples are extremely strong too. I'm not much use here, said Hua Zhangfeng, laughing. He could only observe if a dragon appeared. Lin Feng nodded and remembered Hua Zhangfeng was also an imperial cultivation disciple. He was probably from another part of Ba Huang province. Brother Lin, look over there, said Hua Zhangfeng, pointing at something. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a tower. That's the Black Crow Tower. It attracts many crows, hence the name. There's black water all around it which contains desolate chi. I don't know why. To get to the Black Crow Tower, you have to cross that water. The dragon chants are coming from that tower, said Hua Zhangfeng. Lin Feng was surprised. There was desolate chi in the water? The Xianxia used to be a battlefield in the antiquity, and that water contains desolate qi. Could it have formed during battles in the antiquity as well? Whispered Lin Feng. Maybe, said Hua Zhangfeng smiling. Some people think the same way as you, but some others say that strong cultivators who understand desolate qi came here to practice cultivation and polluted the water. These are only guesses, of course. By the way, Brother Lin, you crossed the Xianxia, but since you took a boat, you didn't sense the desolate qi. The desolate qi from the water isn't as dense as the Xianxia. Let's go, I'll show you, said Hua Zhangfeng. It seemed obvious that Lin Feng had taken a boat to cross the sea. Lin Feng couldn't tell Hua Zhangfeng that he had learnt how to use desolate qi. He couldn't tell anyone that. Awesome, let's go, said Lin Feng smiling. Both of them chatted and laughed while walking. It didn't take long before they arrived at the foot of the tower. The water was really dark but not like the Xianxia, and it did contain desolate qi. That qi didn't affect Lin Feng at all though. If he opened his bestial eye, he could swallow it easily. Hua Zhangfeng shook his hand and a boat appeared on the water. Brother Lin, after you, said Hua Zhangfeng. The siblings, Lin Feng and Xianxia, jumped on the boat to sail across. Even though that desolate qi is not as strong as the one in the Xianxia, it still affects cultivation. Cultivators of the bottom of the Tianqi layer won't come here. Of course, Brother Lin, you are different. If that desolate qi was a bit stronger, maybe it would affect you then, said Hua Zhangfeng when he saw that Lin Feng was smiling indifferently. The same applies to you, said Lin Feng laughing. Another silhouette appeared and flew across. Hua Zhangfeng looked at that person and joked in a low voice. Why not drink a sip of desolate qi when you're bored? The boat was slowly going across. Lin Feng lied down and took this time to relax. Woo! A sound spread in the air. Lin Feng suddenly stood up, startled. His blood started boiling as if it was going to explode. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Asked Hua Zhangfeng. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't heard him. His blood was boiling. His body felt like it was going to explode. A dragon chant in the middle of the night. Lin Feng looked at Hua Zhangfeng. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. Eh? Lin Feng looked at the siblings. They were both looking at him strangely. They didn't understand. They didn't hear it, thought Lin Feng. He was the only one who had heard the dragon chant. Yan Di, did you hear anything? Asked Lin Feng using telepathy. He wanted to make sure. Xianxia looked at him and said, I haven't heard anything. What did you hear, little boy? The dragon chant, said Lin Feng. He had nothing to hide from Xianxia. Xianxia was surprised. Lin Feng had heard a dragon chant? It's nothing. I suddenly thought about something important, that's all, said Lin Feng to Hua Zhangfeng smiling. He didn't want to tell them he had heard the dragon chant. It was better to keep some things secret. He trusted that they wouldn't ask anyways. Hua Zhangfeng was skeptical, but thought it wouldn't be polite to ask for more information. He just looked back at the tower. There were many people flocking to the tower. Little boy, are you sure you really heard a dragon chant? Asked Xianxia in a grave and serious way. Dragons were imperial creatures. I'm not sure, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. You're not sure? Asked Xianxia. I've never heard anything like that, so I can't be sure. But my body started shaking and my blood was boiling. Felt like my body was going to explode. Felt like blood strength, said Lin Feng. You've never had that kind of feeling before? Never, replied Lin Feng immediately. Your blood is very weak, said Xianxia. Because Lin Feng's blood wasn't strong enough? The dragon chant had caused a painful reaction in Lin Feng's body. Even those who had poor blood could have powerful reactions if the cause was intense enough. What type is your blood strength? Asked Xianxia. I don't know. I've heard that my mother's ancestor was a Zun cultivator who had swallowed the strength of a 9-headed dragon. Then, he turned it into blood strength before transmitting it to us as the 9-headed dragon spirit, replied Lin Feng. The 9-headed dragon. Xianxia's eyes were twinkling. No wonder your blood is so weak. Your ancestor was a Zun cultivator. But since you have the 9-headed dragon blood strength, you reacted to the dragon chant. However, it wasn't a long chant. because anyone can hear those. Oh! Lin Feng understood. A small shout like that had already caused him to react in quite a strong way though. Lin Feng looked at the Black Crow Tower. The cultivators who were going there had probably reacted like him. But they were probably stronger than him and didn't react so strongly. With a strong blood, cultivators could do things like Prince Tianlin and Chou Jun Luo, like directly mixing their blood strength with their spirit. "Brother Lin, something is happening," said Hua Zhangfeng. "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded. Even more people were approaching. They had probably heard the dragon chant before, so they were going there now. Anything could happen, so people thought staying together was safer. Woo! Lin Feng started shaking and his blood started boiling again. Another dragon chant. That one was more intense than the one before. Lin Feng hid his reaction this time, so Hua Zhangfeng didn't notice anything. "Brother Lin, there are so many strong cultivators going there. Should we go as well?" "Why not?" "Yes, let's go. Those strong cultivators don't care about us," said Lin Feng calmly, even though his heart was pounding violently. Two dragon chants, was something happening? "Zhang Feng!" shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng and Hua Zhangfeng raised their heads and saw several people who all looked extraordinary. "Brothers, you're here already," said Hua Zhangfeng. "Zhangfeng, there were two dragon chants. Something might happen. You should leave with your sister, it's too dangerous for you guys," said someone in the sky and then left. Hua Zhangfeng was surprised. Two dragon chants? Hua Zhangfeng looked at Lin Feng. He was going to say something. "Brother Hua, wouldn't it be a pity not to see what's going on there?" said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. "Of course, if you want to leave, I'll go alone." "Haha, you're brave. How could I disappoint you?" said Hua Zhangfeng with a nice smile. They continued moving forwards. Lin Feng smiled but remained speechless. Lin Feng heard a third dragon chant and his reaction was the same as before. Suddenly, the atmosphere became eerily calm. A pale light appeared. Lin Feng raised his head and saw people gathering in front of the moon. Kra! Kra! Crows cawed and flew away from the tower. "What's going on?" said Hua Zhangfeng. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng. Hua Zhangfeng looked at Lin Feng and said slowly, "The crows caw when the moon goes down." "The crows caw when the moon goes down?" Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what Hua Zhangfeng meant. "Brother Lin, when dragons chant in the middle of the night, it is an auspicious sign. It means good things will happen. When the crows caw when the moon goes down, it is an inauspicious sign, it means death," explained Hua Zhangfeng. He looked grave. "Tonight, the dragons are chanting and the crows are cawing. That sounds like a battle between good and evil." "I'm not familiar with those expressions," whispered Lin Feng. Could those expressions be taken seriously anyway? Indeed, in the past, people firmly believed those sayings. It's about cultivators fighting against the earth and sky, explained Hua Zhangfeng. "Oh, it comes from the antiquity. Two forces emerging from the night." Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. Even an emperor believed in those things. Lin Feng felt excited, impatient and scared at the same time. What was going to happen? At that moment, the boat arrived on the land surrounding the tower. There were so many strong cultivators gathered there. There were many other towers on the island, but the Black Crow Tower was at the center. At the top of the towers surrounding the Black Crow Tower were many extremely hard black stones. They were so hard that it would be difficult for Tian-level cultivators to break them. Lin Feng was near the river, observing from a distance. There were 100 people gathered all together. The fact that the crows were cawing didn't seem to scare the cultivators away. How could they miss an opportunity? Of course, they were all high-level Zun cultivators. Tian-level cultivators should stay below because nobody knew what was going to happen. They could just watch from the bottom and see if they could get lucky with some treasures, if there was even an opportunity. When the crows caw, bad luck is bound to appear, someone said from the distance. Several more people landed on the tower. 3 chants, yet you're still so calm. I admire you guys. The leader looked very young. His chi was unfathomable. Lin Feng frowned. That guy had the same smile as Yang Zilan. Brother Yangzhan, you already started causing trouble even though you just arrived, someone said. Was that person a member of the Yang clan? Who's that guy, Brother Hua? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Yangzhan from the Yang clan. He's a potential candidate to become the leader of the Yang clan in the future. Of course, there are other incredible cultivators our age in the Yang clan who could become leaders. They have to see how strong they will become in the future before deciding. There are many people in the Yang clan. Nobody can predict the future, but at this moment he's the best. Replied Hua Zhangfeng. What is his connection to Yang Zilan? Asked Lin Feng. His elder brother, but basically they're of the same generation. You've been here for a short time and have already made friends with the people from the Yang clan, I see, said Hua Zhangfeng with a smile. Made friends? Lin Feng shook his head, but said nothing. No wonder Yangzhan was considered the best for his age. Yang Zilan and he were of the same generation, but Yangzhan had already broken through to the Zunqi layer. Hee. Yangzhan laughed. They hadn't waited for him. They started because of the crows, nothing more. 3 chants, should we attack? Asked Yangzhan. 3 chants have been heard. The veins of the earth are strong enough now. Let's start. But be careful not to damage the veins. Lin Feng frowned and whispered, Why don't they start? What's the problem? Ignorant, said Xianxia in a despising way. He used telepathy to say, The earth has veins. The force of the earth and sky we use comes from those veins. That's a precious treasure the gods have given us. The chance of the dragon is a sign. Making the forces of the earth and sky unbalanced could lead to huge problems. I see, nodded Lin Feng. It was no wonder those strong cultivators were gathering, but not doing anything. The veins are solid enough now, so why not start? Shouted someone extremely loudly. That person then immediately landed on the Black Crow Tower, the highest one. What an arrogant guy, thought Lin Feng. Nobody was on the highest tower, not even Yangzhan. The Black Crow Tower was the highest one, so it meant he despised everyone else. The most surprising thing was that that cultivator had only broken through to the Tianqi layer. They weren't even a Zun cultivator. Brother Xian Yan. Yangzhan nodded at that guy. That guy was Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan looked at Yangzhan and nodded indifferently. He was just being polite. Oh no, he's here too, thought many people. He wasn't a Zun cultivator, but he had amazing fighting abilities and his social status sufficed to scare people. Xian Yuan, sure. That's him, thought Lin Feng. He's the one who wants to rank first at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. He also wants to invite the 2 emperors to his wedding when he marries Yang Ziyi. They keep talking blah blah blah. When will they start, damn? Xianxia looked impatient. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. There were so many strong cultivators there. Lin Feng didn't feel safe. Lin Feng, when you start later, beware of those people and also of the guy on the northern tower, said Xianxia using telepathy. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the northern tower and saw a silhouette. It was a cultivator in a black robe, but it was as if nobody had noticed him. Lin Feng nodded. That person was probably very dangerous. Do you think I'm going to participate? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Are you afraid? An emperor is helping you and will protect you. Don't forget that I'm with you at all times, said Xianxia. Lin Feng turned to Xianxia and pet his head with a smile. I'm just doing that so that nobody notices you, said Lin Feng. Xianxia could secretly protect Lin Feng, how kind. Will you? Asked Xianxia. Lin Feng smiled and said, I will. Since Xianxia could protect him, why not participate? Everybody, let's start, said Xian Yuan. Everybody nodded. All right, let's start. Yangzhan added. Everybody nodded again and they started releasing qi. Break! Break! Shouted people furiously. The ground started shaking and a tsunami appeared on the gigantic river around the island. Bzzz. There were gigantic waves. Hua Zhangfeng used a technique so the water couldn't get into his boat. Lin Feng looked at the waves. Boom! The crowd saw some qi rise up and were surprised. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Up! shouted Hua Zhangfeng loudly while taking his sister up into the air. Lin Feng and Xianxia rose up in the air too. The boat had broken in that exact moment. Ah, no! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Lin Feng and Xianxia jumped onto a tower and looked at the river. Desolate Qi was rising quickly. Desolate Qi! The river was flowing backwards, and that desolate Qi was concerning. The crows caw when the moon goes down, thought the crowd. How inauspicious! Many people who were standing above the river died when the waves touched them, especially those who were weaker. In just that moment, around 100 people died. The crows were still cawing. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded as people realized something was appearing where the water was previously. The water was flowing away and something appeared on its bed. Lin Feng was at the top of a tower. Just like the others, the distance between the towers was increasing. They were moving in every direction. The desolate Qi was becoming even more intense as this was happening. A terrifying cloud rose up in the air. People raised their heads. They felt they couldn't breathe anymore. A silhouette appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic pitch-black dragon. A dragon! There is an actual dragon. People's hearts were pounding. That was an imperial animal. Boom, boom! The water of the river was slowly being evacuated. But even though Lin Feng was standing on a tower, he was already at the same level as the water. The island with the towers had sunk about 100 meters into the water. The surroundings looked incredible yet inauspicious. It's not over. The tower on which Lin Feng was standing was still moving. It was sinking and moving outwards. At the beginning, the towers were lofty and not so far from each other. Now, there was a huge distance between the towers. Boom, boom! An explosion sounded. A palace was slowly appearing from the water. It is a palace. Lin Feng was astonished. It was a gigantic dragon palace and there were carvings on it. It looked so old that Lin Feng couldn't guess its age. The carvings represented dragons. A dragon palace, said Xianxia. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. A dragon palace. It was actually a dragon palace. Lin Feng could only imagine what happened. The dragon palace had sunk in the water a long time ago and people had forgotten about it since. Desolate Qi. The crowd was speechless. Dragon chants, a dragon palace? Desolate Qi? It meant that the legends were wrong. The desolate Qi had neither appeared because of battles in the antiquity nor because strong cultivators had practiced cultivation there. It was because of the dragon palace. Lin Feng turned around and saw that after the water flowed out of the hole where the dragon palace had appeared, it stopped flowing out as if the towers had acted as plugs. No. Someone else gave a horrible shriek. That person fell from the sky dead. They weren't able to withstand the power of the desolate Qi either. Even though the desolate Qi wasn't as intense as in the Huangxi, it was still desolate Qi. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer who weren't strong could barely survive. Why is there desolate Qi here? Why is there desolate Qi in the Huangxi too? Whispered Lin Feng. Some people say that desolate Qi is the most primitive form of destruction energies. Replied Xianxia. You want me to put you back in the animal tower? Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about me, said Xianxia looking at the palace. He then said, don't do anything yet. That dragon was been attacked a lot in the past. That's why it's acting like that. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need Xianxia to tell him that. There were so many strong cultivators there. He clearly wasn't the best choice to do anything. The crows caw when the moon goes down. Of course there are people who die. Many people will die today, said Xianxia. He was seemingly talking to himself as he continued. But dragon chants in the middle of the night, it means there will be opportunities. Who will seize them? Little boy, it won't be easy for you to seize such an opportunity. You'll have to be perseverant. I'll do my best, said Lin Feng. He didn't understand what it had to do with determination. Making these efforts was enough. Xianyuan took this moment to jump towards the dragon palace. He had only broken through to the Tianqi layer, but he had balls. Xianyuan arrived in front of the entrance. He raised his hands and a celestial golden axe appeared. Then, Xianyuan hit the entrance of the dragon palace with his axe. Kacha! Crackling sounds spread in the air. Maybe because Xianxia was strong, or maybe because the dragon palace was old and not solid. The attack worked anyway. Golden light surrounded Xianxuan's body and his blood spirit emitted whistling sounds. He jumped forwards and broke through the desolate qi. Then, he entered the dragon palace. Xianxuan is so strong. His blood strength is amazing, thought the crowd. Xianxuan, just like the rumors stated, was incredible and fearless. He was the first to enter the dragon palace. "Let's go!" shouted a voice loudly. The Zun cultivators released a powerful qi and followed him. "Let's go in," said Lin Feng to Qiongqi. They also followed. "Brother Lin, it's dangerous," said Hua Zhangfeng. He was surprised that Lin Feng wanted to go into the palace. Lin Feng was brave. Hua Zhangfeng could barely withstand the oppressive power of the desolate qi, and surprisingly, Lin Feng wanted to go inside the palace. "Brother Hua, this place really seems dangerous. Leave if you can," said Lin Feng. Then, he turned around and went into the dragon palace. Hua Zhangfeng was astonished. Xianxuan and Lin Feng were the only two Tian-level cultivators there. But Xianxuan had imperial blood, he had a powerful family, he had also broken through to the 7th Tian-Qi layer. However, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 2nd Tian-Qi layer. Saying he was brave wasn't even enough anymore. If Lin Feng hadn't previously impressed him, he would think that Lin Feng was insane and suicidal. The desolate qi was incredible inside that castle. Lin Feng didn't mind though, he could control it. Qiongqi released fire which burned the desolate qi slowly. "Piss off!" Some people passed in front of Lin Feng very quickly. "Dead animal ghosts, damn!" Something was attacking Qiongqi, but he avoided the attack. Then, Lin Feng turned around and saw some people fight the animals. Those animals were dead, but their ghosts were very active. "Little boy, help me. They are not afraid of fire," said Qiongqi. Lin Feng attacked the dead animals which were attacking Qiongqi. He punched one of them. As if the dead animal had sensed it, it also punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Boom boom! The strength of the ghost made Lin Feng groan with pain. "Shit!" swore Lin Feng. Qiongqi was so strong yet couldn't do anything. Boom! A sound spread in the air. A dead animal had exploded when Xianxuan crushed them. He looked like an overlord. "Damn cultivator of the 2nd Tian-Qi layer. Piss off!" said Xianxuan tat Lin Feng. He was furious. His voice was so loud that Lin Feng thought his blood was going to explode. He even started bleeding. Xianxuan didn't look at him again and continued moving towards the depths of the dragon palace. The dead beasts couldn't stop him. "Xianxuan, you're so cruel," thought Lin Feng looking at him, but he didn't leave. He followed the crowd into the depths of the palace. "Imperial blood. Did you sense it?" Qiongqi was terribly excited and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Qiongqi angrily. Was Qiongqi gloating over his misfortune? Of course he sensed it. Xianxuan had shouted and Lin Feng's blood started boiling because of that imperial blood strength. Xianxuan had a strong blood, which some low-level Zun cultivators couldn't even compete with. "Don't look at me that way. It's good for you to see those kinds of people," said Qiongqi smiling. He continued, "Let's follow them. If we're the last ones, we won't be able to get any treasures." Lin Feng nodded. They followed Xianxuan and the other Zun cultivators into the depths of the dragon palace. Soon they arrived in a room with several gigantic dragon scales inside that contained a terrifying qi. Dragon scales! Lin Feng also had some dragon scales. He obtained a couple of them back in the mysterious world. However, his dragon scales weren't as big. Those dragon scales were as big as 2 hands. Boom! The Zun cultivators' silhouettes flickered. A few of them started picking up dragon scales. Roar! A very loud and terrifying dragon sound shook the palace. It made everybody shiver. Qiongqi didn't say anything, but instantly grabbed Lin Feng and pulled him back. They very quickly retreated. Roar! Roar! The dragon sounds came from the dragon scales. Lin Feng realized that the Zun cultivators who had picked up dragon scales had collapsed and were now motionlessly lying on the ground. "They're dead." Lin Feng was astonished. Luckily, They had ran backwards and hadn't touched the dragon scales themselves. The dragon shouts were incredible. They contained an obscure strength which could kill people's souls. Those who had thrown away the dragon scales hadn't died though. Their blood just started flowing with an incredible speed and their hearts started pounding. They couldn't calm down. An incredible strength had been sealed in those dragon scales. A Zune-level beast must have done that. He hadn't turned into an imperial beast yet. Otherwise, nobody could have escaped. Dragons are imperial beasts in the sense that they're noble. That Zune-level beast had already reached the top of the Zune Chi layer and very few Zune-level cultivators or beasts could defeat him. Explained Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. Apart from Emperor-level beasts, that Zune-level beast probably had no equal. We can't take the dragon scales. People were furious. There were treasures in front of them, but they handle them. At that moment, Xianxia continued. His blood was emitting roaring sounds. A blood-like red light illuminated the atmosphere, and it came from Xianxuan's hand. The light then turned into an actual dragon. Capture, roar! A dragon scale flew into Xianxuan's hand. Roaring and whistling sounds spread in the air. Everything felt like it was going to collapse. His blood strength had turned into a dragon and grabbed the dragon scales. Then they disappeared. He put them in his ring. Brother Xianxuan, no wonder you have imperial blood, said Yangzhan. Xianxuan could do what Zune cultivators couldn't do. Let's go. I don't want to waste any time here, said Xianxuan. The crows had cawed, but the dragon kept chanting. They were wondering where the chant came from. The remaining Zune cultivators followed Xianxuan. Lin Feng remained motionless though. One person was left in the room. It was the black silhouette Xianxia had warned him about. He glanced at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, "A cultivator of the second Tian Qi layer can surprisingly survive in such a dense, desolate Qi." Then, he turned around and released a strange and enigmatic strength which surrounded the dragon scales. He opened his hands and the scales suddenly appeared there. Lin Feng was aghast, especially since that the cultivator had managed to grab the dragon scales without them emitting any sound. "You're an animal," said Xianxia. The cultivator was about to leave, but stopped again. He turned his head, looked at Xianxia and said, "There are some things you shouldn't say, even if you know you're right." His tone was ice-cold. He released an ice-cold qi which suddenly enveloped Lin Feng and Xianxia. "There's no need to be like that, we're the same," said Xianxia, turning into a human being as well. He was surrounded by beautiful red lights. "We?" said that person looking at Lin Feng. Xianxia was a beast. Lin Feng was clearly a human being. "Show him," said Xianxia to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was nervous. What did Xianxia mean? However, he looked at the cultivator and opened his bestial consciousness. "Strange, you're a beast, but I didn't sense it," said the cultivator looking at Lin Feng. He had a bestial consciousness. He definitely had to be an animal. No wonder the desolate qi didn't affect him. It was his secret as well. "We're brothers. Since we're here and since we're the same, let's join hands and benefit from these opportunities," said Xianxia. "All right, I agree," said the dark shadow, and then he left. "He's a beast." Lin Feng was still thinking it over. He looked at Xianxia, who had turned into a human being. Xianxia was a bit careless sometimes. "Little boy, we're weak, but now we have a new friend. Isn't that great?" said Xianxia, who looked handsome as a human being. He had a friendly yet strange smile. Lin Feng wasn't used to that smile. Lin Feng and Xianxia continued moving into the depths of the Dragon Palace. There were some dead bodies, and all of them were marine animals. Lin Feng even saw the skeleton of a flood dragon. Unfortunately, there was nothing left to take from it. They continued moving along and arrived in a dazzling palace. The desolate qi was incredible there. Lin Feng was surprised. There was a real dragon there, but it was dead. It was 12 meters long. Even though it was dead, it looked majestic. Its claws were in the ground as if it had dug into it. Its head pointed upwards as if it were chanting. There were gigantic crystals in its mouth which contained bestial qi. There were gray dragon illusions around it, as if they were protecting the crystal. A dragon heart! People were astonished. It was an actual dragon heart. It absolutely contained an incredible strength. The Zune cultivators didn't try to take it, but they looked greedy. Surprisingly, there was a dragon heart in the dragon palace. Even though they all wanted it, nobody moved. It contained an incredible strength, and they were all wondering how powerful it was. That kind of strength could possibly kill them instantly. Even Xianxia didn't act carelessly. He didn't know how powerful the strength it contained was. He couldn't evaluate it. However, Xianxia's eyes were twinkling. Nobody could know what he was thinking. "Yendi, can we take it?" asked Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling as well. The heart of a Zune-level beast was extremely precious. "If you want to die, go and try. If you touch it, you'll instantly die," said Xianxia. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Even the Zune cultivators who were there didn't dare touch it. "What can we do?" asked Lin Feng, annoyed. Could they only enjoy looking at it? "Wait, they're not in a rush, why are you?" replied Xianxia. Lin Feng remained silent and observed. At that moment, a black silhouette slowly walked towards the heart. He was surrounded by gray qi. Everybody looked, but nobody prevented him from trying. The gray qi surrounded the heart. Kacha! A terrifying thunderclap light illuminated the atmosphere. The gray qi turned pale blue like a lightning, and thunder energies penetrated into the heart, which caused everything to start shaking violently. Boom, boom, boom. The whole room started shaking violently, as well as the people inside. Kacha! Boom ka! The thunder kept emitting roars all around. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon was shouting furiously. An explosion sounded as people's blood suddenly started boiling. Xianxia and Lin Feng were very far. However, Lin Feng was injured and groaned with pain. Blood splashed out of his mouth and his face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng raised his head, speechless. If he had tried to get the heart, he would have died. Slash, slash. The thunder lights were dazzling and the heart was still shaking. A dragon shadow appeared around the heart. The gray energy seemed like it was alive as well. "Let's do it together. Otherwise, nobody will get the heart," said Xianxia at that moment. His blood strength started rolling in the air and a blood spear appeared. "Die!" shouted Xianxia furiously while throwing his spear at the dragon shadow. "Roar!" The dragon moved towards Xianxia and turned into a terrifying desolate qi shadow. Boom! Blood-like red lights enveloped Xianxia's body. He was using his blood strength to protect himself. The desolate qi couldn't affect him, so it dispersed. The other strong cultivators also started moving. However, 2 Zune cultivators died because of their carelessness. They had underestimated that desolate qi. "Those dragon shadows are trying to kill all of us," thought Lin Feng. He had thought that the dragon shadows were just protecting the heart. He hadn't thought they could also attack people. "Die! Die!" shouted the cultivators furiously while jumping towards the dragon shadows. Bzzz. A terrifying wave of energy emerged from the heart as the whole area was filled with bestial energies. It was as if time and space were frozen. The cultivators suddenly felt petrified. They could barely move. "Dragon constriction strength," whispered Xianxia. The lights which surrounded the cultivators turned into dragon shadows. That was dragon constriction energy, was a special ability dragons had. "Little boy, that heart contains extremely pure dragon strength. They can't get to it. They will die if they keep trying," said Xianxia using telepathy. They were stuck there, even though they were standing far away and didn't participate in the battle. "Break!" shouted Xianxia furiously. His blood emitted whistling sounds again and surrounded the dragon constriction energy. Xianxuan's blood was powerful, but it alone couldn't break the dragon constriction energy. Everybody was constricted as if they had fallen into quicksand. Xianxia seemed like he understood something as he slowly moved away. All-embracing power. Capture. Dazzling lights appeared behind Xianxia. The dazzling lights suddenly surrounded the heart. Mysterious marks appeared and started flowing inside the heart. Holy marks, holy weapon. Xianxia was surprised and angry. Oh no, he's got a holy weapon. A very powerful one at that. Boom, boom. The holy marks flowed into the heart. The whole room started shaking violently again. It seemed like it was going to collapse as water started flowing into the room. Xianxia continued using his weapon. He mixed his blood strength with the holy weapon and slowly moved his hands. He wanted to capture the heart with the all-embracing power spell. The heart kept shaking violently. "Stop him!" shouted someone furiously. "Yangzhan, help me!" shouted Xianxia furiously. His blood strength seemed like it was going to explode. He was barely handling it. "All right," said Yangzhan, jumping forwards. He arrived behind Xianxia and released sword energies which lacerated everything. Cut marks appeared everywhere on the walls. He was protecting Xianxia from those who wanted to attack him. "Piss off!" Black energies appeared and moved towards Yangzhan. "Go back!" shouted Yangzhan. Two mountain shadows appeared and moved towards the attacker. Boom, boom! The black energies and the mountain-like energy collided. The room shook even more violently. Water was flowing everywhere now, it covered everybody. But nobody paid attention to it. "It's mine, fuck off!" shouted Xianxia furiously. He jumped forwards and tried to grab the heart with his all-embracing power spell. Snowflakes suddenly appeared in the room. Many people were wondering what it was and where it came from. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," thought Lin Feng. His snowy tunnel appeared. In a flash, Xianxia was in the tunnel. He stretched his hand, but he was moving farther and farther away from his all-embracing power weapon. He was losing control. Slash, slash. The holy marks disappeared and the bestial strength contained in the heart broke the constriction of the all-embracing power weapon. Boom! Bestial lights invaded the room again. Who did that? Xianxia was furious. He released his qi. Surprisingly, someone had gotten to him at the very last minute. The snow disappeared and the heart attacked Xianxia. "Piss off!" Xianxia was furious. His blood strength was boiling. However, he couldn't block the strength from the heart which crashed onto him. Blood splashed everywhere. Boom, boom, boom! The heart started to shake violently again. It seemed furious. A few people's godly awareness were even attacked and they died instantly. Boom, boom! The heart was attacking the dragon palace, which seemed like it was going to collapse. Roar! Xianxia shouted furiously and glanced at everybody. Who attacked him by surprise? He didn't have time to look for the guilty one now. It was more important to get the heart. He would settle accounts later, though. "I didn't kill you, though," thought Lin Feng with a cold smile. The other strong cultivators started breaking the palace. They wanted to leave by any means they could. The heart was too dangerous. "Let's go," said Lin Feng while starting to run. He wanted to leave too. But Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lin Feng stopped and looked at Xianxia, perplexed. "We're not leaving. You can use your demon seal stones to oppress the room," said Xianxia annoyed. "Wasn't the palace going to be flooded and the cultivators going to drown?" "Eh?" Lin Feng was surprised. Loud sounds kept blasting in the palace. The statues and the skeletons were shaking and breaking apart, and they were already almost submerged. The room was going to collapse. What did Xianxia intend to do? "Are we not leaving?" asked Lin Feng. "We're not leaving. Hurry up and seal the room. If we leave, we won't obtain the heart." "Those idiots don't understand how the dragon heart functions," said Xianxia. Lin Feng was speechless. Xianxia despised those people too much. "Interesting," said Lin Feng, but he didn't hesitate anymore. He took out a demon seal stone and used it on the walls of the room. The water stopped and then continued following. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and asked, "What's going on?" "The dragon left his heart there on purpose to draw those idiots' attention," said Xianxia, walking towards the heart. Xianxia looked at the claws of the dragon. "If the dragon had anything really important, it's in his claws under his belly on which he's lying," said Xianxia. His eyes were twinkling. "You mean that there's something in his claws?" Lin Feng was staring at Xianxia. "Let's see if we can move the carcass," said Xianxia. Lin Feng released sword qi. "Break!" he shouted furiously. Lin Feng's hand turned into a sword which he used to cut into the skeleton. Metallic sounds clanked as the arm of the dragon was cut. but the claws were still firmly stuck in the ground. His body decomposed from the desolate qi, even though he used to be more resistant. It is only because it was weakened from the qi that you can cut into him, otherwise you wouldn't have had such an easy time, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was trying to move the claw, but it was firmly stuck. It really looked like it was protecting something. It's not that solid, break it, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. His hand turned into a sword again. He was now trying to saw the claw off, which he was succeeding bit by bit. There was nothing in the ground, only the dragon's footprint. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia walked over and inspected the footprint intensely. Then, he started carving things in the ground. He was drawing a dragon. Lin Feng was wondering what Xianxia was doing. Mysterious marks appeared. Dragon marks. As expected, there's a dragon language technique hidden in the ground, said Xianxia. His eyes were twinkling. Fortunately, Xianxia understood those things. Lin Feng would have never been able to find them on his own. What was hidden under the dragon was probably more precious than his heart. The heart was there just to distract people. Can we break it? Asked Lin Feng. If you break it, you'll ruin everything the dragon did, said Xianxia in a despising way. He then added, those marks connect the whole palace, I need time. I hope those idiots won't find out what I'm doing, otherwise the whole plan will be ruined. At the same time, Xianxia was opening the marks. Lin Feng was very nervous. He was scared that the others would find out what they're doing. The others were only interested in the heart at the moment, so Lin Feng and Xianxia still had time. Xianxia was using his full strength to draw things into ground with his fastest speed. More and more marks were appearing. It seemed like something was sealed underneath them. What's hidden underneath? The dragon made such great efforts to hide that treasure. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. Waves of energies kept coming out of the heart and making the whole room shake. Water was still flowing into the room. The dragon had used various methods to prevent most people from finding his treasures. What was he hiding precisely? Boom, boom, boom! The palace shook even more violently as a magnificent and dazzling light illuminated the atmosphere, which contained bestial strength. The dragon had used various special and deadly methods to distract people. He had fooled everyone but Xianxia. The palace was shaking even more violently. As Xianxia discovered the carvings, the lights were becoming more intense. Boom! The whole room started collapsing. The demon seal stone couldn't keep the room together any longer. Roar! The dragon roared. Lin Feng collapsed from the intensity of the sound. The voice had actually came from the skeleton. Kacha! Kaboom! The skeleton started breaking apart and falling into ashes. The skeleton is breaking apart. The last sound the dragon had emitted sounded like he wasn't happy at all, as if he hadn't thought that Xianxia would find out about his secret. We don't have much more time, hurry up, said Lin Feng. The dragon palace was falling apart and people outside wanted to come back and see. All right, said Xianxia. The ground was breaking apart, following two marks in two directions. There's another cave underneath it, Lin Feng realized. With the room collapsing, they would soon be buried in that room if they stayed any longer. Roar! Lin Feng started shaking violently. Dragon chants in the middle of the night. Lin Feng's blood was boiling even more intensely than before. That was a real dragon chant. A dazzling red light appeared. This time, the chant of the dragon didn't stop. Lin Feng's blood was boiling. He couldn't calm down. What a scary sensation. At the same time, he kept looking at the underground room which was appearing in front of him. Little boy, let's get down quickly, shouted Xianxia. He grabbed Lin Feng and jumped into the underground room. The dragon voice was stopping the other cultivators in their tracks. Lin Feng and Xianxia jumped into the underground room. They were wrapped up in bestial qi and Lin Feng's blood was still boiling. A small room appeared. There was also blood-red light which was now in front of him. It looked alive as it illuminated the entire room red. It contained a terrifying bestial qi and seemed to have been there for a very long time. All right, seal the blood and don't let a drop spill over. Let's see what it contains, said Xianxia. That was pure dragon blood after all. Little boy, hurry up, swallow that blood, said Xianxia to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. Swallow? That blood was even thicker than the one he had seen in the mysterious world. Could he swallow that? Hurry up. It would be a waste not to swallow it. Hurry up, shouted Xianxia furiously. He then tapped Lin Feng's back and Lin Feng tripped and fell into the blood. Lin Feng's blood seemed like it was going to explode. He could even hear the sound of his own blood boiling. He raised his head and sensed the strength of that blood. He could still see Xianxia, but it felt surreal. Hurry up, little boy. You want to die? Do you want to be bullied and humiliated your entire life? That's an incredible opportunity you have now. Don't make me feel like I wasted my time with you, shouted Xianxia. Lin Feng was still hesitating. How annoying. Some others wouldn't have hesitated. You're pissing me off really bad, shouted Xianxia furiously. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Did he want to be bullied and humiliated his entire life? Did he like being despised by other people? Of course not. No matter who, Prince Tianlin, Chou Jun Luo, they all have a powerful blood strength. They are strong and despised Lin Feng with their inherited strengths. Even Xian Yuan was like that. He inherited an emperor's blood strength. However, the Zun cultivator in Lin Feng's family had existed thousands of years before him. Their family's blood strength had faded with time. I'll take the risk. Lin Feng opened his mouth and started swallowing the blood. He could sense its power in his throat. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, like he was going to explode. His veins were getting bigger, his visceral organs were burning. Use your blood strength to absorb it. Make your blood strength fuse together with it. You have a little bit of dragon blood. Absorb as much as you can with it and try to waste as little as possible. You can also make the rest that you can't fuse with your blood energy, fuse with your flesh, shouted Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the blood and raised his hands. He started absorbing too. Lin Feng couldn't absorb all the blood by himself anyway. They couldn't afford to waste any of it. Roar. The dragon was still changing as more marks appeared. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. A crystal appeared. A dragon blood crystal which contained life and bestial strength. It's a heart. Xianxia shouted furiously, "Stop!" However, Lin Feng didn't stop. He was still swallowing everything as if the world around him didn't exist anymore. Because he didn't stop, he swallowed the heart. Xianxia's eyes were wide open in shock. "You bastard! Animal! You're useless!" shouted Xianxia. He was fuming with anger. Lin Feng had swallowed the whole heart. The dragon heart contained incredible energies. Xianxia wanted to use a part of it too, but Lin Feng took it all for himself. Xianxia was really annoyed. Roar! The dragon chant was making the whole room shake now. Lin Feng was shaking so violently that blood splashed out of his mouth. He opened his eyes and felt confused. Xianxia was astonished. A dragon shadow appeared in front of them and it had murder in his eyes. "You ate my child," said the dragon while staring at Lin Feng. Roar! The dragon roared furiously. Lin Feng was still bleeding. His child? Xianxia was astonished too. He suddenly understood everything though. The dragon spirit had used its last remaining strength to protect his child. Everything was clear now. No wonder the dragon didn't want other people to discover his secret. However, Lin Feng had carelessly swallowed his child whole. "Damn human being! Die!" shouted the dragon. "If you kill him, you'll kill your child too," said Xianxia. The dragon was already in front of Lin Feng. He was about to crush Lin Feng to death with his claws, but stopped and turned around. He coldly stared at Xianxia. "There are many strong cultivators outside right now. If you kill him, even if your child comes out, the strong cultivators will come in and kill your child all the same. All your efforts will have been in vain," said Xianxia in a solemn and respectful way. Xianxia's words affected the dragon. "Indeed, that would be pointless. You'll both die though, no matter what," said the dragon. "You're a dragon. He swallowed your blood. He'll have your blood in his body from now on. Even though he ate your child, he didn't kill him. Now, with his blood strength, he can raise your child. He can protect him. That's better than being stuck in here for eternity," said Xianxia. The dragon looked perplexed, but still looked furious. He looked at Xianxia and said, "I don't believe you, you'll kill my child. I guarantee you will do our best to make your child come back to life. You're a stupid animal. How can you guarantee anything?" said the dragon. "Bullshit. Look at me carefully. Do I look like a Tian-level beast? Could a Tian-level beast understand dragon language and carve dragon marks?" said Xianxia. His hair was fluttering with energies. He looked majestic and powerful as stared back at the dragon, fearlessly and proudly. Xianxia looked aggressive, powerful, dignified and majestic at that moment. Lin Feng was astonished. Xianxia even looked extremely handsome. But at the same time, Lin Feng still couldn't realize he had eaten a baby dragon. "Who are you?" asked the dragon. He could sense that Xianxia was extraordinary. That kind of qi couldn't be feigned. It was a power that resonated from deep in someone's bones. "I am the Flame Emperor Yen Di. I lost my cultivation level because of an incredible war a long time ago, so now I have the body of a Tian-level beast. But I guarantee you, you can trust us." "Don't worry," said Xianxia, whose hair was still fluttering. The dragon looked at Xianxia calmly and respectfully. Even an incredible dragon respected Yen Di. Yen Di. Yen Di was a great emperor back in the day. Xianxia looked domineering and majestic. His qi looked extraordinary. Even the dragon felt like he could trust Yen Di. Even though Xianxia had lost his cultivation level and his powers, maybe he could recover them in the future. If such a day came, Xianxia would easily be able to kill and destroy some of the strongest living beings in the cultivation world. "You guarantee that you won't kill my child and will protect him?" said the dragon. "I, Yen Di, promise you. Whenever we have the opportunity, we'll even make your child come back to life," said Yen Di again in a solemn and respectful way. The dragon remained silent as his shadow became less and less distinct, as if he was going to disappear. "Roar!" The dragon raised his head and roared. He had no choice. He had to seize that opportunity. Yen Di was a great emperor. Even though the dragon couldn't be 100% sure Yen Di would protect his child, he had no choice but believe him. What could he do anyways? As Yen Di had said, even if he took his child out of Lin Feng, what could he do? Keep him imprisoned in a cave? With Yen Di, the dragon child would have many opportunities. He had no choice. "I believe you, please take care of my child," said the dragon while lowering his head. He was submitting to Yen Di for his child. "Let me ask you one last thing. Without the seal, your blood could disperse and then you'd disappear. Can you put all your blood in his and make your blood and his fuse together, as well as all your strength? That way you'll also be in his blood, and you'll even be able to protect your child forever," Yen Di said in a solemn and respectful way. Lin Feng was on the sideline here, but was receiving all the benefits. At least the dragon didn't want to kill him anymore. Lin Feng admired Yen Di. He was audacious, brave and strong. Yen Di really looked like an emperor at that moment. "He's a great emperor after all. I must remember to be nice to him in the future," thought Lin Feng. If Yen Di had heard Lin Feng's thoughts, he would have slapped him. That's also a way of showing your gratitude. "Lin Feng will remember that forever and take good care of your child," continued Yen Di. The dragon nodded and bowed in front of Yen Di. "Take care of my child." "Thank you." Then, he looked at Lin Feng, roared, and in a flash, all his blood started flowing into Lin Feng's body. "Roar!" His roar sounded a bit sad. The illusion slowly disappeared as it penetrated into his body. Lin Feng started shaking violently again. "Cherish my child," said a voice in Lin Feng's head. The sensation was completely different this time. His blood felt like it was changing. The dragon blood and strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body. He was helping Lin Feng assimilate his blood. His blood was becoming Lin Feng's blood. Boom boom. The palace was already destroyed. That small room seemed like it was going to collapse as well. "They're here." Xianxia and Lin Feng glanced at each other. The dragon had roared so loudly that it drew people's attention to them. They hadn't come earlier because they were trying to take the heart. Lin Feng and Xianxia didn't know if they had managed to take it or not by now. Qi opened his mouth and spat out fire. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by flames. Xianxia was masking the dragon Qi around him. Hurry up and get to the surface. Wait for me there, I'll clean the room in the meantime, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded and rose up in the air. Xianxia continued spitting out fire everywhere to clean the room, removing any evidence of dragon energies. Even if someone found the room, they wouldn't be able to tell what there was before. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng took back his demon seal stone. His blood was still boiling, but it was properly covered up with the fire. Then Xianxia came out too. They mingled in with the crowd again. There were many Tian-level cultivators in the room now. They had come in afterwards. They looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia unhappily. The heart was still shaking violently. No wonder nobody had paid attention to what was happening underground. The water and the dragon shadow had also disappeared. It was no wonder that it had attracted so many people. Nobody could take the heart though, only Zun cultivators could try taking it. What did you steal? Show it, said one of them coldly. If you want to steal our treasures, come and fight us. We're at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. But we only fell into that room when the room collapsed. What could we get with our cultivation level? Said Xianxia pointing at the ruins around. However, those people smiled coldly. If those two couldn't get treasures, why would they have come out then? We all heard the dragon chant and you're telling us you didn't get anything? Who would believe you? Said those people with cold smiles. That came from the dragon scales. If you don't believe us, go and see for yourself. Authentic dragon chants and scales can kill people we would never get near, said Xianxia pointing to some dragon scales. I'll go and see. At that moment someone's silhouette flickered. That person moved to the dragon scales, put some stones away and grabbed it. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar spread in the air. In a flash that person was dead. Everybody was speechless as they looked back at Xianxia. I told you that those dragon scales could kill people instantly. I didn't try to fool you. If you're too greedy, go and take a risk, said Xianxia. Lin Feng was calmly standing there. He had to pretend to be calm even though his blood was boiling. If he showed that he wasn't feeling normal, people would guess he obtained something. They all stared at Xianxia. He did warn them that touching those scales could kill people. We believe you for now, said someone. He moved towards the scale. That was annoying. There were treasures, but they couldn't take them. Then they all left but a middle-aged man. He looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia coldly. What's wrong? Asked Xianxia. If I kill you both, I'll know for sure if you got treasures or not, said the cultivator with a cold smile. Without saying anything, he threw himself at Lin Feng. You want to die? Shouted Xianxia furiously. His red hair fluttered in the wind as he released fire energy. The cultivator's facial expression changed drastically. He suddenly turned around, but it was too late. He was already surrounded by fire. Ah! He gave a horrible shriek and suddenly looked terrified. That fire was burning him alive. In a flash, he turned into ashes. Xianxia stopped next to Lin Feng and said, Hurry up! You obtained such great treasures, and I still need to protect you. Lin Feng remained speechless. What was happening to him right now wasn't his fault after all. You're really strong. That guy had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer and you killed him in less than a second, said Lin Feng smiling. Of course I did. I'm an emperor, said Xianxia proudly. All right, you'll fight from now on, said Lin Feng. Xianxia rarely fought after all. Dream on. Back when I was an ordinary cultivator. Only after I fought a lot and became an imperial cultivator did I become a great emperor, a Zun emperor. You and I are different. You've only broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer. You can't afford to act lazily. You need to fight and suffer to become a Zun cultivator, Xianxia explained. Xianxia then thought, I still need to improve my fire. I can't waste energy. You're not nice, said Lin Feng. Xianxia used to be a great emperor. Then he had lost his power and had taken Xianxi's body. He was even aggressive and impatient. Later, Lin Feng had helped him obtain the void fire, and now Lin Feng couldn't even see how strong he was anymore. If he helped him anymore, Xianxia would become too strong. Roar! Lin Feng and Xianxia raised their heads. The dragon heart was dazzling. Many dragon shadows appeared and started roaring. They suddenly surrounded all those Zune cultivators. No wonder that dragons are the emperors of the animal world. They're so strong. Beside Lin Feng, 2 cultivators were trying to steal the heart, but the dragon shadows swallowed them and killed them. That heart contains authentic dragon strength. The dragon heart you swallowed belonged to a newborn baby. Luckily, it didn't contain much dragon strength. Otherwise, you'd have died on the spot, said Xianxia to Lin Feng using telepathy. Do I really have to raise the dragon baby now? Whispered Lin Feng. I personally promised that to the dragon. In the future, you'll have a dragon pet for yourself. That's not bad, said Xianxia smiling. Lin Feng understood. With the dragon, both would become much stronger. Yan Di might even become an animal emperor with the help of a dragon. Lin Feng sometimes didn't understand some of the logic behind some events. What would it feel like to raise a dragon, though? Was it the same feeling as being pregnant? I swallowed your blood, and you made your blood fuse together with mine. Dragon, I must remain faithful, thought Lin Feng. That was a fact. The dragon heart is going to become weaker and weaker. They'll manage to take it sooner or later, but it is already not so useful anymore. What a bunch of idiots, thought Xianxia watching the crowd. At that moment, there were even more people surrounding the heart. They wanted to steal the dragon heart. Xianyuan, Yangzhan, and the one in black clothes. The one in black clothes seemed particularly interested in the dragon heart. He was ready to risk his life for it even. He was a beast after all. That dragon heart could be extremely useful to him. I know what kind of beast he is, said Xianxia while staring at the man in black clothes. At that moment, he had gigantic black wings emitting thunderous sounds which contained a terrifying strength. What kind? Asked Lin Feng. He had the wings of a gigantic roc and thunderous energies. Lin Feng had never seen such an animal. Mixed breed, lightning vulture and great roc. He's a lightning roc. He's extremely strong and fast. It's a rare race to encounter, whispered Xianxia. Lin Feng calmly listened. He had never heard of such animals. There were many breeds in the animal world, and Lin Feng wasn't familiar with zoology in the slightest. Lin Feng came from Shuiyu, but there weren't even that many Tian-level beasts there. If we give that dragon heart to our teachers, they'll probably be very happy, said someone indifferently. He hadn't arrived yet, but the people who were there could hear him. The crowd glanced around to see who that person was. Was he insane? Giving the heart to his teachers. They had been there for such a long time, trying to get the dragon heart. That would be a great gift for our teachers. You precisely wanted to offer a gift to our teachers, said someone else. The ones who had been trying to get the heart for a long time were getting angry. Come out and talk, shouted Xianyuan furiously, making the atmosphere shake. 3 silhouettes appeared from above. When the crowd saw those people, they immediately calmed down. Those people looked extraordinary. Xianyuan frowned when he saw them. The leader of the group was wearing a simple yet very clean white robe. He wasn't releasing any chi either, but he seemed special. The second person was wearing a simple silver robe and had a sword in his back. He was handsome and looked indifferent. The last one had a black robe and he looked both powerful and majestic. Lin Feng actually recognized him. Xianyuan Shi's little boy, you're very proud, said the leader in white clothes with a smile. Shut up. Who are you? Said Xianyuan coldly. Those people were calling him little boy. How disrespectful. Even if they were strong, they still had to show respect. Mu Chun like wood and dust, said the one in white clothes with a smile. Everybody was scared. Mu Chun. Many people had heard that name. In the past, few people had ever heard that name or seen him, but recently, more people were hearing about him because of the Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's first recruitment session. Many people were researching about Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's very own disciples. The most famous one was Qing Lin. He was Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's second disciple. He could use reincarnation spells which were incredible to behold. So many people remembered him. According to rumors, Mu Chun was Emperor Shi and Emperor's first disciple. Mu Chun! The crowd was shivering. So his teachers were Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu. Silver clothes, handsome, that's Ho Ching Lin. The crowd looked at the second one and suddenly remembered that name. He was indubitably Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's second disciple, Ho Ching Lin. Oh, I see. Fellow disciples, hello? Said Xianxia a bit baffled. Then he smiled nicely and politely. Little boy, we're not your fellow disciples, said Mu Chun with a smile. Xianxia already considered himself as an imperial cultivation disciple. But Mu Chun wasn't of the same opinion. Xianxia was getting a little ticked off. For many people, it was a sure thing that Xianxia was going to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciple. But actually, he was applying in hopes of becoming the first imperial cultivation disciple of the Tianqi layer. Xianxia, by considering himself as an imperial cultivation disciple, was acting very confidently. Calling Mu Chun a fellow disciple was disrespectful. Mu Chun didn't appreciate it and contradicted him immediately. Xianxia smiled coldly inside. Mu Chun looked at Ho Ching Lin and said, "Brother, since they can't take the heart, you can take it. It would, indeed, be a great gift for the teachers, especially after all the efforts they're making to organize the recruitment process. Even if they don't like it, they'll be happy because it comes from you." "All right," said Ho Ching Lin, nodding. He jumped to the heart. That heart contained an incredible strength. Mu Chun followed Ho Ching Lin. They weren't ordinary cultivators. They were Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's own disciples. They had a very high social status and were very gifted. Even the leaders of the biggest sects and clans respected them. Even without talking about their social status, they were very strong indeed. If they wanted to take the heart, nobody could compete with them here. They released qi which slowly moved towards the heart. Ho Ching Lin looked calm as if the heart's energies didn't affect him. "We found that heart first. Do you think you can simply take it?" said Xianxia to Ho Ching Lin. The others had the same thought, but weren't actually going to say anything. Nobody talked but Xianxia. Ho Ching Lin glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said, "I never said you couldn't take it. Come and take it from me if you have balls to back up that mouth of yours." Ho Ching Lin sounded very calm. Xianxia pulled a long face. Usually, people never talked to him that way. He was the one who talked to others like that. Did he have the balls? Ho Ching Lin sounded calm, detached and indifferent. If Xianxia dared attack, what would Ho Ching Lin do? Nobody wanted to imagine the scene. In terms of strength, Xianxia was infinitely weaker than Ho Ching Lin. In terms of social status, Ho Ching Lin was a real and genuine imperial disciple. Xianxia just had imperial blood. Everybody remained quiet. The atmosphere became very calm. Xianxia always relied on his social status and strength to humiliate others. But now he couldn't do much. "Awesome," thought Lin Feng, standing on the ruins. He had a huge smile. Ho Ching Lin was truly amazing. He had helped him in the past and now he was humiliating someone he didn't like. How perfect was that? In the Dragon Palace, Xianxia had humiliated Lin Feng. Now his karma was playing him. Ho Ching Lin had arrived. What is awesome? It would be awesome if you were Ho Ching Lin. Xianxia despises you and even humiliated you. "I hope someday you can act like Qing Lin," said Qing Lin, indifferently, making Lin Feng come back to his senses. His heart was filled with ardor and hope. Qiong Qi was right though. Lin Feng had to become stronger and someday he'd be able to shame arrogant people the same way Ho Ching Lin just did. "I told you last time, that guy is a real genius. Xianxia has imperial blood, but nothing more," said Qiong Qi. He looked over at Lin Feng and continued, "Little boy, when will you become strong and act like them? Too bad that you're not that strong yet. Telling you these things is useless, it seems." Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Indeed, what a pity." Lin Feng raised his head. His blood was filled with ardor, hope, determination. "Someday you will see. I will be stronger than them. I will despise people who have despised me, who have humiliated me. I will become incredibly strong," whispered Lin Feng. His blood was flowing with incredible strength now, especially since he had swallowed the dragon blood. Nobody knew what had just happened to him, and nobody could know how he felt. The dragon blood had become his own power. Xianxia smiled and said, "I hope I won't have to wait too long to witness that change." At that moment, Ho Qinglin jumped to the heart and grabbed it. A strength appeared and enveloped the heart. Boom! The heart shone brightly. Dragon roars invaded the atmosphere. In a flash, lights with reincarnation energy appeared and enveloped the heart. Reincarnation strength. The crowd was amazed. Ho Qinglin didn't need to use his sword. He could easily use reincarnation energies to take the heart. Bzzz. The atmosphere was filled with reincarnation energies right now. He jumped up and opened his hand. There were reincarnation energies radiating from his palm, and the heart was sitting there. It looked like an ordinary crystal. It was difficult to imagine that just before, so many strong cultivators had tried to take the heart and died trying. There was a huge difference between them and Ho Qinglin. How strong! Thought Lin Feng, gasping with amazement. It was the second time that he saw Ho Qinglin, and just like the first time, it was amazing. I told you he's a genius. To him, a dragon heart is nothing exceptional. He will definitely become an emperor, maybe even a great emperor. After you become an imperial cultivation disciple, you'll be Mu Chun and Ho Qinglin's fellow disciple. Be friends with them and learn from them, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. Mu Chun and Ho Qinglin seemed very strong, but also reasonable. Lin Feng would probably become their fellow disciple soon. At that moment, Ho Qinglin lowered his head and looked at Xianyuan. You're weak. You might be talented, but nobody really cares about you. Xianyuan was furious and looked very upset. Xianyuan was humiliated twice in the same day. Ho Qinglin was openly making fun of him. Xianyuan had imperial blood and he was proud of it. There were many people who admired him. Ho Qinglin turned around and looked at Mu Chun. Brother, let's go. All right, said Mu Chun with a smile. Then the three left as quickly as they came. The crowd sighed. I am afraid of Xianyuan, but they aren't. They're domineering, majestic, imposing, strong, proud. If someday I become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciple, I'll despise people like Xianyuan just like them. Thought several people from the crowd. They were impatient to become imperial cultivation disciples and receive Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's teachings. At that moment, everybody was even more determined to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Xianyuan looked at Mu Chun and the others leaving. He thought, someday I will trample you. I will become the emperor's most dangerous weapon. But until then, he had to rank first amongst Tian-level candidates. Then he had to break through to the Zunqi layer. Then he could trample them. He turned around and glanced at the crowd. The dragon had chanted. The crows had cawed. A dragon palace had appeared, and in the end, Xianyuan had obtained nothing. His all-embracing power weapon was even broken. Who plotted against me? Said Xianyuan furiously. Surprisingly, someone had used a skill against him in the dragon palace, causing his all-embracing power weapon to break. Then he had lost control of the dragon heart. What a tragedy. He had lost a precious weapon and he lost the dragon heart. Now he was furious. Other people had even taken the heart as he sat there and watched. Nobody replied to Xianyuan though. The cultivator in black clothes stepped on the ruins and looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia. Then he ran to the dragon scales. He hadn't obtained the heart, but at least he could get some dragon scales. Does he know it was me? Thought Lin Feng when the guy looked at him. He had observed him in the dragon palace as well. Maybe that cultivator in the black clothes had used his empty space bestial illusion technique to watch Lin Feng after sensing another bestial chi. Bzzz. Bzzz. Some people left, some people came back to the ruins. Xianyuan turned around and looked at the ruins. He glanced at Lin Feng too, but for less than a second, Lin Feng was just an ant after all. Little boy, are you good to leave now? Said Xianxia using telepathy. They had been there for a long time now. Almost, whispered Lin Feng. The blood was still fusing with his. If the dragon hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to swallow everything, let alone with this speed. We should go now. There are bestial marks in the ruins and people could find something in the small room that we opened, said Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. He knew those things, of course. I'm not worried anyways, you're here to protect me after all, whispered Lin Feng. Are you sure? Said Xianxia. Lin Feng said nothing. He just stared back at Xianxia. I'm so weak. How could I protect you? Haha. If I don't tell you such things, will you actually take risks? Said Xianxia laughing. Lin Feng remained speechless. Xianxia had to be joking, right? All right, I'm good, said Lin Feng. He took a deep breath and said to Xianxia, let's go. Avoiding the others, they left. 2 cultivators at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. Strong cultivators would want to attack them and steal their treasures if they could. Above the water surrounding the ruins of the towers, someone was observing Lin Feng. He and a few others had followed Lin Feng. Above the water, there were still many strong cultivators and they were all leaving one after the other. There was nothing interesting left in the ruins. Many people had died and so on. Was Ho Qing Lin the only one who obtained great treasures? Boom! At that moment, an explosion sounded. Xianxia was standing in the air, his hair was fluttering, and his facial expression looked ice cold. He just made the ground explode and found a small room under the rubble. An underground room, precisely where the claws of the dragons were guarding. Apart from that room, there were marks written all over the ground. The crowd looked at him. Xianxia had just discovered a secret room with marks all around it. Was there anything in that room? Those who had entered the palace at the very beginning with Xianxia all looked furious. While they were taking huge risks to take the heart, someone had secretly been stealing precious treasures. When they thought about the consecutive dragon chants, they only now understood that they were coming from inside that room. Nobody knew about what was inside. Even the qi had been hidden. It's him. The 2 cultivators of the bottom of the Tianqi layer, thought the crowd suddenly. Only 2 people had stayed in the back the whole time. Those 2 were despicable insects, so nobody paid any attention to them. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng, who was already very far away in the horizon, and rose up in the air. He then turned into a beam of light and chased Lin Feng. He had to catch up with him. Lin Feng was moving with incredible speed towards a mountain at that moment. Lin Feng knew that he was being chased at that point. When he found out that people were chasing him, he smiled coldly. The people who were chasing him stopped. The leader was a young man whose qi was extraordinary. He looked about as angry as could be. You cause troubles everywhere you go, even in Ba Huang province, said the young man. Lin Feng smiled and said, Prince Tianlin, it's so good to see you. Surprisingly, you're laughing, said Prince Tianlin, who was laughing as well. He laughed in a very strange way though. What could Lin Feng do to him in Ba Huang province? 4th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng inspected Prince Tianlin's cultivation level. Last time he had seen him, he had the strength of the 3rd Tianqi layer. The other cultivators who were with him had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer as well. Without your deployment spells and without Ho Qing Lin, what can you do? Said Prince Tianlin coldly. Now that Prince Tianlin had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and they were in Ba Huang province, Lin Feng didn't stand a chance. You forgot that back when Ho Qing Lin and Yu Shao hadn't arrived yet, you attacked me, but in the end you were the one left hurt. You lost to me and used Yu Shao to save you. It seems like you have forgotten how we ended things, said Lin Feng with a mocking tone. Prince Tianlin looked at his friends ashamed. Lin Feng had injured him. You have a glib tongue. This time I will slaughter you, said Prince Tianlin while throwing himself at Lin Feng. Roar, roar. Without hesitating, Prince Tianlin threw himself at Lin Feng and released his wind spirit. His spirit was even more powerful than the last time Lin Feng had seen him. Die! Shouted Prince Tianlin furiously. A terrifying strength surrounded Lin Feng. People like you can only rely on the blood strength from their ancestors. You seemingly only know how to release your spirit. Without your spirit, you'd be even worse than trash, said Lin Feng in a despising way. He slowly rose up in the air and looked down on Prince Tianlin. Back then, at the Great Sect meeting, I was wearing a mask. You came to Ganyu as an Imperial Cultivation disciple and thought everybody admired you. If you weren't an Imperial Cultivation disciple and didn't possess a strong spirit, I would have killed you in the blink of an eye," said Lin Feng while releasing terrifying energies. "I will teach you something today. Being an Imperial Cultivation disciple makes you proud, but it alone is not enough." Lin Feng sensed the new blood flowing in his body. He was so much stronger. It felt like an ocean was flowing through his veins. The others looked at him surprised. Prince Tianlin's wind brushed against Lin Feng, but he realized that Lin Feng was surrounded by some kind of strength. The wind wasn't even affecting him. Prince Tianlin pulled a long face. Lin Feng now had a powerful blood strength. "How come?" "Don't think that I can't kill you," said Prince Tianlin. At the same time, he released his own blood strength. The atmosphere was assaulted by whistling hurricanes and dust flew around. The wind was as sharp as a blade's edge. "Die!" shouted Prince Tianlin. Black lights appeared and a terrifying sealing strength rolled in the air. Lin Feng condensed some strength in his hand. It was if the force of the earth and sky. Lin Feng moved his blood strength towards the palm of his hand. That sensation made him feel even more confident and stronger. Prince Tianlin's facial expression looked worse and worse. His wind spirit was strong, but when he sensed Lin Feng's strength, he didn't know what to do. How had Lin Feng become so strong? He was so much stronger than last time. "You're pathetic." "Poor you," said Lin Feng when he saw that Prince Tianlin's facial expression had changed drastically. He then added coldly, "I was hiding my strength last time. If I hadn't, I could have killed you instantly. You're much, much weaker than Chou Jun Luo," said Lin Feng. Finally, he was attacking. Boom, boom. An incredible amount of strength and force streaked across the sky. Those energies surrounded the wind spirit and suppressed them with sealing strength. Boom! A loud sound spread in the air and Prince Tianlin groaned with pain. His face turned deathly pale. His spirit was propelled away by Lin Feng and a sealing strength had even constricted it. "Imperial Cultivation disciple ridiculous," said Lin Feng coldly. He then walked towards Prince Tianlin. Prince Tianlin was scared. He couldn't beat Lin Feng. "Kill him!" shouted Prince Tianlin furiously while running back. His friends immediately released their own spirits. "Just stop and make things easier for the both of us," said someone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him and continued running towards Prince Tianlin while saying, "You can't kill me, so you're asking me to back down? How ridiculous is that? Since that's what you think, die," said one of the bodyguards. 5 cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng at the same time. Roar! Lin Feng opened his mouth and released a demonic qi. A demon shadow appeared along with whistling energies. An explosion sounded as the demon energy crashed into the group of people. Kaboom! The earth and the sky were shaking as well as those people. They immediately fell down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Dead. All those people were dead. Prince Tianlin looked at them. His heart was twitching. He looked scared yet dumbstruck. He couldn't believe his eyes. Demonic energies. "That was you on that day," said Prince Tianlin. The one who had stolen the void fire was Lin Feng, disguised as a demon. "Indeed. If I didn't need to stay incognito, I would have killed you easily, just by slapping you," said Lin Feng while condensing demonic energies in his palm. Prince Tianlin was horrified as he ran backwards. He wanted to escape. Lin Feng was playing with him. He was moving his hand around as if he were dancing. Demonic energies had condensed at this point. "Assassin spell," said Lin Feng. The demon energies suddenly stabbed Prince Tianlin. He couldn't even see them coming. His corpse fell down from the sky, dead as well. Lin Feng looked at Prince Tianlin's expressionless corpse. Then he turned around and walked into the desolate mountains. "Buddy, I need to practice cultivation somewhere for a few days," said Lin Feng to Xianxia. "I know, you need to understand your new blood strength," said Xianxia. They arrived somewhere uninhabited and found a cave. Lin Feng activated his consciousness and found that it was larger than before. There were golden colors mixed into the blood-red colors. He found a heart in his blood strength. It was a baby dragon. It had a powerful chi and the vitality of a newborn. The dragon fused its blood together with his, but it hadn't spread everywhere in Lin Feng's body yet. Lin Feng took this time to make the blood flow faster. There used to be no sound when Lin Feng circulated his blood, but now it emitted loud sounds. Lin Feng could sense how strong his new blood was. Loud roaring sounds echoed in the cave. 2 days later, Lin Feng's entire body was surrounded by golden lights. The sounds he emitted when cultivating were even louder. They even echoed out into the valley outside of the cave. A silhouette was approaching from the sky at that moment. It was a woman in snowy white clothes. She had a veil covering her face, but it was hard to look the other way. She had an incredible body. Lin Feng's blood chi dashing to the skies and emitting roaring sounds made the woman stop. She gazed into the distance, dazzled. What was that sound? It sounded like a tsunami. Roar! A dragon chant spread and echoed across the valley. The woman was surprised. Was there a dragon in the valley? Was a dragon practicing cultivation in the valley? She heard that in Black Crow Village, a dragon palace had appeared and that many strong cultivators had gone there to find a dragon heart. But that in the end, Ho Qing Lin took it. How come she could now hear a dragon chant in the valley? Besides, it was very intense. She ran in the direction of the roar, but then the dragon chant stopped. She was surprised, excited and curious. Her silhouette flickered and she arrived near the entrance of a cave. That was where she heard the dragon chant come from. There were 2 silhouettes outside of the cave, a human being and a Tian-level beast. The young man looked handsome but ordinary. He had only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Nothing spectacular. The beast with him was astonishing though. It was an ancient beast. She couldn't take her eyes off of it. "Did you hear a dragon chant?" asked the woman gently to Lin Feng. "I heard it. I came here because of it, but I didn't see anything," replied Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. He hadn't thought that breaking through to the 3rd Tianqi layer would cause his blood to emit a dragon chant. Fortunately, nobody had found him while he was still practicing cultivation in the cave. Otherwise, people might guess what was going on. The girl frowned and looked at him. She couldn't have been wrong. But she was scouting the cave with her consciousness and there was nothing inside. Just like Lin Feng had said. She couldn't think that it was Lin Feng either. After all, she had heard an actual dragon. She shook her head slowly and turned around to leave. "We should go too," thought Lin Feng as a boat appeared next to him. If he didn't use it, he would be late. The girl sensed the boat and looked at Lin Feng. She was surprised. She went back to him and asked, "Are you the one who stole the Yang's boat in Tianyuan City and asked them for 1,000 abstruse crystals?" "Eh?" Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect a random person he encountered in the mountains to have heard about that already. "That boat was broken at first. I fixed it with special tools and Yang Ziyi agreed to give it to me. I didn't steal anything," said Lin Feng annoyed. "Sorry, I didn't express myself properly," said the girl with a smile. "You're quite strong. You defeated Chou Jun Luo even though you have only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer." "Not bad," said the girl interested. She smiled and said, "Can you take me on your boat? I don't have anything to go faster." She was wrong again. Lin Feng had broken through to the 2nd Tianqi layer when he had fought Chou Jun Luo. He had just now broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer in the cave. "Are we going to the same place?" said Lin Feng. "I don't think I'm wrong. We're both going to Tiantai," said the girl gently. Lin Feng nodded. As expected, many people were going to Tiantai to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciples. "No problem, you can come with me. I just hope that you're not like Yang Ziyi. I rescued her from the Huangxi and when we arrived in Tianyuan, she humiliated me and pretended I was interested in her." "How could you compare me to her?" said the girl shaking her head. "Don't worry. Nothing like that will happen with me." "All right then. Come on," said Lin Feng. The boat was quite big. One more person wasn't a problem, especially a beautiful woman like her. According to her behavior, Lin Feng felt like she didn't really like Yang Ziyi. Her chi and cultivation weren't bad either. Her social status probably was extraordinary. "What's your name?" asked the girl to Lin Feng with a smile. "You should at least show me your face if you want to know my name," said Lin Feng laughing and looking at the landscapes around. "You're a proud person," said the girl giggling. She took off her veil. She was extremely beautiful. Beautiful cheeks, beautiful eyes, beautiful skin. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched her cheeks, very gently. However, the girl wasn't happy at all and released an ice-cold chi. "Degenerate!" She immediately slapped Lin Feng. Surprisingly, that guy actually touched Ether. Did he want to die? Lin Feng came back to his senses and stepped back. An energy sharper than a sword was moving towards him. Lin Feng suddenly stood up and released some demon-sealing strength. The girl released even more chi. She was close to Lin Feng now. "Wait, wait!" said Lin Feng, grabbing her hand and preventing her from moving. She coldly looked at him and said, "No wonder the Yang clan humiliated you. You're a degenerate. Can you listen to me first, please? I can explain," said Lin Feng. He knew that he had made a mistake, but he couldn't help it. They were so similar. Almost the same, like twins. Her chi was different. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have come back to his senses. "Explain?" said the girl with a cold smile. "You have an explanation for such odious acts?" "Indeed I do. You look like my wife," said Lin Feng. "That girl looks like Xianxia. It's just that their chi is different. That's why Lin Feng had felt so strange. "Don't you have a better excuse?" said the girl. She didn't believe him. "You can ask my friend," said Lin Feng, pointing to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the girl with twinkling eyes. He was aroused too. He said, "Indeed, the very same. Apart from the chi, you could be twins." "You think I'll believe you?" said the girl, frowning. She still didn't believe Lin Feng. "I can prove it to you. Look," shouted Lin Feng furiously. When she saw that Lin Feng was shouting, she shouted even louder and said, "How? Stop using your chi and I will show you," said Lin Feng. The girl begrudgingly stopped using her chi. Lin Feng shook his hand and the snowy tower appeared. Then the great rock appeared. The great rock looked at Lin Feng and then looked at Duan Xianxia. He was very surprised. He looked happy too. Obviously, he thought that was Xianxia too. "Miss, you also came to Ba Huang province," said the great rock in a low voice. Lin Feng looked at the great rock and said, "She's not Xianxia. I promised you I'd stop putting you in the animal tower, but sometimes I have to because it's better to hide you." Lin Feng looked at the girl and said, "Do you believe me now?" The girl's eyes twinkled. She was still angry, but she believed him. The great rock didn't know what had just happened, but he also thought that she was somebody else. "But you touched me indecently," said the girl coldly. "You should marry him too, he's very responsible," said Xianxia impolitely. Lin Feng looked at him and said, "You shut up." He was going to cause trouble. The girl was very strong and Lin Feng couldn't defeat her. "Little boy, that girl is really nice, trust me. She could be a great wife. It only benefits you that she looks like Xianxia. Back then I had so many women too," said Xianxia using telepathy. Lin Feng sighed. "It wasn't on purpose. If you want anything, please feel free to ask me," said Lin Feng. The girl looked at him, remained silent for a few seconds and laughed. "All right, let's forget about it. You still haven't told me your name," said the girl. "Lin Feng, and you?" replied Lin Feng naturally while putting the great rock away. "Cho Yu Xian," said the girl, smiling. She looked like she was a completely different person when she was happy from when she was angry. Lin Feng was sitting next to her and looking at her. He still couldn't tell her and Xianxia apart. Their chi was different though. "I look like your wife that much?" asked Cho Yu Xian while giggling. "Only your chi is different, otherwise you'd be twins." "Well, could you be interested in me then?" said Cho Yu Xian with a gentle smile. Lin Feng gulped down. Of course he would. He had to chase that thought out of his mind. He was trying to convince himself that it was a fake copy. "If I face dangers, will you help me?" asked Cho Yu Xian. Same smile, same voice, different chi. Many men were probably crazy about her. Actually, she was even better than Xianxia in some ways. Maybe, sighed Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. All this made him think about Shui Yu and Xianxia and his parents. Lin Feng wanted to be next to Xianxia, but the world was too big and he needed to become stronger. He had to face many dangers and go through hardships to become stronger. The boat stopped 3 days later when they arrived in Tiantai. There were strong cultivators all around. There were many geniuses in Bahuang province, and most of them wanted to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciples. Apart from the candidates, there were also many people who wanted to watch. Of course, there were many people who were accompanying their children. Tiantai wasn't a town. It was the biggest moat in Tianjing City. It was a symbol, a geographical symbol, a social symbol. According to rumors, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu lived there. According to legends, there were 18,000 steps to get to Tiantai. At that moment, a boat streaked across the sky and stopped above Tiantai. Then it landed slowly. "That's incredible imperial strength," said Xiu Xian, looking at Tiantai. She could sense the incredible qi. The recruitment process had attracted so many people. Lin Feng put the boat away. Xiu Xian and he were similar. They both enjoyed the beautiful things of life, like the landscape sitting in front of them now. 18,000 steps, leading to the sky. That's how you get to Tiantai. It looked like an ancient town, and it possessed a strange illusion like qi around it. No matter where they went, to their left, on their right, behind and before, it was always an illusion. The steps even looked like an illusion. "Yendi, what's that? What do emperors use to cast such spells?" asked Lin Feng. Yendi raised his head and remained silent for a long time. He didn't reply to Lin Feng either. Back then, he was an emperor. Now that he was looking at an emperor's work, he was feeling sad again. "Practice as hard as you can, and someday I'll tell you. Step by step," said Xianxia after a very long time. Lin Feng was speechless. There were some people trying to get up the stairs, but they were very slow. Those stairs contain a very intense energy. Going up them is the only way to access Tiantai, said Xiu Xian while smiling at Lin Feng. "All right," said Lin Feng, nodding. He then started walking up the stairs. But very quickly, a strange strength oppressed him. Xiu Xian looked at Lin Feng, who smiled and said, "That flight of stairs can sense my qi. It seems to sense if we're strong or weak. It's difficult to control those stairs. Controlling that kind of incredible invention was difficult." "Let's try to get up," said Xiu Xian, laughing. She then tried to walk up the stairs as well and reached the second step. Then she started running. She was running with incredible speed. Lin Feng did the same. As expected, the oppressive strength was intensifying with each step they took. "Lin Feng, you're too slow. There are 18,000 stairs in total. If we manage to get up, that will be our first test to becoming imperial cultivation disciples. With your speed, you'll need millions of years to arrive," said Xiu Xian jokingly. She wasn't as cold as when he had touched her before. She was fun and enjoyable. "All right," said Lin Feng, smiling. Her smile was warm and gentle, just like Xianxie's. Lin Feng remembered Xianxia back then in the palace. Bzzz. Lin Feng used wind energy and started moving extremely fast. It seemed like he was flying, but in fact his feet were touching every single step. In a flash, he ran up 300 steps. However, 300 out of 18,000 wasn't much, especially given that the force was becoming even more oppressive. 18,000, that was a frightening number. Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple wasn't easy. "Lin Feng, hurry up," said Xiu Xian, and while smiling indifferently, Lin Feng used wind intent. His wind intent was already level 6 now. Even those who had a higher intent level weren't as fast as him because he had also mastered the Xiao Yao agility technique. He was faster than most cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. In a flash, 1,000 more steps. 1,000 steps, I'm so tired, said Xiu Xian. She looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, "Not bad. Level 6 wind intent. Should we continue playing?" said Xiu Xian while smiling. "You play and I'll watch," said Lin Feng, giggling. Xiu Xian frowned and stopped smiling. She suddenly looked cold and detached, the same as when he had first met her. "Let's continue," We don't know how much more we'll have to do before the exam, said Xianxia. Then, she continued running up the stairs. She didn't stop this time and didn't turn around to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and didn't understand what was wrong with her. Was she suffering from mood swings? However, Lin Feng remembered each second she had smiled. Her smile was unforgettable. 3,000 steps. Xianxia stopped again and took a deep breath. She was feeling the weight now. The oppressive force was getting quite heavy. Lin Feng stopped next to her. He was still smiling and was feeling relaxed. Bzzz. A strong wind started blowing and Lin Feng's clothes were torn. Xianxia started running even faster than before and didn't stop for a while this time. "Who is she?" whispered Lin Feng looking at Xianxia. She was very beautiful. They couldn't be the same, they couldn't even be sisters, but then, why did he have the feeling he knew her? They had known each other for such a short time. Her smile was so, well, it gave Lin Feng an unusual feeling. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it though. He continued running up the stairs using wind intent and following Xianxia. He was a few dozen steps behind her. "Xianxia," someone said. The voice came from the sky. Xianxia and Lin Feng stopped. "What?" said Xianxia looking at that person coldly. A few people had arrived and looked at Xianxia. "I'm happy to see you here," said that young man smiling and nodding at Xianxia. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, "What a coincidence, brother Lin. You're here too. What a small world," whispered Lin Feng coldly. It was Yang Zilan. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the people next to him. Yang Ziyi, Chou Junluo, Jiang Ning. Chou Junluo glared at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. He had humiliated him and injured him in front of everybody, and that was not something he would forgive. Now, Yang Zilan and his friends were there. They weren't surprised to see Lin Feng behind Xianxia though. "Brother Lin, you're right. It's a small world," said Yang Zilan smiling. But that smile was hypocritical and made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable. Yang Zilan looked at Xianxia and said, "What a coincidence to see you, Miss Qiu. You should come with us. The more the merrier, and you'll have people to talk with." "I'm not interested," said Xianxia coldly. Yang Zilan didn't mind. Xianxia was known for being cold in Bahuang province, so he expected her to act like that. "We're not bothering you any longer then," said Yang Zilan as he moved away to let her pass. Xianxia turned around and said to Lin Feng, "Let's continue, Lin Feng." "Eh?" Yang Zilan was surprised. Did they know each other? Besides, they seemed close and were traveling together. Xianxia was with a guy. Yang Ziyi, Chou Junluo, and the others were all surprised. Xianxia was known for her beauty. She was an aristocrat too. According to rumors, very few people had seen her face because she rarely came out. And now, surprisingly, she was with Lin Feng?